she could be.
Forever, I thought she was futuristic, and then when I saw Rose at the
Yeah, that was.
I'm old.
Starting with my grandfather. My grandfather was the start of this operation here. I'm a half owner in Woodland Creek Dairy with my son-in-law. So Joe would be the fourth generation that's farming on this farm.
My father-in-law, Bill, he's accomplished a lot in his life. I respect him. Well, I admire his work ethic the most. He puts the farm as number one above everything. It doesn't matter if it's a holiday, Sunday, that's job one.
I would say working with my son-in-law is as close to working with a son as you can get.
We usually get up, 4:45. We're trying to be in here milking by 5 a.m. As far as Bill's chores in the morning, he does all the feeding, takes care of the calves. He does the breeding. Stefan started working here when he was in high school, when he was 16. He's our jack of all trades. He helps milk morning and night. I think he fell in love with farming too, so he's been with us ever since. He's 32 now, so he's been around a long time.
Right now, the cows are really doing good. They're milking about 18,000 pounds of milk a day is what leaves here. We milk close to 200 cows.
There are a few kinds of dairy cows. We milk Holsteins here. Some people milk Jerseys, some Brown Swiss. We feel that Holsteins are probably the most efficient breed for us. You're never mean to a cow. A cow is a mother. So you treat them with respect. We have the milk truck come every day here. There can never be any antibiotics in milk. We get paid on quality, so that's job number one.
I admire Joe. He's his own person. He will say it how it is. I don't think he holds anything back. There are some days that farming is hard work. I always say I've got to have that reason to get up in the morning, and this is it.
I like being my own boss, being around the family all the time.
I love what I do because I'm with family. When you can see your grandkids anytime you want, how many people can say that? My name is Bill Endres, and I live for this.
Okay, we have been demuted. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're here in Ancaster, Ontario for the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. In a few seconds, the first class of jerseys are in. My name is Russell Gammon from Fergus, Ontario, center of the universe. And I'm going to have my fellow commentators introduce themselves. Flip a coin, guys.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Murray Reisner here from Woodstock, Ontario, and certainly a pleasure to be back at the Ontario Spring Discovery. We're looking forward to a wonderful 2 days here at Ancaster, and we are glad that you're online. And I'll turn it over to James.
Last and certainly least, my name is James Cranston. I'm just here to bring the average age down a little bit. I have the honor of living the closest to the fairgrounds, 5 minutes down the road here in Ancaster, and I'm a director with Holstein, Ontario, and one of the hosts of the Hopcast, which is a mildly popular podcast some of you may be familiar with that I'll be plugging throughout the day. But Russell, lovely morning here.
Lovely inside, a little cooler outside. And we want to make sure that everybody's aware that John Deere is the sponsor of the live stream. And well, John Deere, I mean, just a part of the whole industry, a part of the gardening industry as well. I mean, everywhere. So they are, it's great when we have these prompts, we can read them. We will be telling you about other sponsors during the day today. And certainly telling you about a great team that organizes this event as well, James. Tons of volunteers.
Yes, indeed. We have some animals coming into the ring now.
And indeed, and they'll be on your screen shortly, folks, and we'll tell you about them when that happens. And the tension is oh, there we are.
There we go.
So our judge today is Terry Packard from Boonesboro, Maryland, South Mountain Jerseys and Holsteins. We'll be telling you about that lately. Murray, would you like to tell us about that number 1 calf? That
number 1 is a winter heifer calf. She's an Avonlea Cocoa Chip, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins.
And number 2 was Charlene Getaway Renee. She's a Getaway daughter, Rapid Bay Bull out of a Colton Dam. James, we've got number 3 here.
Number 3 on your screen here is Trillium Victorious Bud Light, a River Valley Victorious daughter out of a Chrome Dam, exhibited by Sarah Mason.
Yeah, and I'm presuming Trillium may be Sarah's prefix. Maker Video Daisy is the number 4 heifer that Diana Stalker is leading. Oh, there we are. Now we're getting a different view again. Diana Stalker was leading that heifer, a video out of a game charger from Kerry Alexander Maker Farms.
Jeff Stevens on Yellow Briar Mamma Mania. She's a Rapid Bay downtown brown daughter out of a Joel.
Oh, a Joel who was supreme at Victo last week as well. And number 6, yes, Painside DBR, Douglas B. Robinson, Pretty in Pink. Kid Rock daughter out of Dam, also bred by Dougie Robinson, the junior. Bremont and Kevin Williams. That's number 6.
Number 7 coming across your screen now is the Robert Gerald Farms entry, RJF Choco Chip Jamboree, a Choco Chip daughter from a tequila dam.
One of the granddaughters on the halter there, Sydney, I believe, is her name. Murray,
Number 8 coming into your screen right now is Maker Gentry Elmira, Carrie Alexander's Maker Farms Incorporated. She's a Gentry daughter out of an action exhibited by Carrie Alexander, and that's, who's on the halter here, Russell?
Well, oh, that's Laney.
Laney is on the halter.
Carrie's daughter,
Right.
yeah. 9, James?
Morning Miss Kid Rock Lara, a Kid Rock daughter out of Lone Pine Victorious Looker, exhibited by James and Kathy Mason.
And number 10 is a full sister to the number 9 heifer. She's Kid Rock Lola, sold through the Calves for a Cause sale. Again, a Kid Rock out of a Victorious who is out of the 96-point Cavalier Lookout. And Clark Valley Holsteins were the purchaser of this heifer for around $14,000 in the Calves for a Cause sale. So that's our class. We were just wanting to know that. Yeah, thank you.
And a couple added entries here. We have 366, Intense Aspen Vanilla ET, exhibited by London Dairy.
And number 367 is probably is her full sister.
I would guess.
Is her full sister, Intense Aspen Valsey. They'd be out of the Vanilla family, and she's 367. So those are 2 late entries, or added entries, we'll call them, from London Dairy. Good to see the class is getting bigger. I think 115 jerseys that were more or less going to be marching through the ring today. And for Terry, who drove all the way here from Boonesboro, Maryland, and is on her way to Massachusetts for the Northeast Spring Show afterwards.
I don't think that's a direct route.
No, Terry was telling me, she messaged me last night and said 9 o'clock sounded like a really good bedtime after the driving she'd done. She had some snow experiences, weather experiences during that trip. So, but we're glad she's here. And we'll tell you a bit about the operation that she and Ernie Kufner manage in Boonesboro, beautiful Boonesboro.
Can I make a few announcements?
Sure, go ahead, you're on.
I think we're going to have some announcements.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome again to the 48th edition of the 2023 Ontario Spring Discovery Show held here at the beautiful Ancaster Fairgrounds. We have a jam-packed 2 days organized here, and as you can see, our first class of the day, our Jersey Winter Calves, is now in the ring. I just wanted to take a moment to introduce everyone to our Jersey judge for this year's show for the next 2 days. Terry Packard operates South Mountain Jerseys, Kufner and Kufner Holsteins with her husband Ernest Kufner in Boonesboro, Maryland. Together they breed, develop, and market a select group of deep pedigreed Holsteins and Jerseys that compete in show rings and highlight sale arenas across North America. Over the past 27 years, they have owned or managed over 200 All-American and All-Canadian nominations and exhibited numerous Supreme Champions at World Dairy Expo, the Royal Winter Fair, Pennsylvania All-American, and Maryland State Fair. The couple also spent 10 years managing Arethusa Farm, building the herd from a small hobby farm to national prominence in both the Jersey and the Holstein breeds. Packard has placed state shows and state fairs in 15 U.S. states, officiated twice at Eastern States Exposition, and had the honor of serving as official judge for the 2020 National Jersey Jug Futurity. She officiated her first international show in 2022, placing the Jersey and Red and White Holstein shows at the Borderway UK Dairy Expo. Aside from her involvement in the farm, Terry serves her local community as chairman of the Economic Development Commission in Boonesboro. She also represents the Eastern U.S. dairy exhibitors on the World Dairy Expo Dairy Cattle Exhibitors Committee. Please welcome Terry, and thank you to Terry for making the trip up to Ontario today. As I mentioned, our first class of the day is our Jersey Winter Calf class, which is generously sponsored by Avonlea Genetics. So at this time, I would also remind our class sponsors to make their way to the photo area prior to the conclusion of the class to have your photo taken with the winner.
We do want to recognize, and Jen has just done that, about the fact that Avonlea Genetics, Inc. from Brighton, Ontario is the sponsor of this class, and maybe Murray and James would like to tell us about the 2 awards within class.
There's a bred and owned certificate for the best bred and owned animal, donated generously by EastGen.
And our class winner certificate is kindly donated by Select Sires, so we certainly appreciate all the sponsorship for every class that we have here today and tomorrow. Our show couldn't operate without our generous sponsors, so we say thank you to Avonlea Genetics, EastGen, and to Select Sires.
Yeah, lovely. There's just been incredible sponsorship for this show, and I think we have like 315 animals in total between the 2 breeds, I believe, from what I've understood from Beverly Spriel, the hardworking Jersey, Ontario secretary.
That is the number being thrown around, combined, both breeds,
yeah.
Of course.
200 Holsteins, 115 brown ones. Claire Swales out in the ring taking pictures to beat the band. That'll be great to see afterwards, or during the day as they go up. And so we have, is there 12 heifers here then? Yeah, very good. The London dairy heifers would have been bought in the successful National Congress or Convention sale at Fairman Tents last Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. Yeah, last Tuesday, 8 days ago. Yeah.
As always, Russell, your math skills never fail to impress me.
It's so important to bring the game, you know. Yeah, that was a great sale. It was tremendously, 150 head, and they were just outstanding.
It seems like the sales that are happening nowadays, like things have picked back up. I know, fresh cows are worth more again, and it seems like the consignment sales and the better genetics are starting to bring more.
Yeah, and
it's the breeder is great to see.
So the milk market is part of that, James, but there must be other, well, this time of year, I suppose people in the show business are interested in potential heifers or cows. To exhibit. Nice to see the yellow bar prefix, and we want to give Jeff a shout out, as being so intimately involved with this show. He's just the heartbeat of it in many ways.
Intimately is a good word. He's very busy on the committee. They've done a fantastic job of working to get sponsors and pumping the show up and making it into a bigger and bigger event every year.
Murray, how many of these shows have you been to? Like, used to be an Ontario spring show on the Holstein side. Jersey would be more Richmond Hill, I think, would have been the...
Oh, Russell, I hate to admit it, but I missed the first one 50 years ago in Stratford. I was still on the road as an armed service technician, so duty called that day to be on the road, but I guess if my math is correct, the next 49, including today, would be pretty accurate.
Can you double check that for us, Russell?
Well, I want a birth certificate first. So we noticed that the Clark Valley heifer, that heifer that is in first, is the Chaco Chip heifer, out of an Enniskillen dam as well. VIP dam is the first one pulled. Now this is a first preliminary pull. Then the Painside heifer from Bremont and Kevin Williams would be in second, Kid Rock. And I think Sarah Mason was pulled third with a Victorious out of a Chrome.
Attention in the barns. Our judge has made the first lineup in our Jersey Winter Calf class, so if you could please make your way to the marshalling area with your Holstein Winter Calves. If you have not done so, please make your way there now. Additionally, if anyone is looking for catalogs, please feel free to come up to the head table here and purchase a show program. They're $5, and the program includes both breed shows, and the order of the program is how the two-day event will roll. So catalogs are available up here at the head table.
Well, gentlemen, if this first class is any indication of what we're in for the rest of the day today with our heifer classes, this class is amazing. For this young age of heifers, the uniformity of these calves all the way down. They're all hard topped this morning.
Yes.
It's a little chilly here in Ancaster.
Funny about that.
But there's a great view of the line right there on your screen right
I mean,
now.
look at these lovely heifers who at the moment are a little lower in the class. And isn't this great, all these young people here. Now this evening there's going to be showmanship competition and the fitting prizes, March 25th out at the Jones Farm in New Dundee. The fitting contest was underway and the winners are going to be announced this evening, which is, and there were like 58 young people, I believe, at that event. Oh, it was crazy, in a great way. And the Jones family were lovely hosts. There. Have you been to the new Jones operation, James?
I have not seen the new Jones.
Murray, have you been there?
Not yet. The invite has always been out and the coffee pot is on.
Well, there's going to be a big sale there someday. Trent Jones, well, I have decided for Trent Jones that there's going to be a sale there, and I think we've brought Val along. I think, you know, we've got, it's the, you can just see the sales tent out on the west side of their barn. Lovely robot operation and Holsteins and Jerseys and I don't know if there's any Swiss or not there, but there probably will be at some point. Oh, so there we go. Chaco Chip is, the heifer is speechless, is still leading the pack for Clark Valley. So it hasn't, Terry hasn't changed the initial pull on those first heifers. Glen Neal, bred by the Frasers, I guess, down at in Dalkeith, Ontario, eastern Ontario, but out of an Enniskillen dam. And then, well, a Painside heifer was bred in eastern Ontario as well at Finch by Dougie Robinson, one of the junior generation at Painside. 103 years they've been having registered jerseys there, or showing at Newington Fair. Let me put it that way. And Sarah is still third with her Victorious heifer.
There was a slight change. In
Yeah.
the sixth place there. I can't quite see the number.
We need the opera glasses, don't we,
the
James?
opera glass, that's number 9, one of the Kid Rocks from
Masons.
Morning Mist that made it jump up into 6th position.
Murray is just a machine here in terms of who's where. You're doing great, Murray. We just have to bank on Terry keeping that. Well, she'll do what she does. This is a lovely, lovely class. Oh. Yeah, 12 great heifers. So 2 of these will be back for junior champion later in the day. I've been to a couple of rodeos.
If this is your first time watching a show online, that's usually
This
what
one
happens.
for her.
Thank you.
I get a nice shot
For
here
Terry.
behind the animals.
No,
get a sense of their the width and depth of rib. Very impressive development on these very
young heifers. Yeah.
And quality of bone through the leg, as you can see on the top of the class. Very, very impressive.
Wow. Are you going to announce first three?
Okay. 2, 3. We'll see if they stay there. One last really good look from Terry. And Doug Green, the junior version of Murray Reisner.
There may be some. I'm sure there'll be some critiques from Murray on his technique and how Doug commands the ring.
Oh, so I think that looks final.
Judging in our Jersey Winter Calf class is now complete. Congratulations to our first place entry number 1, Glenniel CC Speechless, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins. In second place, number 6, Painside DBR Pretty in Pink, exhibited by Braymont and Kevin Williams. And in third place, entry number 3, Trillium Victorious Bud Light, exhibited by Sarah Mason. Now over to Judge Packard for her reasons. It was on. Slide the thing up.
Good morning, everyone. And it's an honor to be here in Canada today. It's the first time that I've been asked to officiate a show north of the border, and I really appreciate it. If this first class is any indication, we're going to have a great show. Top 5 calves out here for our winter calf class, starting with a heifer that's just so balanced, so complete today. She's got hard over her top line. I prefer the way she blends through the shoulder region. She's fuller in her crops, and her calf coming out in second. She's also the most correct calf on her feet and legs, especially when you view them from the front. She stands very square on her front legs. She is the youngest calf in the class, maybe not as developed in her rib structure, but I think for her age, she's quite a handy winner. Following over the calf in second, what a massive rib structure on this calf. I really admire the width and the openness, the fullness in the flank. She carries that width back through her pins. As I said, just like to straighten her out on her front legs and fill her in the crops to stand higher today. But she does have an advantage in that rib structure. It's the width, openness, spring of rib. It's the width that she carries back through her pins that place her over her calf in third. Also, our second place calf, much more correct on her rear legs than the calf that follows out in third. Third over fourth, extremely long calf. Really like the angularity to the rib structure, the fullness of flank that she has, just gives her advantage over our fourth place calf. Third over fourth, just also slight advantage in dairy character today. Really balanced calf here in fourth. She does have an advantage in the angularity to her rib structures. She's a little fuller through the rear flank than a calf that, similar made calf that follows out in fifth. Another very correct calf here in fifth. Like to change the way she tracks on her rear legs, just open her up a little bit more in her rib structure, and I'm sure that will come with age. And congratulations to all the exhibitors on their first class winter calves.
The complete results for the Jersey Winter Calf class are as follows. Entry number 1 was our first place winner, Glenniel CC Speechless, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins. Entry number 2 was 9th. Entry number 3 was 3rd. Entry number 4 was 7th. Entry number 5 was 4th and best bred and own. Entry 6 was 2nd. Entry 7 was 12. Entry 8 was 10, entry 9 was 6, entry 10 was 5th, added entry 366 was 8th, and added entry 367 was 11th. Now entering the ring, we currently have the Holstein Winter Calf class, which is generously sponsored by Maplewood Excavating. I'd like to take a moment too to introduce our judge for the Holstein show for the next 2 days. Mike Deaver was born and raised in California and graduated from from Fresno State University with a BA in Animal Science. Mike worked for Carnation Genetics as the Director of Young Sire Development and later as Director of Advertising and Promotion for Landmark Genetics, Inc. During this time, Mike, along with his father Jim and brothers Ron and Kenny, operated under the Iona Farm prefix. In early 2001, Mike purchased a farm in Edgerton, Wisconsin, where for the next 20 years he established Sharona Hill Livestock Transport and the Sharona Hill herd of Holstein and Jersey cattle. At this farm, numerous All-American and All-Canadian individuals were developed, which include Legend, Hazel, Rachel, Delicious Apple, Marmee, the grand champion of the 2011 International Jersey Show, and of course the infamous Apple herself, the grand champion of the 2011 International Red and White Show. Apple Partners was formed following the sale of Apple for $1 million at the Global Glamour, with Mike retaining majority owner of that partnership. Apple Partners was most recently awarded the World Dairy Expo Premier Breeder of the 2021 Red Heifer and Cow Holstein shows. As a breeder or co-breeder, Mike is also responsible for many well-known bulls such as Camaro, Big Apple, Armani, Applejack, Action, Absolute, Diamondback, and Avalanche, with Absolute and Diamondback being named Premier Sire of the World Dairy Expo Red Heifer and Cow shows multiple times. Mike has judged many of the most prestigious shows worldwide, including the Holsteins, Red Holsteins, Jerseys, and Ayrshires at the World Dairy Expo in the US, the Holsteins and Jerseys at the Royal Winter Fair here in Canada, the Holsteins at the Swiss Expo in Switzerland, as well as shows in Europe, Mexico, South America, Australia, and Japan. Mike sold Sharona Hill in 2019, and he and Stacy currently reside in Phoenix, Arizona. So a big thank you to Mike for making the trip up to Ontario today. We really appreciate it.
Okay. Well, what do we got on the screen right here? Numbers.
Marianne Jansen.
24, maybe?
24.
Marianne is just leading off there. That's Miss Tang Alligator a Trick, now owned by Hovden, Quality, Beckridge, and Veltois. Maybe the $65,000 top seller in the Kingsway tag sale.
The
25.
the black calf on our screen is Glen Islay, WV Bambusa, a Parfect daughter out of Glen Islay's sidekick Bambusa.
From Fergus.
The center of the universe, I'm told.
Exactly. And we're seeing the class winner from the Jerseys there. So this is always something in these heifer classes, is getting the ring filled up and then allowing the heifers to move. And that's Doug Green's job today from Air Farmers Mutual, who create great stylus pens, I must say.
Is that what they're known for?
Yeah. Well, now there's Joel Phoenix. If we could get a number. We do need the hat bands, don't we, James and Murray? Yeah. Yep. I see Carson Phoenix is there. He's on the screen right now with that black heifer. And I think she could be number 16, that heifer. In fact, I'm quite sure she is. She's a reset daughter, a Vogue PP bull, out of a Unix dam, bred at Tomalin. And the Phoenixes and Kawartha Holsteins. That'd be Dave McMorrow, own her.
Excellent Unix, and then an excellent Masquerades. Interesting. A bit of different breeding there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And we have Andrew Hunt in the ring taking pictures as well, exhibiting his style. I see Bob Hurd from Hurd's Jerseys across the way in his camo jacket there. Just making sure everybody gets a look in today. Emmy Lang is going to show up with a calf. That'll be Del Creek Fatal Destruction. Murray?
Number 17, Del Creek Fatal Destruction, a Walnut Lawn Sidekick, exhibited by Hollywell.
Holsteins, her grandpa.
Her grandpa.
Yeah. And Robert's here today. Yeah, we saw him.
So Emmy Lang is on the halter.
And the Reisler Dams and Merritts of Eastern Ontario would be the breeders at Del Creek, where it has the most amazing names on their animals.
They are inspired choices, I think. They're very creative.
Here comes Jackie Fergus in the mix a little bit again with a Carnview calf. She's a Golden Oaks Master out of a Lambda dam from Carnview. Carnview having a sale at the end of the month, James?
That is correct.
Yeah. And Jackie is smiling now. She was very intense earlier. Just lives just outside the center of the universe. In fact, we regard she and Steve as still being in it.
I think Carnview has something like 17 animals here at the show.
Really?
So, and several heifers that are in their show string will be in the
sale
next week. So
number 19.
Easy to get to, just a couple of minutes off of 401 right at Woodstock.
James, you're an expert.
Here is Paul Lore Showtime Honeymoon, a Jacob Showtime daughter out of an 85-point addiction dam.
And Tony Van Lith will be screaming and cheering for this heifer, being she's by Showtime. Good morning, Tony. Wherever you are.
Well, I'm sure we'll be here somewhere.
Is this the signature heifer?
That's number 20.
Number 20 coming in, Kingsway Lambda Delilah, exhorted by Jay Robertson and Stan Howell Holsteins. By a very popular bull in the Holstein breed that has been doing a lot of wonderful things in the ring. Lambda is
amazing.
Amazing.
Well, and beyond the ring too.
Yep.
James, has she got a 95-point dam?
And from a cow that's done quite a few things in the ring herself. So it's maybe no shock that this heifer finds herself in the ring this morning.
She championed down at some of those shows last fall, maybe, in Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. I don't know. But she is 95, I think, isn't she, James? You were up at 4 a.m.
She is 95.
Collecting info, yes. Yeah. Bless you for that. And is this 21?
This is the signature heifer, signature Amazon Warrior, a Mr. Blonde and Warrior daughter, 6.2 Unix out of Stanley Cup Alexis.
Oh, another famous cow. Yeah, and is that Erica Enright leading that heifer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Have Future Crest, Howe Holsteins, and Ballyburn Farms as the exhibitor.
Mercy.
And it's nice to see Future Crest back on ownership on some animals. We remember back several years ago that Future Crest were in the hot and heavy with the show string. And
22 would be Clear Eye Altitude Sonia, an altitude daughter, out of a Tropic Dam, and New Morning Holsteins. What a great prefix. Who's New Morning, do we know? If we don't, it's okay. No judgment.
Sire stock of this heifer right back to Eastside Louisdale Gold Missy.
Oh,
way back.
Really? Yeah. Cool. And that is 23.
Number 23 is Carnview Athlone Master Denali, exhibited by Carnview, and that is 4-H member Megan Atkinson from Oxford County on the halter, a Golden Oaks Master out of an octane from Hodgland.
Hodgland, oh.
So she goes back to Donette.
Oh, who is quite a brood cow at Hodgland.
It's interesting in looking at a lot of these pedigrees, how many, it might not be the first, second, or third generation, but back in the pedigree there are some really excellent cows.
Those high excellent cows. Yeah, because she was 95, maybe, Donette?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, thank you. We're not trying to put Holstein Canada out of business here today. We're just going to promote their services. There's that heifer again, the Ms. Tang Alligator, a trick. Now she would be, is she a full sister to the Trix heifer that was junior champion at the Royal and is now fresh and apparently looking really good? So these heifers we have talked about before, haven't we? With the switching of, the way the cameras move around. We want to thank Bruce Sargent for Farm Boy Productions for being our live stream production person. Always does a great job.
And the dam behind this heifer, the orangutan, we've heard about her many, many times from the Kingsway strings.
They've made great use out of tools like embryo transfer and IVF and things like that, haven't they? With Jasmine and all the descendants they have of her and the descendants of this cow and the Alley family, and it just goes on and on.
And making really smart breeding decisions and stacking really good bulls in the pedigrees. They've done it's been a fantastic run here with the Alley family and the Jasmines. On our screen now is number 26, Glen Islay WV Bamboozle. This is a full sister to number 25 that we had before, the Parfait daughter of the Sidekick. It goes back to the Gypsy Grand family. I know that's not like a well-known word you hear a lot these days, but when I was
back in the day,
was,
you'd be running out to the mailbox to get the Holstein Journal, and Doug would say, I don't usually see him running that fast, but when I was growing up, I was at Clark's Ayrshire farm in Nova Scotia, and the competition between houses to get to the mailbox when the Ayrshire Review was due was quite something. The crestfallen looks if it wasn't there, and the fights between siblings if it was. But I digress.
Number 26 coming into your screen is the full sister to the heifer that just went by with Andrew Denhan on the halter, Bamboozle. Again, she's a Parfait. Whoop.
Oh, was that tax fraud?
yes.
There we go. Sorry, guys. Did we have a scratch?
We're just getting going here.
Yeah,
It's
it's early in the
it's
day.
all good.
so.
No human lives are at stake, as far as we know. That'd be a master then, out of a byway. Oh, an Oakfield, out of Taxi.
Yes.
Yes.
Going back to Allendale Inspiration Tina.
Len
Now
Vista.
that's a long ways
I
back.
knew I just had to get the word inspiration in there, and you see Marie like
Now
it.
Terry's getting excited when we mention Tina.
Yeah, well, of course.
She and Ernie are fairly fond of that cow, I believe. Yeah.
There's quite a few full sisters of this cow.
Yeah.
Heifers in the show today.
Okay, what we got? I know 29 is coming onto our screen, another Kingsway heifer with a 4-H member on her there, a master daughter out of a Unix. Well, Upridge Holsteins, the Luptons.
So this is a little different breeding from Kingsway. This actually goes back to Unstoppable in Incredibles family.
Oh, really?
Through Cherry Crest, that's neat.
Oh, James, thank you, James. Then we've got Nolan is coming onto the screen right now, Mr. Allardyce. Is he got number 30?
Correct.
Yeah, that's good. And that would be, Stanton's chief daughter, well, out of an impression dam bred by the Stockdales at Extra Mile Farm, and at the moment, still with their name on her. Oh, now we're getting a different view. See, Nolan's haircut has just been exhibited there. You know, we like to be positive and professional, but humor is important in life too, as we've learned in the last few weeks.
So it looks like 20 in the class, gentlemen.
Yeah, good. Once again, the math skills are all over this place. And there's Mike Deaver looking appropriately serious. 31. Oh, that's another full sister here, I think.
Yep.
No, this is a fuel out of Bambuza. Or would we say Bambusa?
It's depending on where you're from.
Okay.
Both are acceptable.
My maritime roots were showing, James. Bamboozle with a Bambusa.
Yeah, but no H's and no O's in Newfoundland.
Or extra H's in Quebec.
There you go.
Hormstown, Quebec. Okay. Oh, so Mike is, I think we're going to have some kind of pulling going on here, and there we are. Marianne, I think, got the nod with 24. Alligator a trick. So the family success continues on. And the lovely and talented Jennifer Peard Anderson is passing out water.
Thank you.
Oh, and Nolan is in there with the Extra Mile heifer, the chief. So we got a
Third place right now is the signature Amazon Warrior.
who's do we know Valley Burn? I'm here to learn.
That rhymes.
Okay. Well, of course, it's all about the poetry. Poetry in motion and poetry in our words. Wow, this is quite a calf, eh? So these are the December babies, and Maplewood Excavating, East Gen, and Select Sires being our sponsors of awards for this class.
Pulling in fourth there is Carnview Apple Master Denali. Number 23. feeding in 5th year, we have
Jackie.
Carnview Mastermind.
Oh, so
number 18.
Carnview, they do a great job with heifers, don't they? I mean, I know they do a great job with cows too, but
I had a nice talk with the board, like Callum and Josh yesterday, and they're pretty excited for the sale next week. So
yeah,
it's been a long couple of weeks for them getting ready, but I think it's going to be well worth it. With the going down their string yesterday was very impressive.
Impressive. And to get the word Guernsey, oh, we got an ad coming here, maybe, or just a speed test. Speaking of Guernseys, I had the opportunity to work with Alison Carn at the National Guernsey Show right here in Ancaster last fall. She had just freshly married Josh, and they received 10 charcuterie boards as wedding gifts, she was telling me. So if you ever go to visit Josh and Alison, you can just go around the whole house and there'll be charcuterie boards everywhere.
The top sellers at the Carnview sale will come with a charcuterie board.
Fully loaded.
1 charcuterie board, that's all you. 2 is what you need in case one's dirty. 3 is a little excessive. 10, oh my.
Yes, they felt that they had a lifetime supply. Allison works with Holstein Canada and is a valued staff member there. All kinds of people watching. I don't know what our number is, but it'll grow. Pretty nice morning here this morning now. The sun's out, a little cool. Wouldn't be.
Attention in the barns. Our judge has made his first lineup here in the Holstein Winter Calf class. So if you could please make your way to ringside with your Jersey Fall calves now, please, that would be appreciated. Also a reminder to our class sponsors to make their way to the photo area prior to the conclusion of this class to have your photo taken with our winner. So for this class, it is sponsored again by Maplewood Excavating.
And we're back live.
Live and full of it. And so once again, the caliber of these calves is really something. Considering they weren't born all that long ago. Really, really intense look at the top end of the class, and impressions. They're really good, solid cows.
We did an interview with Mark Knutsford
Yes.
on what got released the other day, and he said when he looks at pedigrees, he thinks, "Is there greatness in there?" That's what's in his head. Like, is there greatness there? I kept ringing in my head.
And I guess there are.
We have a truck that's outside the doors here, New York license plate KEA 1403, that needs to be moved. So if you could please move your truck if that belongs to you. Again, New York plate KEA 1403.
Wow, look at the work he has to go through to get this back on. This is just, oh, okay. No?
See, if you have a secure, if you're charging for it, you're only giving out a certain number of passcodes. We are back.
So we're back.
And we're back on, all right.
And there we are. And this is that winter calf class. I'm Maplewood Excavating doing it, and we've got the alligator heifer still on top as Mike is talking to exhibitors farther down the line as well about their heifers. Doing a nice, confident job. We need Bonnie Cooper here to provide some of those phrases about crisp reasons and confidence, placing with confidence, and concise reasons and all that. So Bonnie's being honored at World Dairy Expo this year, which is great stuff. International Person of the Year, I think it is. Okay.
Yep.
So we're going to start after this.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have her announce that we're going to do it, but then they hear it. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's one one ticket tonight that we're going to auction off during the showmanship that'll be in the top 6.
Oh, you're guaranteed that it will be.
So there's 150 tickets. We've sold 149. You can have your chance to get one more.
And it will be in the top 6.
Yeah.
During the showmanship.
During the showmanship. So we're going to make that announcement right now, but then just so you guys know, if you can kind of talk that up today, that's happening.
That ticket is available, yeah. Ooh, a little cool in here right at the moment, but it's hot in the ring anyway. So these calves have stayed in their positions. The alligator calf from Hovden, Quality, Beckridge, and Velthuis in the first position, and then the extra mile heifer, the chief daughter, is still number 2. Oh, and Jackie Fraser has been moved up with number 18, I believe that heifer is. She's a Carnview.
Yeah.
Mastermind, what a great name. Out of a Lambda. And then Erica Enright, and she's got that 21, I believe. Yep. And then is that Nadia showing that 5th heifer? We need a number. Again, we need the hat bands, don't we?
So 23.
23.
That's Megan Atkinson.
Oh, Megan Atkinson, the 4-H member. Yeah. And that's a master as well, out of a Hodgland dam. And then Carson Phoenix, 16 maybe?
Ortha Reset Paisley, the Reset daughter out of the excellent Unix.
Who's Reset?
He's a pole bull from Vogue.
I almost could have ascertained that myself, James, from the catalog. Just a test. No judgment. No judgment. Boy, isn't this an incredible class?
We've got some great ringside seats here for where we're sitting in our commentary box. We've got a nice view from the front here as they've all lined up in front of us. You can appreciate the heifers developing their chest and rib structure.
This is outstanding, and it's such a good opportunity for young people to get involved and work with their potential or chosen 4-H calf as well. Get some in-ring training done on this. Find out where she fits in the pack at the moment. June the 1st, deadline for 4-H calf selection, I think. Someone was telling me the other day. Murray, does that sound right? Yep. That will be here in Ontario. So we did have some technical difficulties, but Bruce has overcome those, and we're back.
A good view here as Judge Deaver works down the line of his top 5 animals.
Gentlemen, just while Mike is making his comments, we do want to remind everyone that Maplewood Excavating is the sponsor of this class, and Maplewood Excavating is actually Zachary Vish. So Lenny and Tracy's son, Zachary, and if you've been online and watched any of the work that Maplewood Excavating has done, it's phenomenal. So if you're looking for anything from retaining walls to excavation work of any kind, Maplewood Excavating, right here, just not too far away. So,
judging in our Holstein Winter Calf class is now complete. So congratulations to our class winner, entry number 24, Ms. Tang Alligator A Trick, exhibited by Dan Hovden, Quality, Beckridge, and Veltius Farms. In second place, entry number 30, Extra Mile Malibu Chief, exhibited by Extra Mile Farm. And in third place, number 18, Carnview Mastermind, exhibited by Carnview Farms, Inc. Now over to Judge Deaver for his reasons.
Well, some very nice calves to start today here today. Beautiful dairy calves, pretty early in the year for these little babies, but they have a real nice group. Pair of calves at the top end that sort out pretty handily for me up at the front of the line here. The calf in first over the calf in second. A considerable difference, an advantage today, a little wider through the front end, especially straighter on her front legs, handles her front feet more squarely than the calf in second. And when you get right behind the calves, I think just maybe a little nicer in the shoulder blades. You can't see it from the side view on the black calf because she has that great black color, but over the top maybe just a shade nicer there. There is a slight size difference, but that's really not a major factor here today. The black calf in second, dairy like crazy, silky, a little cleaner in the thigh than the winner, but quite an advantage over the calf in third today that we moved up. A little longer bodied kind of a heifer, a little longer boned, a little more upstanding through the front end. Great arch to her top and rump over a beautiful balanced calf in third. The third calf is just a perfect calf. From side view, she has a long neck and a very, very clean in throat. A beautiful square across her top and has the balance. Not quite the stretch, not quite the elevation,
yes, it has
not quite the width through the down through the heart and the chest as the calves above her. Yet she carries an advantage in style through the head and neck, head carriage, blending of shoulders from shoulders to the neck, from her neck into her head over a nice, long, attractive calf in fourth. Fourth over fifth, so much more cleanliness today, cleaner in the throat, cleaner in the thigh, has more dairiness in her ribs today as far as angle to her rib, over a great balanced calf in fifth, a very straight, deep-bodied, nice flank calf, carries her legs very nicely today. Makes a great class of calves, 5 beautiful heifers at the top end. Thank you.
Back? Or are they going to do
Complete results of the Holstein Winter Calf class are as follows. Entry number 12 was 20. Entry 13 was 19. 14 was 17th. 15 was 8th. 16 was 6th. 17 was 12th. 18 was 3rd. 19 was 9th. Number 20 was 7th, 21 was 4th, 22 was 13th. 23 was 5th. Number 24 was our class winner, Miss Tang Alligator A Trick, exhibited by Dan Hovden Quality Beckridge and Veltius Farms. Number 25 was 11. Number 26 was 14th. 27 was 18th. 28 was 15th. 29 was 16th. Number 30 was 2nd, and our best bred and own, Extra Mile Malibu Chief, exhibited by Extra Mile Farm. And number 31 was 10th. Now entering the ring are the Jersey Fall Calves. This class is generously sponsored by Little Star Holsteins.
Okay, well, we've got a passel of fall heifers in the ring for class number 3 in the Jersey Show, and if we can get some numbers, we'll tell you who we're looking at. 33 is Fresh Start Fuzzy Peach, Blair Bauman on the halter, I believe from also close to Fergus, but it's not all about Fergus. She's a Takashi dam out of a Liberty Gen dam. And that's a heifer that's right on your screen now behind Terry Packard. And would that be 34 that's coming next with Clarissa McCollum, I think?
34 is Carnation Choco Chip Moose, a Choco Chip daughter out of Carnation Joyride Marigold.
And Derek Carn is part of the Carnview family. So
yes. Yeah. And then we have, the Frankens are here. Curtis Ruda and Adrian Franken out of the famous Maestro Dakota, who has done very well here. This is Francrest Premier Talia. She is a Impulse Premier daughter. Kingdoms.
Next down to your screen is Sandy Kingdon, and she's on the Brian Waldrick animal, perennial Kid Rock fanfare. Again, another Kid Rock out of a Colton Fiesta.
That's a nicely ribbed heifer. She was close to us a while ago. I think, James, you could introduce Catherine Milhausen. She's going to be here in a second. The Catherine Milhausen of Alexvale.
And she's entering your screen now on the halter of Alexvale Jordan Go-Go Gadget, an Audubell Jordan daughter from Alexvale Andrea's Go-Go Love. Go-Go Gadget heifer. That's one of my favorite cartoons as a child.
Oh, well, then we're glad we're able to bring you back to that. Dam is pretty successful in the show ring, as I recall.
Go Gadget Go, as they say.
Murray?
Coming into view in just a few seconds will be Carrie Alexander, Maker Farms Incorporated. Maker Gentry Caboose will be this heifer. She's a Gentry daughter, and out of something called Gammon.
Gammon Caboose. A 94-point cow is about 12 years old now, milks like crazy, because anybody with Gammon in their name is a hard worker. That'll be Rapid Bay Gammon as well. Would be the dam. And 39 in a second. We're going to have Ingrid Portina, Lothman Maverick Tinsley. This is a Maverick daughter out of a Joyride dam. She may have gone through the Ontario sale on April 8th. Again, you're seeing some of these heifers a little strong in the top today because of the cool weather and all that, but she's a nice dark, solid colored heifer by the unique Maverick bull, a popular young sire. And we have another OIS animal here.
This is number 40, Glenholm Ferdinand Technicality, a Lightning Ridge Ferdinand daughter from Glenholm Gentry Temptation.
Yeah, she went through the Ontario Invitational Sale on April 8th, going to a member of the Carson family. Johnny Franken on the halter. In a second, we're going to have 41. Murray, that'll be for you, as a gift to you. Hannah Dallaire, I think, on the halter. Well, quite a gap here. And yet...
There she slides into view. Alex Vale K.R. Gertie, Go Hard, from James Alexander. Another Kid Rock, out of a Casino daughter. Gurdy. Imagine that.
Please no. It's family show here.
Yes.
And 42, oh, the legend himself. Hometown kid walked here this morning. In a second, we'll see Jack Malia leading out a calf for Braden Sparks and K-Manor Holsteins. And there the great one appears, a Rapid Bay Gentry daughter out of Genesis Velocities Derby, who is from the famous Delsey family, of first family in the whole dairy industry to have 14 generations of excellence, James. The Delsey family at Norval Acres and Brampton. This is Sparks Gentry Denver, Sparkview Genetics, and K-Manor Holsteins. My, she's long.
Coming onto your screen now, slowly but surely, we have Emmylou America Colton Goose, a Chili Action Colton daughter from a tequila dam exhibited by Maker Farms.
I think this one went through the OAS, I think, as well. The Ontario Invitational Sale, the 59th version, averaged over $3,000 on April 8th, and I'm sure this heifer was in the sale as well.
The OIS over the years has been like such a fantastic place to get your start, kind of get your feet wet with some jerseys and really good pedigrees, and in all shapes and sizes.
You're absolutely right. So next year will be the 60th, and now Murray gets the opportunity to introduce a master breeder in two different breeds.
Absolutely.
Robert Gerald, Bob Gerald himself.
Bob Gerald himself on RJF Video Beacon. She's a video daughter out of Oliver Bashful. Kudos to RJ Farms on being master breeder in both Holstein and Jersey. That's a designation that not many people can say.
Yeah, the sales at Brydon and the Burgesses at Golden are the other two folks that have won both those awards.
So a very elite group of breeders, only three that in the history of Canada so far. So
you want to talk about a success story with Bob and April starting out as a young couple probably 40 years ago, and just have worked so hard and so smart over the years, and two succeeding generations involved now. There's Terry on your screen, Terry Packard, looking at them all.
And again, our appreciation to Little Star Holsteins from Lambton County for generously sponsoring the Jersey Fall Heifer class. The Stevens family.
Isn't that great?
And Jenna Elliott. So it goes back to Murray Elliott, not Murray Elliott, but
Ken Elliott.
Ken Elliott's family, and so.
As with all of our classes here, Bred and Owned Award, sponsored by EastGen, and the class winner certificate presented by Select Sellers.
James, your ability to follow a program and give everybody credit is why we admire you so greatly.
Among other reasons, of course.
What are you doing to fill your time now that you're no longer president of Holstein, Ontario?
I've, being past president and trying to keep Culverberg on the rails as president is my main job. But I've also been volunteered, I guess, or voluntold into the hosting chair position for Holstein Canada's National Convention.
Oh, heavens,
Which will be in Hamilton. So this spring show next year will be a national show. So we'll have even bigger and better things next year. And the convention will be in Hamilton, April 24th to 27th.
April 24th to 27th.
We invite you to come to Hamilton to experience the escarpment. Is the tagline.
Well,
very excited. Got a great committee put together, and we've got some really fun events and some great tours lined up. So.
And is the spring show part of the program?
The spring show will be, yes.
Quite of a different venue than in the other barn the last time a convention was here. It was fine. Ancaster has such amazing facilities, but this particular building is just the cat's meow.
The new barn has been so fantastic to show in for both cows and horses, and it gives just so much more room to house try and get all the animals in one barn or two barns, and having a better atmosphere for the exhibitors, more space, and then just a fantastic ring to show in.
And I'm sure Dad's happy you can turn a 6-horse hitch inside this ring as well. So
that was proven last fall, wasn't it?
We had a good discussion when they were building about how many 6s you could put in here. But,
how big the doors were to get them in the first place. So that was, what was that called, James, that draft horse event that your dad was so implicated in? The famous event last October. Do you recall it?
I just remember having to set up stalls for it, and that was a lot of work. So,
but it was amazing. Are they doing it again?
Yes, Triple Crown.
Triple Crown.
Is, the week before the Royal, and hopefully the plan is to get people who are going to the Royal from far away to come to the Ancaster show for a while, and then show at the Royal. So
well,
it was a great event.
So people should think latter part of October, then right at the end of October, probably. Yeah. Yeah, it seemed to be amazing. The draft horse people were, and I know that's not what we're here for today, but they were thrilled. What a facility, though. What a facility. So next year, this will be hosting the Holstein Canada Convention, the show portion. Will there be a sale?
That's hasn't been decided yet. If somebody wants to do one, I know I won't be. That's all I know.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
I've got enough.
Gentlemen, yep.
The Ontario Spring Discovery Committee's annual fundraiser is the Mega Moolah raffle that had 150 tickets sold for $100 each, and the last 10 tickets in the draw win amazing prizes. So some of those prizes are the Toronto Maple Leaf tickets donated by EastGen, Toronto Raptor tickets donated by Quality Seeds, Golf for 4 here at the Copetown Woods Golf Course next door, Kitchener Rangers tickets donated by Air Farmers Mutual Insurance, a Steel MS 170 chainsaw donated by Brant Tractor, Blue Jays tickets donated by Suregain. We've got vouchers donated by Farm Babe Boutique, Holstein Canada, Max Active, Paris Veterinary Clinic, and Joanna Linton. And the grand prize is the pick of a calf from the following spring show exhibitors: Charlene jerseys, Glenholm jerseys, Joe Russworm, Jeremy Hunter, or Maplewood Farms. So I've been notified that all 149 tickets are sold, but there is still one ticket remaining, and this ticket is guaranteed to be in the top 6. So we will be auctioning that ticket off during the showmanship competition later this evening. So if you haven't got a ticket and you really want one, make sure you stick around for the showmanship competition later tonight. If anyone is interested in having their heifers photographed today, just a note that Patty Jones is set up here in the ring just to the side of the marshalling area for anyone interested in having portraits taken of their heifers. She will be there today and tomorrow for the cow show as well. If anyone's getting hungry, we also have a food truck. You can head out the doors here to support Alice's Catering food truck. She'll be on site, our on-site food vendor today and tomorrow, and the food truck will be serving breakfast from 7 till 11 both days, and from 11 until 4 they'll have lunch. So you don't need to wait till the very end of the show to get your lunch. You can come and go as you need to.
Okie doke. Well, we're still in action in Class 3, the Fall Heifers. That's September to the end of November. You can see Terry Packard is giving this a lot of thought because there's some pretty deep water in this class. 13 maybe, somewhere in that range, I think. And I think we're going to see a selection soon. I can just sense it in my bones.
Your Russell senses are tingling?
That's it. Did you ever know that feeling when you see an animal you really like and you get twitchy? I learned that from Ryan Lancaster. Oh, and Bob Jarrell is one of the early picks.
Reviews in first.
Yes, with that 44 heifer, who has a video, one of the famous, probably the most popular Jersey bull, certainly in this country right now anyway. Phenomenal percentage of very goods on his first crop of heifers. He's a viral son, and was that 33 that was second?
We have Fuzzy Peach, number 33, the Takashi daughter.
Oh, cool. And I know Sandy Kingdon is 4th there, and then Catherine Milhausen in 5th. We've talked about their animals. That'll be Go-Go Gadget, I think Catherine is showing in 5th. 34 is...
I believe.
Yeah, gotcha. So 44, 33, again, the opera glasses wouldn't help here either.
39 in 3rd place.
39.
Ah,
Inward Portina.
yeah, so Unique Maverick, so good day for the Unique bred bulls. One of them at CMEX and the other one at Blondin Sires, I believe. Okay.
Yeoman.
Okay.
Attention in the barns, our judge has now made her first lineup in the Jersey Fall Calf class. So if you have not already done so, please make your way to ringside with your Holstein Fall calves. Holstein Fall calves to ringside now, please.
Makes good sense. So this is going along pretty well. It's 10:14, and we're on our 2nd Jersey class. A little more development on these heifers because they're a little bit older than the December calves.
So far, like I like the alternating class structure.
Yeah.
It's I think it was a neat idea by the committee, and it's nice to see both breeds as a breeder who has more than one breed in the barn. It's you can kind of learn to appreciate both, and maybe some Holstein breeders who are a little too pro Holstein can appreciate the Jersey cow for a day.
And as we've also taught Jersey people to appreciate good Holsteins as well. Because there's a lot to appreciate in the Holstein breed, let me tell you. The progress, James, has just been, I know we're looking at Jerseys right now, but... Oh, okay.
Hey, we want to turn the microphone over to Len Viss. Got some wonderful news, so Len, take it away.
Yes, so I want to thank all the people that have purchased these tickets for the Mega Moolah. It raises about $15,000 for this event. So I want to thank everyone, and I will start naming off the names. So if you hear your name, don't get excited because that's a bad thing. So we're going to start with the 150th person, and we're going to work our way down to 0. So Kevin McRiskin is our famous loser at 150. So I'll just read off the names. John McCollum, Donald Gordon, Balmoral Farms, Walker Bray Farms, Peter Leach, oh, Russell, oh, 144, Russell. Thank you for the support, though. We got Morning Mist Jerseys, Tom Benshop, Ranhaven Farms, Zachary Viss, Sean Boys, Greg McLean, Joe Russworm, and Emily Franken. Thanks for your support, and we'll hit you up for next year.
Are you okay, Russell? Russell has been eliminated from the Mega Moolah.
I am an adult. I am an adult. I'm going to deal with it, and I want to wish everyone else a lot of success.
I admire your professionalism as you dab the tears.
And my fists are clenched, but you know it's okay.
As you see Judge Packard making her second pull here.
I'm just excited. $15,000, Lynn had said, that had been raised through. What's going on here? Through.
It's been a fantastic fundraiser for the spring show, and the quality of the calves keeps improving. Like this year, they put the pictures up of all the calves you get to pick from, and it's really incredible. So, congratulations to the committee for putting this together, and I'm sorry to all the unlucky losers who are out so far.
Well, I think Len really, made us all grow up.
He didn't feel bad that your ticket was gone.
No, and you always take joy in the success of others, James. That is a lesson to learn in life, is even if you want something very, very badly and somebody else gets it, you just congratulate them and drive on.
So for those unfamiliar, the Mega Moolah draw is an elimination draw where 150 tickets are sold, and they keep pulling tickets out until there is a grand prize winner. The grand prize winner gets the choice of 5 calves,
Correct.
all high pedigree, really good calves, to choose from to take home. But there are also a number of other prizes for those finishing up in the top 10. They don't have prizes for 146. I'll make that recommendation to the committee that there should be a booby prize for being pulled first that Kevin could have won, but
yeah. Well, Kevin's a brave man as well.
During the showmanship tonight, there will be a special ticket auctioned off.
So there is a chance for some of the rest of us to get back in the game. And it'll be in the top 6, won't it?
The top 6. So you'll have a 1 in 6 chance of winning the top prize.
And you'll definitely get a prize.
You'll definitely win something.
Participation prize.
So Russell, all you have to do is open that checkbook and
wave my little paw like there's no tomorrow.
And there you go.
I'll consider it. I promise you I'll think about it. So Terry has after her second pull, I guess, has got the leading heifers out there, and Bob Gerald, our two-time Holstein and Jersey master breeder, is leading the pack with that video calf out of a Dutch Hollow Oliver dam. I don't believe this heifer is maybe polled herself, because I think we can see where her hornage used to be.
Interesting use of the word horn there.
Well, those who follow my live videos, James, would be familiar with that term.
Would be familiar with your hornage.
Yes. Roost Crows, Monday, Wednesday, Friday night, 7 p.m. Eastern. 30 minutes of all the information you can handle. But we're going to stop.
Some of it useful, some of it not.
We'll stop the shameless self-promotion now and focus on what's in the ring. That second heifer, Fuzzy Peach, fresh start, and I think Blair probably bred this heifer herself. Yes, she did, because I think her dam is a viral, that specialty posh. And if Jan Basel is watching, maybe he could tell somebody. And by the unique Takashi bull, who's at CMEX. And then is it 39, the Maverick daughter, who's in third out of a Joyride dam, bred by Larry Sheardown, who's here today, Rexley.
Mr.
Larry Sheardown, two-time master breeder within the Jersey breed. And Sandy Kingdon has got the perennial animal, I think. Kid Rock. This is quite a nice tribute to Michael Heath today with these Kid Rocks doing well. And then Catherine Milhausen, 37. Jordan daughter, Audabelle Jordan. Oh, I see Molly is left-handed. Very impressed. That means you're creative, intelligent, and really a great person, Molly. Left-handed.
Russell, I didn't know you were left-handed, but it all makes sense now.
Martina's left-handed too. This is really great.
I feel outnumbered.
Yeah. And usually, most people are right-handed.
Generally.
I think 90%, yeah.
Then you would know the numbers.
Yeah. having lived with it all my life. So there's the heifers, that video heifer, and then the Takashi.
Yep.
Oh, okay, I think we're going to get some announcements.
Judging is now complete here in our fall Jersey calf class. Congratulations to our first place winner, who's also our best bred and own, entry number 44, RJF Video Beacon, exhibited by Robert Gerald. Second place goes to entry 33, Fresh Start Fuzzy Peach, exhibited by Blair Bowman. And third place to entry 39, Lothman Maverick Tinsley, exhibited by Ingrid Portina. Now over to Judge Packard for her reasons.
in our fall calf class. This morning we have quite a few different shapes and sizes. Took me a little while to sort through them, but I'm starting with a pair of calves that are really very similar in their make for me. I like the way they carry themselves out over the top line. They're strong over the top line. They bend smoothly through the crops. Beautiful head and necks on this pair of calves. But our first place calf does have an advantage in the angularity to her rib structure. She's deeper throughout the middle of her barrel. She's got more spring of rib, especially through the flank region today. Following her here with this young calf in second. She's an October heifer, but so balanced. She's long in her frame, hard over her top line. She's fuller in the crop region than the calf that follows out in third. I also really prefer the way that she tracks on her rear legs, on the set to her rear feet, and the strength of pastern that she has. Those are all advantages over our third place calf. Third place calf's a beautiful dairy heifer. Love the style on her head and neck as she comes at you in the ring, and that's an advantage that she has over her calf in fourth. She's also slightly longer through her frame. She's got more spring of rib, more of just the overall length today, and that style through her head and neck, more upstanding in her front end than the fourth place calf. Fourth over fifth on the openness, the spring of rib that she has. She's more correct when you look at her from the front. She stands more squarely on her front legs today. Also fuller in the crops than our fifth place heifer. A little more correct on the angle to her tracking as you watch her walk around the ring. Tracks a little more correctly on the rear legs than her heifer following out in fifth. Fifth over sixth was on the rear legs as well. Just prefer the feet and legs over our sixth place calf that I moved up later in the class. Congratulations to all the exhibitors on the good fall calf class.
Complete results of the Jersey Fall Calf class are as follows. From the top of the program down, entry number 32 was 9th, 33 was 2nd, 34 was 13, 35 was 8th, 36 was 4th, 37 was 5th, 38 was 7th, entry 39 was 3rd, entry 40 was 6th, 41 was 12th, 42 was 10th, 43 was 11, and entry 44 was our class winner and best bred and owned RJF video beacon exhibited by Robert Jarrell. Just a special thank you goes out to EastGen, who is sponsoring our certificates for the best bred and owned animals in each class, as well as to Select Sires for sponsoring the class winner certificates. With that, now entering the ring, we have our Holstein Fall Calves, which are generously sponsored by Willow Lane Holsteins. At this time, I would also mention that new for this year, we will award a red and white junior champion heifer, and the 3 champion red and white heifers will be invited to come back to compete for the coveted prize of Supreme Champion Heifer here at the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. When we get to the champion classes later today, the order of the junior champion classes will be as is marked in your catalogs. So that will be Jersey Junior Champion, followed by the black and white Junior Champion, and then the red and white Junior Champion, before having all 3 champions come back for Supreme Champion Heifer.
Are we back?
If anyone is looking for catalogs, we do have some catalogs down here at the end of the table. So they're $5, and you can just make your way to the head table.
All right, we're back with the Holstein Fall Heifers. The red heifer you got in front of you is Jolly Bois Firma Altitude, owned by Bloomfield Farms down at Elderston, Ontario. She's bred by Rolly Dubois from Quebec, and she's an Altitude out of a Geordie Red.
Okay. Number 46 on your screen there is a Golden Oaks Master Daughter, Echo Glen Master Sriracha, out of Echo Glen Sidekick Santana. Exhibited by Andrew Denham and Echo Glen Farm.
And 47, and we've got a member of the Howard family showing here, is Howard View Unix Legacy, a Unix out of La Madonna's Legacy, and of course that would trace back to our recently crowned cow of the year for Holstein Canada, and it works the other way, doesn't it? It's Dorman La Madonna, or La Madonna Dorman. Dorman. 94-point cow with star breed cows coming from every angle on her pedigree, it seems. Phenomenal. That's the Laurie Sheik family, isn't it? Okay, shut up, Russell.
She's 22 stars in her own right, and I haven't I don't know if I have a calculator big enough to add all of them. Add the rest of them.
Probably over 100. 48. Eden, Vis. Mapelwood Lester Tesla by Lester P. and out of Taxi again. So this is one of those taxi days. Oakfield Corners cow. 49, Johnston's.
49 is Maple Leaf View Milano Aruba. She's a Milano daughter out of a Dorman. And we've seen Dorman on sires and maternal grandsires for many generations now. So
you don't see a lot of white show cows, but back in her family, Tri-Day Ashley.
Oh, really?
Cows, yeah.
Well, Terry's, we are keeping Terry so happy here today. Boy, you are an expert, James. There's a nice heifer, James. That 50, is that 50? Maybe?
51.
I think 51 is behind her, so I think that's 50.
This is 50. This would be Spruce Tone Illustrator Tango, a Vogue Illustrator P-Daughter out of Sunny Maple Tango Dorman.
And then are we back with the Stockdales again, or that extra mile? Monaco Fuel, a Fuel daughter out of a Unix dam. I think.
Fuel out of a King of the Ring.
King of the Ring, exactamundo.
50, that was 52.
Okay. Oh, well, that would be the Charlene Unix Fantastic, owned by Charlene, the late Michael Heath, and Pleasant Nook. Unix out of a Dorman, hopefully Goldwyn behind that. That's a Magic Cross, I believe.
On your screen now, we have number 54, Balmoral Control Jiggle, control daughter from Balmoral Chrome Judy. Recent Master Breeder winners.
Yes, they were very excited about that. From up near Mildmay, Ontario. And then there's a red heifer.
The red heifer is Holzer Warrior Rose from Highbean Holsteins and Parallel Genetics. Mr. Blondin Warrior Red out of Diamond Roses, bred by the Joe Unholzer family over at Lakeside, Ontario in Oxford County.
Beautiful. Is that, we're wondering if 56 is the next animal, or if that's a bridge view. Just a small movement would really...
56 is correct.
Is the Bright Light Revolve Lotus. Oh, Bollybright Farms down in Essex County, the Morrisons. This is a Cedar Wall Revolve daughter out of a Lotus dam. Oh, bred by Lyndon Stewart, Aspiration.
Next dam's an 89 Lumineer, and then Belfast Doorman Lust.
I think that might have been from the Calves for a Cause sale a year or two ago. They did buy a heifer from Lyndon in that sale, from that family, I think. And we got a full ring. It's Ms. Morrison showing there. Vicky will be here somewhere today. She's a very active board member on Dairy Farmers of Ontario. We're doing a great job. In fact, Vicky is watching, helping her daughter out. Yep. With encouragement. So we seem to have a little bit of a stall there.
Vicky's a go-getter. She
is so full of energy, and
she
she's
is.
so good for the industry.
Yeah.
Irish by birth as well. Has a lovely lilt to her.
With a education degree as long as her arm. So.
She was involved in the Advanced Agricultural Leadership Program. We seem to have quite a little stall here at one part of the ring, just because there's a lot of heifers in the ring. It'd be great if we could figure out who the next one was with all the time we've had to get ready. It is 57.
Yeah, next, there he comes. This is number 57. Just moving on to your screen from the left, we have Winright Sunny Lodge Lambda Date, exhibited by Bridgeview Farms. a Delta Lambda daughter out of Winright Awesome Date, who is a Awesome out of Garay Blind Date, who is All-American and All-Canadian Senior Calf.
Not getting up at 4 a.m. pays off, doesn't it, James?
Some days.
Who's next? Is that 58 or?
Only my X-ray.
Yeah. I'm going to mention hat bands again. That could be an Eclipse perennial daughter from Far Row Holsteins. Notice we're couching our terms here. Could be. I think I see Blair Weeks here.
Yes.
And Blair has a string out in the barn, so
yeah,
we've got 5 heads.
All the way from Prince Edward Island.
I had to deliver him some corn silage on my way here this morning.
You're the best, James. Now we see Brantow coming.
This is Miss Duckett, WLW
yes.
Red, exhibited by Future Crescent House Holsteins, a blonde and Willow's daughter of Beaver Ray Unstoppable Alamac.
Did that heifer go through the Duckett sale, maybe, up at Craigcrest? Possibly.
Her third dam would be the Great Apple.
Oh, yes. And I wonder if Willows has any in his pedigree. Any apple, that is. Don't know. It'd be impossible for you to do deep dives on pedigrees on both sides, wouldn't it, James?
I should have. I apologize.
Is that 61 coming here?
This is 61.
Do you want to tell us about her? Because
Jan 158 Crushable Fire from Brayholm Holsteins and John Jansma down Niagara Way. She is a crushable daughter out of a sidekick, and kind of a pedigree that's near and dear to my heart. Goes back to a cow that I bought from Dave Diamond in the Taste of Ontario sale once upon a time. That goes back to Pengate Sky Chief Finesse.
Well, thank you for
a little history lesson.
Yeah.
Another history lesson from James.
Okay. I see Brian Carskadden
coming into view. Number 62 would be Brian Carskadden on the Carnview Heifer. Carnview Alligator a Buzz. Stanton's Alligator out of Lily King Abbey Road.
Wow. So we would think of Lauren Briscoe and the Abbey experience. Alley experience, sorry. That Lauren is... They've had a lot of good females out of that family, haven't they? And is Adam Hunt kind of involved in that too, I think? Yeah. An alligator daughter. Ooh. She's...
So James, if you need some alligator semen, you will need your checkbook for that.
Yeah. Boy, there was those 3 lots. What was it, 2,400 that one of them sold for, and 1,700 the other ones, and then 32, 33 at Calves for
Ontario annual meeting in Ottawa. It was 2,500 a dose. Just wild.
And that was so great of the board of directors of East Gen to loosen up their supply.
This is number 63 on your screen, Bailowskeen Unix Sensation, exhibited by Howe Holsteins Incorporated, a Unix daughter from Bailowskeen Addiction Saucy.
Keaton Phoenix is also part owner of this one, along with Stan Howe Holstein. So.
Yes.
I didn't look far enough down the page there, sorry.
And I'm thinking, in fact, we're pretty sure we know who the next heifer is, that Nolan Allardyce is leading as 64 Extra Mile CPA a wedding dance. Rovelin Farms, Sunny Terrace, that'll be Colton Ottred, and Sidney Kane. So Brant County coming on strong in the ownership department. A Warrior Red out of that asparagus pea cow that Kyle Stockdale's been so involved in and has done a lot of flushing work on as well. Nice red heifer. And there's going to be a red Supreme Championship, we understand here. Or red entries in the Supreme Championship. The junior champions are allowed to come back, and there's Morrison's again, Murray.
Yep, this is Holzer Warrior Baboom. She's a warrior daughter out of a boomer. Excuse me. And Marty Unholzer shows up on this one. So.
Yeah, Malden Valley. That'll be Scott Morrison leading her. One of Vicky's offspring. Is this? Wow.
good to be the Kernview Heifer.
66.
Yeah.
River down Unstoppable, out on Glen Hart Travel. Darcroft Farms and Kernview have a partnership on this heifer, and Dean Kern on the halter.
Might I note that Darcroft would be the home of Paul McLeod, freshly minted president of the Canadian Guernsey Association, president of 2 national associations in his lifetime, Holstein and Guernsey.
Having seen the Guernsey on the farm sheet, it's not a bad heifer.
Yep.
This is number 68, though, Three Ridge Warrior Madison, exhibited by Braymont Holsteins and Kevin Williams, a warrior daughter out of Leechland Slater Marie, sorry.
Emma Finch, enthusiastic 4-H member. She does a lot of work with Glenholm on their jerseys, too. We've seen Claire Swale taking a lot of pictures today in the middle of the ring, and we see Doug Green doing his ringman work. And now, who do we think the next one is that Jojo Russworm has?
I believe that's the number 68, a Blondin Warrior again.
No, we just introduced that one, or James did. Well, you're allowed one a day. You know, we've got Jeff Stevens is coming onto the screen with a Golden Oaks Master daughter, Weeksdale Master Nitro, out of a Randall Dam, a Skylane bred Randall Dam, and again from Weeksdale at Breadalbane, Prince Edward Island, near Springfield.
So the heifer just leaving to the right is number 69, KSF Oreo McFlurry, lambed out of a Sanchez Dam.
Thank you, James. And then Murray, we've got Blair himself.
Blair himself on Weeksdale Legend Recharge, a Blondin Legend daughter out of an Avalanche, bred and owned by Weeksdale Holsteins Incorporated.
That is a long trip. I wonder if Blair's got that new 94-point jersey here with him. I would almost guess he does. I want to bring her. We'll find out. Time will tell, as it always does. That is one of the most famous guarantees you can have. Time will tell. In fact, it's the only thing that's really, really true. And it even, because it always works out. We got a Sigma here on 72. Would that be Brent?
That is Brent. Okay. Sigma on the halter of number 72. Sigmadale Avalanche 1G, Fricosan Holsteins, and Sigmadale Holsteins. Diamond Home Apples Avalanche.
Now that'd be a bull bred not very far from here, wouldn't it? By the Diamond family.
Co-bred by Unique Holsteins.
There, thank you, for James. You are the Horst Bacchus of your generation. I'm just so thrilled by your depth of knowledge. You're almost as good as Joe Robinson talking about jerseys all the time, and we can't believe how Jill has learned so much from Doug since their marriage 22 years ago.
And we're back to number 45, the red heifer on your screen, owned by Ethan McMillan.
Yeah.
Or Ethan Bloomfield. Ethan Bloomfield. Get the right family here. Yeah. Ethan Bloomfield from Bloomfield Farms. So Ethan, energetic young man.
Now, has he got any relationship to John?
John Jensen.
Yes.
Jensen Halder.
Is that his grandpa?
That's his grandpa. And Penny Jensen is
his mama.
Grandma.
Or his grandma. Yeah. Met them at the Royal at the Classic.
Yep.
So wow, look at these calves.
A little side note on Jensen's. They were originally halter donors at the first.
Oh, yeah. Classic?
Well, it was known as the...
what was it? Hayes
Contact Hayes
Classic.
Classic originally.
Dairy Contact and Hayes Farms. And was that Oakville, wasn't it?
That was in Oakville in 1980, and they donated Harders to the best exhibit at that point in time, and have been there every year for 41 years. So.
And was it Middlesex that won that exhibit?
Middlesex
past year?
won that.
Yeah. Back in November, way back in time. Look at these calves. Isn't this something? Just, oh, and Willow Lane Holsteins are the sponsors here on this class, along with East Gen and Select for the awards. Oh, and we've got some pulls.
Again, our extreme appreciation to Brian and Judy Slaughter from Willow Lane up in just outside of Forest, Ontario, for their generous sponsorship of the fall heifer calf class here in the Holstein division.
All the way from PEI.
Yeah, pulled first we have Weeksdale Legend Recharge. It's the legend daughter. Granddaughter of Golden Raleigh, 94.5 cal. Did a lot of winning on the East Coast.
And then Emma Finch, she just moved there.
The second is Three Ridge Warrior Madison.
Wow, this is one amazing class, let me tell you. See, Mr. Karn is in there in the hunt, down a few. Brian Karskadens. That heifer he was leading is about 4th at the moment.
It's the alligator from Lily King Abbey Road.
Ah, yes.
Shown by Carnview.
The LA Experience.
And Carnview again with the Darcroft partnership.
And Tyler Dorion would have bred the dam. Valuable part of Jacob's Holsteins in Capson, Quebec. And speaking of diamonds, there's David over there to our left, looking properly serious today. I might as well tell the world that one of my life goals is messing up David's hair someday. I don't know if he's going to allow it to happen in public, but because he has excellent hair. So we're keeping it positive, James. We all have aspirations in life, don't we?
You have to have goals. That is what people have told me. You got to have goals, so reach for your goals, Russell, and you may achieve them.
That's my bucket list.
Well, just sneak up behind reach.
I would never do it on a day that David is showing animals, however. I have too much respect.
There's lots of clear magic in the barn. We touched on.
So David's actually been involved with a lot of influential cows, hasn't he, in his time?
There's been a few.
You find Avalanche in a lot of pedigrees. And then Glenn Drummond, I mean the family, Splendor family.
Apple, Chastity, quite a number of high-profile animals.
I was telling David a little while ago about how impressive his father Roger was in the industry as well. Roger was a leader in like Ontario DHI and various parts of the industry, and really presented himself well and was a tremendous public speaker as well. So we're seeing this class being put together here, this first pull at the moment.
Yep.
Attention in the barns. Our judge is working on his first lineup here in the Holstein Fall Calf class. So if you could please make your way to ringside with your Jersey Summer Yearlings. Jersey Summer Yearlings to ringside now, please.
Just going to name off another 15 people. So again, don't get excited if you hear your names. So Vicky Stern, Darcroft Farms, Dunlea Farms, Bride-On Farms, Morning Mist Jerseys, Dandyland Holsteins, Doug McKay, Tommy Faulkner, Jeremy Viss, Brad Nemajon, Johnny Franken, Sean O'Connor, Theo Elshoff, and Alex and Julie Cunnington, and Doug DeBoer. So we're down to 121.
Well, that wasn't quite as painful as the last time, the announcements of some more people who were out of the Mega Moolah draw.
Another high-profile group.
Taking the bite the dust.
Just too bad that, you know, Kyle and Darkcroft could hang on a little longer.
Well, they've still got the Guernsey presidency to hold on to.
It's the silver lining.
Yeah. And again, we are so thrilled for those who are still in the hunt for that Mega Moolah. It's all about being happy for others. I continually say that. So look at these calves. Now there's over 20, I guess, here, obviously.
27, I believe.
Murray says 27. Look at this first heifer. Wow. This is just really, really impressive. So people should be here next year live when the national... is Holstein going to allow Jersey to participate next year?
I believe the structure might stay the same.
Okay, it gets the Spring Discovery Committees. Yep. In fact, they would welcome them with open arms. It was really quite something to see the number of jerseys in that National Congress sale. There were about 30, I think, sold down there last Tuesday at Fairman Tents. Whoops. Frozen screen. And there we are. And we're back. Look at that. Look at that.
Really beautiful lineup of fall heifers. I was about to say senior calves, but...
Well, you're...
The new terminology,
yes,
James.
you must evolve with the times in that terminology. The middle of the class.
But, uniformity, guys, all the way down the line. I mean, you start at the other end and work your way up here. I mean...
They're just amazing.
You know, these are just fall heifers. I mean, they're just September calves. And be this well grown and that well developed, and
So, 71. I would guess that first heifer is going to be a very popular winner. If she stays there.
Time will tell.
Look at the bone quality in this heifer, though.
A wise man once told me, time will tell.
It is the...
And even to be the rib structure.
Yeah.
It's just a power thrower.
Yes. And she's a Blondin legend. And she is still there. Okay, 68 is still second. 63 is third. Maybe.
Judge Deaver really taking a close look at these top two.
Yeah, the legend and the warrior.
He's got them pulled out tip to tail.
I hope young people are taking down your use of phrases like that, James, so that they can go on in their careers and shine. I know you're in tears now.
Thank you, Russell.
It came from my heart. 63.
The Vale of Skiing Unique Sensation exhibited by House Holsteins. Going third.
Is that a Diction bull? Was that a red bull or a... Yeah. 62 is the current...
The family behind this 63,
yep.
The third place heifer is all red. There's a Rolls Royce and a number of different Red Bulls.
Ah, yeah. Okay, yeah, there's been consistent use of Red Bulls. Boy, those are nice heifers. is really interesting. He's
the judge is giving some breakdown and reasons as he pulls them in.
Yeah, I find that very interesting.
I think as an exhibitor, it's nice to know exactly where you stand, and you might not be able to hear the reasons as you're exiting the arena.
Oh, a little bit of a
jump here. Number 70 coming up. That's Weeksdale Master Nitro. Exhibited by Weeksdale Holsteins.
Jeff on the halter. And then that 62 heifer that Brian Karskadden is showing, the alligator. Bred by Carnview.
Double Carn here. 66 pulls in its Carnview, the Unstoppable, or the arch rival from an Uno from Apple.
My heavens, these heifers are good. Second is
Ontario Spring Show, Russell. Would you expect any less?
Well, there you have it. This is really, really a spectacular version of this show, isn't it, though? A lot of enthusiasm in the industry, like we were saying. The CDX was stunning this year, the Canadian Dairy Expo. Almost 17,000 people over 2 days, a new record attendance. And fun fact, did you know that 50% of the people who attend CDX year after year are 35 years of age and under? So it's about the future.
Yes. I thought you were going to say 35% or 50% of people had to park like up on the curb on the road.
There's a lot of work being done on parking there, believe me. That was, yeah. It was... But what you could do is just go to the junior farmers thing, pay $10 in the morning, and like you walk 50 feet. Yeah, and have a great parking space.
That was a fantastic show.
Oh, it was
so many people back
the
there.
German pavilion was really fascinating. That edition of the,
yes, it was.
and the Calves for a Cause sale, and the other things in the Cow Coliseum and everywhere. And the visiting areas and the 4-H people having that record sale of grilled cheese sandwiches, 2,300, and their best year before was 1,500. Just stunning. It was like such a success.
Well, you know, gentlemen, we're seeing a renewed enthusiasm in the industry at our 4-H level as well.
Yeah.
The clipping competition, you know, was almost double what the committee had expected.
I remember talking to Jeff back in the winter time about getting that going, and he's like, you know, if we got 15 kids, it'd be great. You know, if 15 kids that we could do something with, and then to have almost 50, it's just a wild response.
And we got the same response down east, Kelly Fawcett Mather.
Yes. Were there 180 kids or something at that event?
It was unbelievable. They like almost double what they expected down there, and what a great clinic it was put on to, you know, instruct our there seems to be that renewed excitement about getting back into what we've been used to pre-COVID. You know, it's taken us 4 years to work away from that, but
it's there.
In working with the branch and all the county shows, et cetera, it has been, you know, getting things restarted again has been a challenge. So hopefully this year,
this is the year.
Traction.
Yeah. And Kelly Fawcett Mathers, if you want somebody to do something, there's your choice. Very effective. At some point we'll have to talk about dairy cares down in Eastern Ontario as well, but we'll get to that, and Kelly again being one of the people implicated in that. So there is a lineup of heifers. We're seeing kind of the start of the middle of the class, I guess. Well, now we've got the toppers. So Blair Weeks having a pretty nice day, 1st and 4th, with homebred heifers. Is there a place
along the lines of our youth, there's some renewed interest in events that are going to happen this summer. There's a new showdown coming in for the West Central region, so some enthusiastic young people that are putting that show together, and the Ontario branch, James, is looking at reviving our judging competition, so I know there's a great committee put together to work on that. If you have any ideas or information, please, share them with us. So.
I'll have to get Pam on to talk about that. She's been spearheading that. I think it's been talked about a lot at board level, getting that inter-county judging competition back going in the province, because it was so well attended and well liked. So getting that going will be a priority.
I see you're very good at setting priorities for Holstein, Ontario now that you're no longer president, James. Yeah, full of ideas. Who's that guy in the corner coming up with ideas? Yeah. We should do this.
Have fun, guys. I'll be gone next year. So I do think it's a great program to get back going, get kids back into the judging. Okay.
Judging in the Holstein Fall Heifer class is now complete. So congratulations to our winning entry number 71, Weeksdale Legend Recharge, exhibited by Weeksdale Holsteins. This heifer is also best bred and owned. Second place goes to entry 68, Three Ridge Warrior Madison, exhibited by Braemont Holsteins and Kevin D. Williams. And third place goes to entry 63, Valoskeen Eunuch Sensation, exhibited by Howe Holsteins, Inc. Now over to Judge Deaver for his reasons.
I forgot that. Well, a very nice class of September calves here. Some beautiful calves at the top end. Early in the year, there are some differences, and our job is not to forecast the future, but to have a look for the moment. And today, the calf that wins the class has the size, she has the balance. She's a calf that excels the calf in second today in that she has more front end, she's deeper in her chest, she's wider through her front legs, she walks particularly square on her front feet, a little more substance of bone in this heifer over the very stylish heifer in second. I love the depth of body on the first heifer all the way through, the depth through the flank, and she is a strong, very attractive, stylish heifer. The second heifer I really, really like. She's long-necked, feminine, beautiful head. I love the style through the front end. She's great on her front legs. She carries out nicely through her loin and rump. I prefer the pin setting, the tail setting on the second heifer over the first heifer. Today she has just a little more lift to her front end, if you will, a little more on the higher type of chine maybe than the heifer in second or in third today, but she's a little fine-boned to win the class. The third heifer, a very powerful, very attractive heifer, carries herself over the fourth heifer in terms of width through the front end, width through the rear end. She's deeper in her body. She has lots of nice parts, beautiful angle from hips to pins, beautiful rump on this heifer, and a little wider bone than the heifer in fourth. The fourth heifer, very attractive. She's a heifer that's going to make some progress, I think, through the year. She's streamlined, she's long, she's lean, she's got a good arch in her top, strong loin, very clean, attractive bone, but a decided advantage over the heifer in fourth in the way that she handles her front legs, her front feet. She's more correct in her foot angle, if you will, on her front feet. A little nicer moving heifer through the front end than the heifer in fourth. The fourth heifer has all the balance in the world. You love that. She strikes you when she comes in. She has a great rib structure, great width of chest, beautiful arch in her top, and a nice rump on the heifer. But today, the inside toes on her bother me a little bit. She's too steep on her foot angle, a little bit steep in her pastern today in her front legs, so therefore she's not moving as smoothly as the four heifers above her. But a nice class of calves, and thank you.
So the complete results of the Holstein Fall Heifer class are as follows. Entry number 45 was 15, 46 was 9th, 47 was 16th, 48 was 19th, 49 was 23rd, 51 was 7th, 52 was 17th, 54 was 10th, 55 was 13th and the second place red and white heifer, 56 was 21, 57 was 20th, 59 was 22nd, number 60 was 8th, and the first place red and white, Ms. Duckett WLW Avery Red, exhibited by Future Crest Holsteins and Howes Holsteins Inc. Number 61 was 18th, number 62 was 5th, 63 was 3rd, 64 was 14th, 65 was 24th, 66 was 6th, 68 was 2nd, 69 was 11th, number 70 was 4th, number 71 was our class winner and best bred and owned, Weeksdale Legend Recharge, exhibited by Weeksdale Holsteins Inc., and entry number 72 was 12th. Now entering the ring are the Jersey Summer Yearlings. This class is generously sponsored by Walker Bray Farms, so if someone from Walker Bray could make their way to the photo area once the class is finished, that would be wonderful. Another reminder that anyone wanting to have their heifers photographed today, Patty Jones is set up in the corner of the marshalling area, and anyone that's hungry, Alice's catering truck is out the doors at the end of the barn here for anyone that's looking for lunch. And one last reminder, those youth that are participating in the showmanship competition later this evening, if you could please, if you have not already picked up your harness card, make sure you come up here to the head table to pick up your harness card by around lunchtime.
Okay. Okie doke. Well, we've got 75 and 76 on your screen. James, who is 75?
75 is Perennial Video Flirt, exhibited by Braymont and Kevin Williams, who's a video daughter out of Perennial Tequila Forever.
I think sold in calves for a cause. Murray, who's 76?
76 is RJ Farms, RJF Webcam Brisk, Robert Gerald on the halter, a unique webcam daughter out of a Joel.
Wonder if she goes back to Becky. Good question, Russell.
I'm glad you asked her.
Yeah. 77 from Alex Vale and Sunny Home Dairy Farms Limited is Alex Vale Tequila's Galaxy. She's a tequila out of Goodylicious. Now, I love Catherine Milhausen's names, who is a Vivitar daughter, and there she is. Galaxy, Mama is Goodylicious.
So, Sunny Home Dairy Farm is Dr. Rob Swackhammer.
Oh, yes, of course. Dr. Rob, one of the great assets of our industry with his vet service.
78 on your screen now, led by Jeff Stevens. Here is Rapid Bay V Delightful, an Arethusa Jade Velocity daughter out of Rapid Bay Connection Durrell, exhibited by DAD Livestock.
And she's one of the heifers in the Megamula draw.
Really?
Yes, saw her yesterday on that listing, and Connection Durrell goes back to Dory D.
Number 79, Carrie Alexander, Maker Farms Incorporated, with her Rapid Bay Gentry daughter out of a BRC.
Brydon Remake Comerica.
There we go. That's some old genetics. I think I remember.
And would go back to Gammon Caboose.
Maker Gentry Cabaret.
Now, is that 80 that's behind Carrie? That'll be a Joel from Charlene. John and Sandy Kingdon and the farm itself, and Joel out of Certified Velocity Virus, VVVV. 81.
Yes, that's 81.
Yep.
Howard Haven CC Chewy Curds. An Avonlea Chips Canadian Club daughter from Painside Tequila and Curds, an interesting combination, maybe not right for the stomach, but exhibited by Madison Diamond.
And we'd be going back to mac and cheese, that cow family.
Yes.
I had a plate of mac and cheese at Painside March 25th, as a matter of fact. It was exceptional.
Did you rate that on TripAdvisor, or did you put that on Yelp, or?
No. Jill told me not to.
Doesn't want to be overwhelmed with clientele.
Oh,
and Bride On Farms making their first appearance of the day with Bruce Sales on the halter. Bride On Maverick Sensor, a unique Maverick.
And look who's chasing her into the ring is 83 Galaxy Joel Classy, owned by a partnership of Alex and Angela Dolson between Rockwood and Aaron, and Al and Julie Cunnington. This is a Joel daughter out of a Velocity dam bred at Avonlea and from the famous K family at Avonlea, one of the world's best-known Jersey cow families. Nice, dark, long-bodied heifer, 2nd of June, virtually full age. Oh, there's that master breeder, Bob Gerald's right near, close to us anyway.
Double master breeder.
Double master breeder, one of only 3.
Double.
Yeah, double. I'll be over for a drink afterwards, Bob. Yeah.
84 coming on your screen here is Charlene VIP Vodka, a River Valley Venus VIP daughter from Charlene Getaway Vacay, exhibited by Charlene Jerseys and Lee Simonton. Or Simonton, I think.
Potato. Yeah. Lee's a great guy. I had a lot of fun with him during the Holstein show at Madison, or Holstein. And who we got on the ring now? We got Sandy's gone through. Is this the RJF heifer? Another one?
85.
Yep. That'll be a Victorious. RJF Chance's Vendetta ET out of Premier Chance. And I think that might go back to some Huronia breeding. Imperial Crystal, I'm thinking, would be that 85 heifer. I think that's Sydney Gerald on the halter. And as the grand finale.
And 86 is Morning Mist.
Takashi,
a unique Takashi, exhibited by Kev Crust Holsteins, bred by James and Kathy Mason at Woodstock.
And Mama is a viral, so she's one of my grand animals from my CMEX days. Not that I'm biased.
Takashi is a Takashi 6'9" is where that comes from. He's a mumble rapper.
Oh,
that the kids like these days.
Well,
in prison, he's got a lot of face tats.
Lee Morey would be very much a popular culture icon. I see Erica Sales is across the way, and I see Brian as well. Brian and Denise. Oh, a lot of sales right there. And Brian had a big birthday on April 6th that has a 0 in the end. 50 years old. Yep.
He's been 50 for 30 years.
Correct.
Well, in the middle of your screen there is number 73, Crane-Crest Victoria Tickle, a Victorious daughter of Glenholm Maestro Dakota, exhibited by Curtis Ruda and Adrian Franken. And then we have Adrian Franken himself on Crane-Crest Victorious Texas, would be a full sister to
Yes. Yeah, born from the same flesh and born on the same day. And that cow is, I think, had some success here at this show in the past. 94-point cow, bred by the famous master breeders at Glenholm.
And I think, gentlemen, we've been all the way around the ring once, so...
This is a Calves for a Cause heifer coming on. I may take a stroll. You're hoping I don't come back, aren't you?
Well, I'm not, but maybe some of the viewers are. I'm not sure.
And again, our appreciation to Walker Bray Farms, Guelph, Ontario, for being the generous sponsors for the Jersey Summer Yearlings. And again, we thank East Gen for their Bred Known certificate and Select Sires for the Class Winner Award. So let's just enjoy what we see going around the ring here. Again, a really nice class of summer yearlings in our Jersey show. James?
I believe there's 14 headed around the ring now.
James, you were talking about your tenure on the Ontario branch board. Their annual meeting is headed this way again next year in London, Ontario. Is that correct?
Yep, it'll be in London. Last Tuesday of February is what we usually head for. We've got an organizing committee headed up by Mr. Darcroft, Kyle McLeod, who's looking after that. So he's getting a program together. So that'll be a fun time in London. We're going to have some tours. And of course, awards night and the exciting AGM to follow.
The location for that has been determined?
I'm not sure of the exact hotel, but it's in London.
Lots to do in London, and certainly numerous herds within a short driving distance. There'll be several tours, I'm sure, going northeast and west.
Yeah, a lot of really good herds to visit out that way. Judge Packard, looking at number 85 here. Victoria's daughter from RJ Farms.
So James, with all that nice weather this past week, first planting of sweet corn in the ground
We
already?
have not turned a wheel, unfortunately. We were tempted. It was thought it might be a little early. Our main issue was I was away. I was at CDX for a couple days, hosting a podcast there, and then I got sick when I got home, and then I had to go to Montreal. So I managed to miss all that really good weather, which is a bit of I would say a big disappointment. So, but we'll get out there fairly soon. And then every 10 days after that until the middle of June.
Well, it's still April.
Yeah,
so
it's still April, and it did snow most of the day yesterday, so we can't be too upset.
What did I miss?
Wouldn't you like to know? We really talked a lot about you, actually.
Exactly. Well, if they're not talking about you, that's a bad, bad sign.
Russell has returned with some rations.
Snacks.
Snacks, okay.
I actually have some cookies that were made by Mitchell Ormiston, who is the son of Paul and Krista Ormiston. Krista would be well known in the industry for her work with East End and CMEX, and I think Food and Farm Care. They generously gave me a couple of bags of cookies when they brought me some sourdough bread last week. I took one of the bags of cookies.
Is that standard practice? Everybody just gives you like mac and cheese, sourdough, cookies, reputation?
Well, I'm so thin, everybody's worried about me, James.
Yeah.
Wow, look at these. So these are the summer yearlings. Walker Bray Farms, great livestock people. Remember Jimmy Walker very fondly.
Doesn't matter the breed, type of animal, chickens, horses, jerseys, holsteins, they really they
Speckled Park.
Speckled Parks.
Well, gentlemen, I think you appreciate the animal in the skin she's in.
And that's well said, Murray.
You know, you just got to love these summer yearlings we're looking at right now. Again, a very uniform group. You know, youngest or oldest to youngest, all the way around. I do have a question for you, James. The Loweth boys are on a new adventure just down the road here from Ancaster, a short distance.
So they've built a on-farm processing facility, and it's called Summit Station Dairy, and so they'll be starting to process milk, I think, this summer. I'm not sure exactly the start date, but they'll actually be they'll be on tours next year when the national convention is in Hamilton.
So are they dealing in fluid milk or
home deliveries too?
Yeah,
right?
the fluid milk, and they're going to do some home deliveries in and around Ancaster. So.
Okay, and chocolate milk as well?
I did see a post yesterday.
It's important.
It was Ben with about 15 different various shades of chocolate milk trying to nail down the recipe.
Wonderful.
And the facility, I looked at it this morning when I was driving by, is absolutely gorgeous. It looks like a station, like a train station. It's so...
so at that point, there used to be a train station there.
Right there. And was it called Summit Station, or did they...
Yep.
Yeah, which is where they're...
Where Summit Home comes from.
Yeah. I was told this morning that...
Distracted?
Yeah, I'm just letting people know we are trying very hard to mute ourselves when Jen is giving reasons. But yeah, the Lois would do everything first class, and obviously this is going to be incredible. But that home delivery, I think they've got a lot of people already signed up to. Maybe they're at maxed out. I think in their first run. You know,
in a good spot like we are. You're fairly close to Ancaster, so like the same as our sweet corn business. It's really good to be close to a nice population.
Location.
Yes, we have a new one in Oxford as well, and it's the dispenser, so you bring your own container.
Really?
And
I've been there. Goldsby. Is that how to say it, Barry?
Goldsby Dairy, yeah.
They're lovely people. They milk a Holstein herd there, and near, kind of west of Woodstock, northwest.
West of the farm show.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And it's a
when I was
great
in New
place.
Zealand, I saw like they had an automated one at the end of the farmer's lane. It's just you bring your own thing and fill it up and move on. Got some pulse here going on.
And very decisive ones.
Yeah. Coming around to lead us off will be 79. That's the entry of Maker Farms. Gentry Cabaret.
With Carrie exhibiting. As we say, out of the Caboose family. Bob Jarrell.
Double master breeder.
Oh, unique webcam. This is a good day for the unique bulls. From Rochester, Alberta. '81.
It's the Howard Haven entry, shown by Madison Diamond. Well, it's not Madison Halter, but Chewy Curds is in third. And I think as Russell chews on a curd,
Sergeant Family Dairy.
And of course, will be Jen Kyle for some announcements.
Attention in the barns. Judge Packard is working on her first lineup here in the Jersey Summer Yearling class, so if you haven't already done so, please bring your Holstein Summer Yearlings to ringside now, please. Holstein Summer Yearlings to ringside now.
Don't be so hard on yourself. You know how to get here this morning. If anybody wants some curds, they're a little together, but they're quite good. No, I think so. Okay. Thank you. Well, we are back in. Yep. We are seeing this lineup, and you're seeing the fairly close to the top of it. Today you're seeing our, what do we call those folks? There's a special name for our helpers today in the ring. Two young guys that are doing a great job keeping the ring clean. Hygiene specialists? Or
in-ring sanitation engineer?
Yes. I believe Dr. Henshaw would call them that. Biosanitary?
Biosanitization experts? Judge Pack has moved in front of the animals, judging them from head on. Now I know, dairy, through their head and dairy character isn't necessarily a thing, but width of muzzle and you get a sense of the chest from out front here.
And there are some, wow.
And just pretty heady ones.
Yes, absolutely. I have a big expression, James, about running a pig through front legs. Sometime today I'll tell you where that came from.
Go on.
I was in Oregon in 1993, August of 93, with Grant Cole from Alberta. And we stopped and visited master breeder Bob Howard at Rebob Farms at Tillamook, Oregon. And we told him we were going to Idaho to AU jerseys. And he said, you will see some cows over there that are so wide front-ended jerseys that they could run a pig through their front legs. So when we got to AU Farms, I said to the owner, Kurt Alberti, got out of the car, introduced ourselves, and said, "Have you got any pigs here?" He looked at me, and he said, "No, but why do you ask?" And I said, "Well, we were told you could run a pig through the front legs of these Schultz Performing Legend daughters. They were AU Twinkie and Tildy, I think they were called." And that was the idea. And are we getting a switch here? Mm-hmm. Bob Jarrell. On his way to a potentially second-class winner of the day.
This is a webcam daughter.
Mm-hmm. Out of a Joel? Guimo Joel dam? I'm thinking she probably goes back to remake Becky. Very famous cow in that herd.
So again,
the B family.
Switch at the front. The RJ Farms entry goes to first. The Maker entry here, number 79, going to second.
Different style heifers,
Very
aren't they?
much so.
And then the third heifer, is that another RJ animal? 81?
81
no,
is the Howard.
The diamond, or Howard's, yeah.
In fourth place, we have the Velocity daughter, bred by Rapid Dairy and shown by DAD Livestock.
Yeah, the Megamula heifer. One of 5.
So, for all those up-and-coming judges out there, when you are on the mic, feel free to use. She's so wide you could run a pig between her front legs this fall while you're dazzling people at your county show.
In memory of the late Bob Howard, great guy. He had a lot of expressions that day, some of which I can't use on this broadcast. But he was and he had a he was a deserving master breeder. He had a great herd of cows. Oh, and Len is back with some more. It's less painful all the time, Len.
Hearing my voice?
No, I don't have to worry anymore.
Okay, Megamula time. So we're going to read off another 15 names, and here we go. Tyler Gunby, Robin Smith, Eric Solomon, McKenna Stevens, Brenda Sleegers, Glenn Holm Jerseys, Scott Bennett, Jennifer Peart, Sandy O'Hare, Jenny Butchers, Tristan Ray, Brent Howell, Kevin Williams, Joe Rustworm, and Fraser Lane, and Casey Smith.
Or Eye of the Tiger.
And we have a switch back.
Oh, mercy. This is really interesting.
Very tight at the top.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, yes, a close placing.
Yep. When you see them come ahead, you're in the...
Wouldn't it be great to be able to put heart monitors on people, on the exhibitors, as when these things happen?
On the walk, I really like. I think they're,
yeah.
Maybe in line you'd switch them, but this is on the walk. I think maybe.
Yeah.
First place after.
Yep, she handles herself very well.
Comes together really nicely.
Gentry. So the influence of Vandenberg, Amadeo Gorgeous, excellent 97 comes through again. Rapid Bay. And this would be a good old Brant County Potwell. I've just been snuggled here, folks. Vicki Morrison has just snuggled me.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm going to be all right.
Do you need to call someone?
No, no.
Aggressive. It was aggressive, that snuggle.
Oh, Vicki is the best. We have so many talented, amazing people in this industry that give so much of themselves, you know, over and above running a modern dairy farm as Vicki would do. And, you know, the amount of time she'd spend as a board member both at home studying and, you know, communicating with producers, and then also at meetings, and then she was on the Advanced Agricultural Leadership Program as well. Oh, and the left-handed folks are out taking down placings, so we know what that means. We are.
I'm wondering who, between Martina and Molly, who is taking the actual placings and who's just the backup?
I believe that's...
Redundancy is key here. I guess.
Well, we used to do that at Jersey, Canada. It's good to have a backup.
So this has been the Summer Yearling class, sponsored by Walker Bray. I think we are going to go to Judge Packard for her reasons.
Judging in our Summer Yearling Jersey class is now complete. Congratulations to the winning entry, number 79, Maker Gentry Cabaret, exhibited by Maker Farms, Inc. This entry was also our best bred and owned heifer in the class. In second place, we have entry 76, RJF Webcam Brisk, exhibited by Robert Gerald. And in third place, entry 81, Howard Haven CC Chewy Curds, exhibited by Madison Diamond. Now over to Judge Packard for her reasons.
In our Summer Yearling class, a nice pair of heifers to start this class. I did look at them both ways, but in the end, our winning heifer has an advantage in dairy character today. She's cleaner through the head and neck. She's cleaner out across the rib structure and down through her thigh over the second place heifer. She's also got an advantage in the spring and openness to her rib structure. She's showing me much more width when you get behind her, especially down through the flank and the rear flank area. A lot of style, a lot of ring presence on the first place heifer. Taking nothing away from the heifer in second, really well balanced heifer. Appreciate the length of frame, appreciate the angularity that she has. Just not quite as clean as the first place heifer today, but I do admire her front end and the fullness of crops that she has and the way that she blends from her shoulder into her neck into her shoulder and back into the rib structure, and that's an advantage she has over the really long heifer coming out in third. Heifer in third, and again, admire that length. Just like to clean her up and down through her thigh, just having a little more cleanliness around the pins today, and just a little more smoothly blending from her shoulder into her neck and back into the rib structure. But she is fuller in the crops than the heifer that follows out in fourth. This heifer an advantage today in dairy character, prefer the levelness from hooks to pins, prefer the thorough placement on the fourth place heifer over fifth. She tracks more correctly when you get behind her watching her from the rear. Fifth place heifer, so much ring presence, beautiful head and neck on this heifer. Really admire the length of body that she has, but again, just like to change her from the hooks back to place higher today. Congratulations.
Complete results of the Jersey Summer Yearling class are as follows. Entry 73 was 13th. Entry 74 was 8th. 75 was 10th. 76 was 2nd. 77 was 12th. 78 was 4th. Number 79 was first and best bred and owned Maker Gentry Cabaret, exhibited by Maker Farms, Inc. Entry 80 was 14th, 81 was 3rd, 82 was 7th, 83 was 5th, 84 was 6th, 85 was 11th, and 86 was 9th. And again, a thank you to EastGen for the Best Bred and Owned certificates in each of the classes, as well as to Select Sires for the class winner certificates. The next class in the ring is our Holstein Summer Yearling class. So this class is generously sponsored by Kavanalek. So a reminder to someone from Kavanalek to make their way to the photo area prior to the conclusion of the class, so you can have your photo taken with our winner. And lastly, I'd like to give a shout out to Doug Green, our ringman for today. Doug is the past chair of the Ontario Spring Discovery Committee and is doing a great job keeping things organized for our judges today. So thank you to Doug.
We're rolling along in the Summer Yearling class here. On your screen, that's number 87, Morning Sky Lambda La Majesty, a Delta Lambda daughter out of Homestead Llama Goldie Goldwyn. Here's a mouthful. An 86 2-year-old out of Lamadonna, the cow of the year.
88, Sunny Bloom illustrator Gemma Bloomfield Farms and Paige Bloomfield, Vogue illustrator daughter. He's a polled bull out of a Moran dam, so lots of polled influence there. And Mike has adopted a very casual.
Very coolly
yes,
observing.
yeah. Calm, cool, and collected. Here's a red heifer.
Red heifer is Carnview Warrior Lassie Red. She's a blonde-in Warrior Red out of a Geordie, exhibited by Carnview Farms Inc. in Woodstock, Ontario.
Nice. And I think Keaton Jones is next.
Yep.
Freydon Warrior Aho.
Easy now.
Ahoy, ahoy, laddie. It should be ahoy. She's a Warrior Red daughter out of a Freydon bred dam as well. James, you'd know who the dam is probably. Maybe.
Just by an applicable son goes back to Chief Adib.
Oh, really?
Back in
Oh, yeah, that's pedigree.
Generally flushed quite a bit.
Johnstons are going to be next. Drum roll.
As she
there we are.
Smoothly comes into focus here. We have number 91, Mapleview Crushable McMuffin, the crushable daughter out of Aspiration LYGC Alley Magic K, and exhibited by Mapleview Farms, Sam and Seth Johnson.
And that would be going back to the Terrace and Alley cow,
Terrace and
probably?
Alley is back in there.
Us Jersey kids like to show we know a little bit about it. Is that 92? Murray, would you like to?
92 Echo Glen Thunderstorm Cleo. She's a blonde-in Thunderstorm out of a Solomon. Andrew Denhan and Echo Glen Farms at Dorchester, Ontario.
Yeah, so Fergus and Dorchester together. Is this 93? Is this one of the Howard daughters here?
This is 93,
The black heifer?
Howardview Sidekick Linea, a sidekick out of Howardview Unix Lynn, exhibited by Howardview.
And
another Lamadonna descendant.
Oh.
And an import from Florida on the halter, Madison Diamond.
Oh, yes. She's, yeah, that's right. She's at uni, I guess there is she. Or, yeah.
Still in university, working on that PhD, so congratulations to Madison being home for a short period. So.
Sandy Kingdon with Charlene Master Apricot, a Golden Oaks Master out of a Dempsey Dam, also bred at Charlene. Talented Jersey breeders and obviously breeding very nice Holsteins as well. Oh, something special here.
So she's 87 Dempsey, then a 92 Arch Rival, and then Apple. You see the Apple influence just constantly up and down.
Yes.
Up and down the catalog here.
95, maybe someday.
96.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I meant Apple. She scored 96.
Thank you. The Steve Fraser is coming onto the screen now. Third generation master breeder in the Holstein breed. They were the breeders of distinction at the Classic last year.
Yes.
This is one of the Butter Tart daughters, and there are many of them. She's a great Unix cow from the Bonnie family, and Sidekick is the sire, and she's called Boastful, and her maternal sister, called Brazen, who was a master, was one of the high sellers in the calves per cause sale on the 5th of April. Beckridge and Freyland. Ooh. Quite a heifer coming here now.
Yep, moving
Joel
in.
Phoenix.
Yep. Joel Phoenix on the halter, along with T&L Cattle Company. Bravair Alligator Charm. She's an alligator out of a Dempsey, so that's an interesting cross as well.
She's very white. And something, oh, okay.
Our screen went very
moment of panic there for a second.
Moving along into the screen now is 97, Quality Master Georgia. A Golden Oaks Master daughter out of Quality High Octane Gorgeous, exhibited by Quality Holsteins. You can probably guess where her pedigree traces to.
G. Is that Georgette? No. Where does it trace to?
Francisco.
Oh, well.
When it's quality, you just roll. If you don't know,
I thought you had to.
Right.
I thought you had to call them all by F names though, because of Francisco.
It's 2023. Russell.
Okay, yeah, anything can go.
Anything goes.
Thank you. Another calf from the. Changing views here. Kavanalek Farms. Is that the Thompsons up near Belmont, Ontario?
That is correct.
The sponsors.
Close to Belmont, but still in Middlesex. So.
Yes, and right up near the 401, I think, if I'm not mistaken. We got another view here. We got a pickup on 113.
That other shot is stale until all the everybody's in. So I'll go back to those other cows. So just say we'll come back to them.
Okay.
Just don't jump in.
Yep, we're going to come back to the introductions, folks, when we have the other view back on the screen. Just enjoy the heifers right now. Maybe that's going to switch back. And something a little peppier than those organ players down at Louvre. Well, they're okay, but just okay would be the best you could say. Bruce, if you want to flip the screen, flip it. That's good. Yeah, is that Adam Clark's? Oh. Another taxi driver. This is good they just it's a big class and they're large heifers too. Quality Master Georgia is the first heifer with Emmy Lang on the halter. She's a Golden Oaks Master out of Gorgeous, and I believe traces to Francisco, James.
You are correct.
You told me that. Then we've got another heifer from the Calves for Cause sale. Murray, would you like to tell us about 98?
Number 98, Matt Lang on the halter. She's a Golden Oaks, pardon me, she's a Haydn Limited pole out of a well-known cream pie family down at...
Jasmine, and they go back to Jasmine again. We're now getting G's that go back to Francisco and C's that go back to Jasmine.
Again, anything goes, Russell. 2023.
Yeah, thank you.
And the heifer that we had a chance to see on the farm.
Yes, yeah, when we stopped in after Dr. Hinshaw's service. 99?
This is Rosebet Doc Indy, a King Doc daughter from Rosebet Jacoby Isabel.
Looks like a potential 4-H calf there too. And is this 100?
I'm hopeful.
Could be. North Pole Genetics, they are actually from Fergus, I believe, somehow. And who is that?
It all comes back to Fergus for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Center of the universe, I've told you people. Do we know who North Pole is? I don't know, but
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, so she is she's a double polled by, well, both her parents, I guess, are PP.
So her sire is Max PP out of Vogue Yoda Sally P. This is a Glenderman Splendor family.
Oh, very good. Is it 101 the next? Yes, 101 is the next one. The Lambda daughter. Oh, out of the Laurie Chic family, presumably.
Her granddam is Lamadonna, Cow of the Year.
Yep. Howard View. Jamie and Angela and their daughters. Oh, and is that Mike West? I think maybe. Would that be a Kern View?
This is 102.
Would be going back to Alley as well, maybe?
Yeah, Kernview. Yeah. Kernview Dempsey Aspen at Denver out of Kingsway Solomon Arsenal from the Terrace and Alley family.
You're saying Dempsey. I think you mean Denver.
Denver?
Yes.
Well.
Or did the catalog change?
No, I read that wrong.
Okay. Well, you're allowed two.
Two, that's one. One more, I'm out.
Yeah.
Moving into
Oh, yeah.
right in on 103, coming into the screen, the dark-colored heifer is Carnview Warrior Latina.
And Golden Oaks Limitless. Now, which family, James? Would you?
You may have, like, the Roxy family. So it goes,
really?
We're back through a Limitless
Roxy's
and then
with an L as opposed to L for Lydia.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Gloryland, Goldwyn Lockett, back through Lanneray, Library,
yes.
You get
yes.
the...
Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, they had the Walker Bray cow, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Yeah. So that's 103 with Josh Kern on the halter. Another shout out to Kavanagh Lek for being the class sponsors. That's a good heifer right there. Okay. And
On your screen is 104, Comstar Laudoti Goldwyn, a Goldwyn out of a doorman from the Laurie Chic family, exhibited by Kentville Holsteins and Maple View Farms.
which is why Seth Johnston is on the halter. Although the McGriskins could undoubtedly show an animal too.
Kevin being the first one eliminated in the Mega Moolah draws, out back, surely nursing his wounds.
Probably unable to show. He was so
Yes,
almost as devastated as some of the rest of us. Murray, we got 105 with Jack on the halter here.
105, Riverdown, Doorman Lunatic.
Well.
Doorman out of a sidekick. Sparksview Genetics is owner of that one.
Her third dam is Winbrook Lindsay, cow of the year 2020 and Grand Royal in 19.
Well, and then going back to Lydia.
Yes.
Ravenswell Lydia. Jack being hired for his finesse here today by Braden Sparks, his friend. Brantau appearing next, and that makes sense. We can figure this one out. This would be 106, Kilcroft Morand Svetlana. Oh, I like that. That's very Russian, isn't it? Morand daughter out of a sidekick dam from Petty Clerk, and Keaton Phoenix and Howell Holsteins.
It's a family affair.
A family affair. Uncle Brent on the halter of this one. And then I think we have a calves for a cause sale heifer coming next.
107?
Yes.
So I wonder if Keaton found the heifer and got Uncle Brent to buy her.
Well, Kilcroft, it could have been Uncle Brent that found her himself and said to Keaton, "Got the extra money." Yeah. I found a heifer for us. Oh, there we are.
On your screen just behind Mr. Hunt here is Clark Valley Master Villana, a master from a Unix daughter that goes back to Jacob's Goldwyn Villana.
Yes, and as we said, sold in the calves for a cause sale.
Exhibited by Morning Sky Holsteins.
Do we know them?
Can't say I do.
Okay. Oh, and another butter tart daughter, maybe. We'll just see here. We do is it 8?
Yep.
So that would be Freyland Beckridge Tartsy. a sidekick out of Unix Butter Tart. I think that means two of them in this class maybe. Beckridge and Freyland, and again the famous Bonnie family from Australia.
I've always had the theory 2 butter tarts are better than 1.
Oh, well, talk about 6 or 8.
And my midsection shows that.
Yes.
And Shelley Barfoot O'Neill is online, so Shelley, we need butter tarts, please. If you're coming tomorrow, Shelley.
Yes, Shelley, we need to see you.
Make it, just make a batch up, please.
Emergency. Urgent emergency is whatchamacallit. North Pole is Andrew Denhon, hate marks, and one other. Okay, Tony Van Lith is being 2 out of 3 specific. Thank you, Tony. You're the best.
As Meatloaf said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yep. That's exact. So it's Andrew and partners.
Gotcha.
And Guillaume Moy, we do like to occasionally say that we do something right here, because Guillaume Moy, the famous photographer from France, has said the comments are very interesting. Thanks.
I don't know if that was positive or negative, though, Russell. You just said interesting.
I take it as compliment.
Keep it positive.
Okay.
This is 109. Coming on your screen.
Oh, Carnview.
Carnview, Lambda, and Muse. Lambda out of an excellent Corvette daughter.
Where does that pedigree go? Do we know?
Weeks Dundee Annika. Excellent 97 scored cow.
The pictures of that cow are
incredible.
just stunning. Yeah. That is very interesting. So Corvette Dam. Oh. And then it's a little cozy over there, isn't it? Is Emma, does she maybe have 110, or has she got somebody else?
Yeah, that's 110.
Who is another Lambda, this time out of that, is that the same cow maybe, that tidy arch rival cow? We had another,
She's popped up several times in the
yes, as a brood cow that's making them. Oh my goodness. A lot of owners on the next heifer if she's here. Yeah, 111 is here. That's a heifer that, no, okay. Right. Another daughter of Taxi. What was Taxi's story, James? Where did she hail from? I mean, she's an Oakfield Corner cow, but is she with the Tina family? Was that that Terry was?
I know we mentioned earlier Terry did liven up quite a bit.
Yeah, that Allen Vale Inspiration Tina. Inspiration. Tell us anything about that bull, Murray?
I heard of him back in 1981 when he was born. So.
Did he put a lot of white faces into a population?
He did.
Yep.
If nothing else.
Oh, and many other things. They were good cows, eh?
Growing up, I'm going to say half our herd was Inspirations.
Is that right?
Yeah, my dad used them very heavily.
Isn't this ironic then that you and Murray should be serving on the same panel? Which cow family was Inspiration out of?
Toro Triple Threat Lulu.
Oh, Lulu, yeah. Who was an incredible cow too, eh? And that's where some of the white face came from. Because she had white markings. Who we got here?
This is 111?
Oh, yeah. A Dorman daughter, bred by the Lenvis and family, right next door here in Jerseyville. GM Lindved, B. Verthane, Rhonda Shore, and L. Griffith are the owners, and she again is out of Byway Taxi. This cow has had at least 4 daughters here today so far. She may be premier dam of the show.
So she was the Reserve All-Canadian Summer Calf last year, of course. Returned in nice form.
Same owners, or was she owned by someone else last year?
No, I think they're the same.
Your phone just rang, so I'm
somebody will be telling us how wrong we are. No, I'm being facetious. The gifts. Morning Sky is Edwin and Folkertje Noem. So Tony is really being helpful with his Dutch influence. Edwin and Folkertje.
I'll leave that pronunciation to you also.
Fogarty. Thank you, Steve Fraser. Always count on people from Fergus to help out. We work with our neighbors.
It's 112 with Brian Kerskadden on the halter.
Murray?
Turnview Alligator Magic, Stanton's Alligator, out of Tattoo Magic, owned by Bay Holsteins, Carnview Holsteins, Farms Incorporated, and Maureen Hebert.
Oh. Mercy. And that's an American dam, I guess, isn't it?
It's a 85-point tattoo out of Cookview Goldwyn Monique.
Oh, really?
So local roots on her.
Oh, Tony Van Lith will be clapping his paws off there. He's a big fan of Monique. And is that Eric has a quality animal? This one I would suspect is from the famous Fawn family behind that included Francisco, the quality sidekick Freshie. Sidekick out of a Dorman. And again, from that F family, that quality has totally developed.
Eight generations back would be the cow from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
That started it all.
Was that Pushlancy Valiant, Fran? Yep. Or, amazing what sticks in your head.
We were cleaning up the office one day and I found a quality sale catalog from it must have been 94 because there's a bunch of Prelude daughters.
Yes.
In the sale. Somewhere in that range.
There's a black heifer that Blair Weeks has. Homebred again. Now, I was told by Julian Chabot that Blair had a string at the Quebec Spring Show last week, so I guess he just progressed right up this way.
In for a penny, in for a pound, you know?
Yeah, if there was a show in Manitoba, he'd be there next week.
Yeah. No, he actually went home.
Oh, did he really?
He went home from Montreal and loaded up the ones that wanted to come this way. And
Guillaume sent a photo. Oh, he's in an airport watching us do this live stream. Isn't that lovely? Guillaume Moy.
Yep.
Great, great photographer. Really talented man. Got Upridge here?
This is Upridge. Upridge Revere Didi, a Raspberry Revere Red Daughter from an Apple Crisp dam, back to the Apple family.
Boy, that cow's had an amazing influence, hasn't she? She was really prominent in the Calves for a Cause sale. I'm noticing that. Now,
that's 4-H member Nathan Walker.
Nathan, yes, who had a pretty good year. He had a good calf last year.
He had a really good red calf last year, did extremely well in first year in 4-H, and has got the bug, if you want to call it that.
He's a great kid, too.
He is a good kid, and really has a passion for being on the halter. He's something like his Uncle Matt. Or Michael, I should say.
Michael. Now we've got a different view. We might throw to Jen Kyle, who's going to thank our sponsors here.
Yep.
At this time, we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors for the 48th edition of the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. We've been recognizing our class sponsors as we go, but there are a number of other sponsors without whom it would not be possible to have our show. So thank you goes out to John Deere, the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, Clark Valley Holsteins, Farm Credit Canada, Manderville Financial Investments, Holstein Ontario, Western District Council, Vitoquinol, Dairy Farmers of Ontario, HS Nill Company, Case Canada, O'Neill's Farm Equipment, BioAgrimart, Conestoga Agri-Systems, Dennis Martin, Dortmans Brothers Barn Equipment Inc., Hodgland Holsteins, Jersey Ontario, Merit Insurance Brokers, Quality Seeds Limited, Vector Genetics, Maturin Snyder LLP, TD Bank, Kirkton Vet, BW Feed and Supply, Dumfries Mutual Insurance, Air Farmers Mutual Insurance, West Central District Council, MNP LLP, Misty Glen Creamery, Ontario Joint Dairy Breeds Association, Grand River Robotics, Grand Valley Fortifiers, Walker Dairy Sales, A-Boys Trucking, Max Active, and National Bank. So thank you to all of our sponsors who make the show possible. On that note, our judge is starting to think about getting his lineup here in the Holstein Summer Yearling class. So those with spring yearling jerseys can start to make their way over to ringside.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was certainly an impressive group of sponsors that Jen was just mentioning in her comments. There we are.
So with such a large class, Judge Deaver has sort of gone with a ring within a ring here to get a better look at some of the higher end, the better.
Well, the ones he considers.
The ones that he considers to be the better animals here.
Yeah. And they are quite beautiful.
It's a large class and a very deep class here, so wants to give everybody a fair look.
And then the other exhibitors should just keep doing what you're supposed to do. You keep showing right till the very end.
Till the very bitter end, yes.
You never know. This is a little reminiscent of an experience I had in, James is worried now, in Columbus, Ohio in 2018 at the American Dairy Goat Association National Show. And there was a really, really good 2-year-old Alpine doe, and the judges, what they did is they took that 2-year-old and they put her in the middle of the ring, and then they started hunting for number 2. And she, I think, ended up honorable mention or reserve champion. And spectacular heifer. A cow. Doe. Sorry.
Yes.
And just, but it's interesting, you know, the things. She was that superior that they had to get her out of the way because she was distracting them from sorting the other ones. Oh, I thought we had another glowing comment here, but we'll just have to wait a little while for that. Oh, we all have a face for radio. Isn't that nice?
Very nice. So,
yes, James.
Now you've been ringing lots of shows. Like, how do you handle, you know, having such a large amount of really good animals and making it work the best for the judge here?
Well, Mike Deaver does it Mike's way. I mean, you know, it makes it difficult when your ring is this tight, and we thought that last year at the Royal. But having said it all and done, you need to make sure that you maximize your space out as close as you can to the. I don't know. Some leadsmen like to crowd in for some odd known reason.
Some have been known to just cut the corner just a little bit.
But I would think, you know, as these animals get bigger, he'll probably end up doing a first and a second lineup. If he's like most judges I know, they'd rather judge them on the move than standing still. You get to see, and if you can get your contenders closer together, it cuts down a lot of that walking and a lot of time. We've all been to World Dairy Expo, and the size of the ring there, your best one might be at opposite, or your best two might be at opposite ends of the ring, so it makes it a little difficult. But,
yeah, I think this is...
might be a little confusing for the viewers at home with sort of inner and outer ring here, 2 layers to it.
But then there's a lot of nuances and layers in life, aren't there?
Life is like an onion. There's many layers to it.
And but you know, as we said, some of the best training in the world, being on that outside ring and sticking to your knitting, as the saying goes. How's your Christmas knitting coming, James?
I never started, actually.
Same here. It's April already, too.
Well, I just get a jump start on next year now.
Her wound is healed fairly well. Yeah. He's got a stalker here. Oh. One of the heifers is making her views known. So yeah, there's your internal ring.
It's interesting to see the volume bar on our screen here every time a cow bellows. We're trying to put you in the ring with our coverage here of Spring Show.
Yeah, it's so live. It is so, you're so there.
Again, our live stream coverage brought to you by John Deere, the sort of live stream sponsor for today. So we thank them for their sponsorship and bringing this video to you, as we have some polls going on.
And they're well hidden from us. Oh, it looks like Julie Anderson, maybe. Is that?
That is 111.
Oh, Maplewood, sorry, Dorman Treasure.
In second place was 116, Ducket Backflip Emmy.
Yes.
Owned by Barkley Phoenix, Howe Holsteins, Keaton Phoenix, and Stan Howe Holstein.
And then a red heifer with Greg McLean on the halter.
That's the heavenly heifer.
Oh. Oh, Warrior Red Satin. She 118? Wow, these heifers are phenomenal. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is the top end of this class. We've had 2 different rings here. And James is down collecting some numbers and stories for us.
I was trying to get the 4th place after that. It's 109.
109 would be Carnview. Oh, Lambda, Amuse, and out of that going back to Annika.
Yes.
As you said, Dundee Annika. 97 points in the United States of America.
Looks like in 5th with the Weeksdale Jury Asset, number 114.
Yes. This would be, I wonder if he's just like a privately used bull, Macintosh Jury Sidekick. Some would say McIntosh, but I think you have to have an A in there to do that. Shut up. Yes, Embro, Ontario.
Macintosh Holsteins and Embro. And
James is furiously working his phone here now. We appreciate it.
Well, interestingly enough,
yes,
talking with Blair last night, when he leaves here, he's going to Macintosh Holsteins to pick up a few bulls.
Oh, really?
That will be heading down to eastern Canada to enjoy the summertime on pasture with some heifers. So this is probably where
yes, yeah, it's from the, yes, James?
There are worse ways to spend a summer, I guess, than breeding out on pasture and on the PEI.
12:08. I think this whole program is working really well. This alternating and getting us through there. This would be, I presume, one of the larger classes of the day.
Large in size and summer yearlings taking up bigger heifers.
Yes. So we have spring yearlings, of course, in two different breeds. We have winter yearlings. We have senior yearlings as well.
Indeed.
There wouldn't be too many milking ones just yet.
We'll worry about them tomorrow, though.
Okay. Thank you. Your wisdom is showing through again. We've got the showmanship, and it's all there. So there's part of the lineup. A few head down in the class. This is more like the middle.
The middle section,
yeah,
correct.
The middle of this first row. There are going to have to be 2 rows, aren't there? Well, say it and it shall be so.
Someone disapproval. See Judge Deaver there, just finishing up his, getting the second row going here. Did you happen to calculate, Russell, how many are in this class?
No, I'm deficient in that regard, but that regard only. I'm going to suggest between 27 and 35.
I think you're probably right.
14 and 18.
Would make 32?
32. Well, that's between 27 and 35.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. But that's really great. 32 head. Yeah, and again, James, and congrats to you and everyone in this area. These facilities are absolutely spectacular. A lot of investment by Ancaster Fair, a lot of support from governments, as I understand it too, to make this all happen. Can you hear the thundering hooves of the draft horses as they parade around the ring?
Not quite today.
Okay.
Well, when they're in here, of course, but
in your imagination.
Judge Deaver's working down the front of the first row here.
Checking out those front ends.
Seeing if, he could squeeze a pig through any of their front legs.
And I would assume soon he does a great job providing some good reasons to the exhibitors directly as well. Mike's had a long career in the industry, hasn't he? Had some fairly significant health problems, I think, a few years ago, and has bounced back really well. He's been involved with a lot of famous cows, Apple being one of the primest. Marmy, the Jersey.
Yes.
Pinehaven SS Marmy. Who had daughters like Marmalicious. You can put Alicious on just about anything.
That's a common technique, yeah.
She went to River Valley and had a lot of daughters there. They worked her extensively in their program.
I think if you're going to put Alicious on the end of the name, though, you have to be fairly confident that they will be worthy.
Exactly.
You don't want to be milking a three-teated Alicious. Yeah.
Oh, we're getting a nice view here right now.
Are we ever? We're able to see, we're sitting, well, you can see us kind of.
James, you can wave to the crowd.
And then they'd know, yeah, that's us. And we're just right behind that, watching these top heifers in the class.
So we're moving the top 3 heifers out head to tail for another close inspection. Matt Lindvet, if you're online watching in Wisconsin.
118. Or tip to tail, as some might say.
I don't know if it was planned this way, but we do have very good seats. So,
well, there's some rewards for our service to the industry.
Sacrifice.
Sacrifices. Could be sitting at home tied to a laptop all day, and instead, these are quite the heifers, aren't they? Wow, they're good. And isn't this great? Our viewers at home can capture some of this excellence that we're seeing.
I think we've added maybe an extra camera angle this year to try and better capture what's going on in the ring.
Well, Bruce would keep trying and keep improving and keep sharpening his game, honing his skills. Terry Packard is back and clutching a coffee cup with great enthusiasm, hoping for all the warmth in the world to radiate out. Now, have we got, what has happened
got
here?
a little, I'm going to line them up again.
Dipsy Doodle here? Oh, I guess he's going to see what it looks like the other way around on the top two.
Yeah, a bit of a switch here.
Switcheroony. Which goes to show you have to be very careful about marking your catalog.
That's why you better mark in pencil at this point.
Yes. It's a backflip. Who's backflip, James?
He's a high octane out of Jacob's Golden Brittany.
Oh, okay. Is he a full brother to Babe? She's a high octane, and she's out of that female line. Closely related at the very least. So this may be, yeah, a few little dipsy-doodle changes going on here, and pulling it together.
Number 102 moving up there. That's the Denver from Kernview. Moving up a couple places.
I'm sure she's not Dempsey.
I
pay close attention to what you say.
D-E-N. I've got it now.
Yep. The folks are speaking again. Oh, someone said looking hot there, Russell. I don't see the name James mentioned here, but
I assure you it is not hot.
Oh, you're on candid camera right now.
Yeah, so are you, Murray.
We're right there. So.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be better to have a job like Claire today, where you can just like keep walking. You're up, you're down, you're moving. She's gonna break a sweat here pretty soon.
Yeah, because it's so warm in here. Thank you for your service to the industry, Claire Swale. Everybody plays a part, and yours is very valuable.
Claire, was it your doing that you picked my picture that you put on the post the other day?
I went for a respectable.
Oh man, you went for old. Like I have.
Or a spectacle.
That's how far I had to go back for a respectable.
Well, so you're saying I've taken one respectful photo in my life. For those unfamiliar, the Spring Show social accounts put out a nice little get to know your commentators post the other day, and used a picture of me that is not, while respectful looking, is not quite accurate. I'm much more handsome now than I was back then. So some accurate representation would be.
Delusion is a horrible, horrible thing. So the first two heifers in the latest order have been called out, and we have another change. Yeah, and then Brian Carskadden with that heifer has moved up into third. Well, there's some of this entertainment we can't share with you folks. Can't and won't.
I didn't even realize it was, I forgot it was your heifer, I'm sorry.
My heifer was third, and now she's fourth.
Well, it's still an honor to be that high in a class like this. They're stunning.
We're getting the signal from our ring announcer. She would like to jump in.
We would like her to.
Attention in the barns, we're working on the final lineup here in this very big Holstein Summer Yearling class. So if you haven't already done so, please make your way to ringside with your Jersey Spring Yearlings. Jersey Spring Yearlings to ringside now, please.
Yeah. There's a great view on the screen right now, gentlemen, of our top 5 heifers. This is a fantastic class of yearlings.
Lots of chatter going on between the exhibitors.
Yep, and we've seen these top 5 shifted around in various positions, so it just gives you some idea of how
close it is.
Outstanding this group of heifers is, right from the top on down. But
15, 16.
Sure, as we go through the summer, probably be different ways and different days.
Yeah, well, sounds like Justin Trudeau with sunny ways. That was a positive comment.
It was.
We don't get political here.
No, I didn't say that. Sunny ways, my friends, sunny ways. So that, and then we are, of course, awaiting the spring yearlings, and they'll have the placings to gen soon, eventually, with all these animals. And then we'll...
I'm sure there will be some discussion amongst some breeders and enthusiasts across the province, and about the positioning of which one their favorite is in this top group. But it's a very, very high quality top 4 or 5 in this class.
It's interesting, isn't it, too, when they're summer yearlings, as you know, at the different stages of development of heifers as they get older, and how much body they can have, and how they handle their legs as well. My goodness. So we said 32, Murray, you were saying, in this class? Crazy. And one more shout out to our sponsors here. That wasn't Kavanalek. My goodness, this has been an extensive class.
They picked the right class to sponsor, because it's been the longest class we've had so far. So their name has been on the screen, maximizing their sponsorship dollars there at Kavanalek.
Is it still getting a switch going on?
Nope, we're doing another little switcheroo here. So.
Wow.
Don't mark
And moving up a couple of places. I
Don't
guess,
mark your catalogs yet. So.
Wow. Interesting. Now that's a very thoughtful move.
I think we'll have to alert the lefties here that are recording placings.
As they come up there, something will be
And
awry.
another change.
Oh my goodness.
As Mike West bumps up a spot.
Okay. Don't go too fast, girls. Women. Yeah, ladies. They did some changes, eh? Okay. We're just trying to be helpful.
Martina looked very happy. Hopefully she marked in pencil, not pen just yet.
Martina Kopi Earth from Franken Farms on Alberton Side Road, not too far from here.
A stone's throw from this building.
We could walk there. Jerseyville, home of Franken Monarch Roselle. Now they'll have to really double check their workings.
Well, I see some ribbons being handed out, so I think this is our official placing.
Yeah. What a class.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody like a judge make somebody switch the ribbons, but
yeah.
You know.
And at that late in the, yeah.
Well.
And yet that is his prerogative.
He's the man today. What he says goes.
And we're good to go. Let's listen to the...
Judging is now complete in the Holstein Summer Yearling class. Congratulations to our winning entry 116, Ducket Backflip Emmy, exhibited by Barclay Phoenix, Howe Holsteins Inc., Keaton Phoenix, and Stan Howe Holsteins. In second place, exhibitor 111, Maplewood Doorman Treasure, exhibited by G.M. Linfet, B. Vertine, R. Shore, and L. Griffith. And in third place, also our best bred and owned, entry number 112, Carnview Alligator Magic, exhibited by Bay Holsteins, Carnview Farms Inc., and Moraine Hebert. Now over to Judge Deaver for his remarks.
Quite a class of heifers here, but a bit of a mixed bag on from one to the other. We pulled the heifer out in first here. You know she's one of the best ones when she comes in, but maybe not exactly the same style in the profile early in the class as we had in the second heifer. But I switched heifers mainly because we have more width in the muzzle, more openness in her nostrils. She's wider down through her chest. She walks perfectly square on her front legs. She fills in behind the elbow a little nicer in her heart as far as width and power there. And when you get behind him, she has a tremendous advantage in width of pins, the width, the way she walks. And in her bone structure, they're both great boned heifers, but she's a little wider in her hock as well. I'll admit the heifer in second today has a little more drop to the rear rib. She has that beautiful long neck and clean throat that gives her that dairy quality appearance, is why she got pulled into the first slot when we originally started. Second over third, longer bodied. She's longer neck. She's clean cut and angular, as the third heifer is as well. Just not as much stretch on our third heifer as we have on the first two. Third over fourth, dairy quality and balance. She's cleaner through her head and neck. She's cleaner out across her shoulder and top. When you get behind them, a tremendous advantage in width of hips, thurls, and pins. And I love the cleanliness down through the thigh, down through the hock on the third heifer over the fourth. The big, strong heifer fourth is a big powerhouse, lots of middle, lots of chest, lots of width. She's clean boned as well, not quite the width through the rear end, nor the style across her top of the first three. And fourth over fifth, she uses the advantage in her depth, her total capacity, her substance of bone, if you will, a little more bone in the lower portion of her leg than the pretty black heifer that gives up a little bit of size, a little bit of width, a little total volume over four good heifers above her. Thank you. First.
Complete placings for the Holstein Summer Yearling class were as follows. Entry 87 was 32nd, 88 was 21st, number 89 was 14th and 2nd red and white, number 90 was 26, 91 was 28th, 92 was 13th, 93 was 9th, 94 was 22nd, 95 was 15th, 96 was 10th, 97 was 20th, 98 was 17th, 99 was 27, 100 was 30th, 101 was 25th, 102 was 6th, 103 was 8th, 104 was 31st, 105 was 11th, 106 was 16th, 107 was 18th, 108 was 24th, 109 was 7th, 110 was 19th, 111 was 2nd, number 112 was 3rd and best bred and owned in the class. Entry 113 was 12th, 114 was 5th, 115 was 23rd, entry 116 was your class winner, Ducket Backflip Emmy, exhibited by Barclay Phoenix, Howe Holsteins Inc., Keaton Phoenix, and Stan Howe Holsteins. Entry 117 was 29th, and entry 118 was 4th in the class and 1st red and white, Heavenly Eye Warrior Red Satin, exhibited by Gerardo and Jose Gonzalez, Heavenly Genetics, MB Lucky Lady Farm, Select Farm and Export Services, Inc. Now in the class we have our spring yearling jerseys, which is sponsored by Leachland Holsteins and Jerseys. So just a reminder for somebody from Leachland to make their way to the photo area before the conclusion of the class to have your picture with the class winners.
119 on the ring now. Just at the right side of your screen is Herds V Victoria. She is indeed a River Valley Victorious daughter with breeder Nathan Wade from Oxford Center on the halter.
120 in the middle of your picture there, that's Glenholm VIP Tidal Wave, a River Valley Venus VIP daughter out of Glenholm Engineer Titanium, exhibited by Glenholm Jerseys Inc.
So these are the spring yearlings, and Leachland Holsteins and Jerseys your sponsor. Now, have we got 121 there for Murray? I don't know.
Yes.
Yes. And James has confirmed it is 121.
Well, the one behind her is 122.
And the one ahead is 120.
And my powers of deduction.
Yeah. Deduction.
Charlene Jerseys are the exhibitor, Charlene Joel Earmuffs. She's a Joel daughter out of Velocity.
And then Al Cunnington is appearing, I think. Yes, he is, with 122, who is an Audubell Jordan daughter. Oh, I love this name. Chabelle Spring Magnolia. Melissa Hirschfield, the owner, and Chabelle Sharker Bobby, the dam. She would be one of my bulls, by one of my bulls from CMEX, so the dam would be a grand animal, in my view. Not that that matters too much. Emma Finch has got that. It's 123 is indeed the next one.
123 coming on your screen here is Glenholm Tradition Empress. Glenholm Dakota's Tradition sired animal out of Glenholm Black Apple Envy. Of course, a lot of Glenholm on this page.
Yes. Glenholm is a herd where they had their first registered jerseys in 1937, when I was in my 80s. Or 90s.
You remember well?
I do. Stuart and Zella Mello, lovely people. Carol Ruda's grandparents. Curtis Ruda's great-grandparents.
You don't need 23andMe when you have 23 jerseys in Russell, I guess.
The dark-colored heifer is from Maker
Bert.
Farms Incorporated. Carrie Alexander, Maker Choco Chip Plum, and Avonlea Choco Chip, out of Maker Black Apple Periwinkle.
Thinking that goes back to Potwell breeding, but I will not say that definitively. I think 125 is the next one.
Yep.
125 is Sleegerholm Bontino Nutmeg, a Carnbray Bontino daughter from Sleegerholm Gunman Natasha, exhibited by Mike Sleegers.
Well, we seem to be in quite a Australian kick here because Bontino is bred by the the Carson family in Australia, and then the next one, 126, Leechland Mini Egg, who is the dark heifer. Well, two dark heifers on your screen. The first of the two dark heifers, Mini Egg K, a Lightning Ridge Ferdinand. He's a viral son, bred in Australia. And the dam is Leechland Cadbury Cream Egg K, who is from the famous K family, once again at Avonlea. Colin and Karen Leach, our class sponsors, are the exhibitors of that fine heifer. Mur?
127 is the entry of Davina Genetics and Maker Farms Incorporated. She's a Kid Rock out of an Excitation daughter.
Yeah, the $169,000 flawless cow. Misty Meadows Farms in Oregon being the breeder.
To the left of your screen, we have 128, Leechland Joel Montana K, a Guimo Joel daughter from Leechland Matilda K, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins and Quality Holsteins. I wonder if there's more Leechland animals in this class. That's why they sponsored it.
Yes, they
knew
chose
what was gonna
well.
happen,
Yeah,
yeah.
they knew. So here's an RJ Farms. They're having a great day today. The Gerald family at Corbyville, Ontario, near Belleville. RJF Caspian Pretzel. She is by Lencrest Caspian, I believe out of the famous Cocoa Puff family, and the dam being a VIP, River Valley VIP, Venus VIP, sorry, daughter named RJF VIP Peaches. Oh, here's another dark heifer. There's quite a pattern here.
She'll be moving into the screen momentarily. Peter's taking his time.
Well, being a very proper showman.
There we go. There, Peter Leach just making his appearance on the screen right now. Peter Leach on Verona, Magic Princess Sophia. She's a River Valley Victorious daughter out of a Joel, exhibited by Peter Leach, Clark Valley Holsteins, and Heavenly Genetics. So Claire is right close to an animal that she owns as well.
Bred by the Verano family, Mary Ev's brother, Martin, and his family in Quebec, in Victo, that region. Some older genetics here coming. There we are. Just for you, James.
This would be Charlene Keeper Rockin, a Renmore Jade Keeper daughter from Charlene Vitality Rocco, exhibited by Charlene Jerseys. You mentioned older genetics. Jade would be certainly qualify there.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was some old genetics behind Keeper on his dam side as well.
Emily Franken is making her way into the spotlight right now on our screen. Jelu Honeydew Cannelloni.
Sounds like lunch.
It does. St. Lo Honeydew daughter out of an Oliver, is that correct?
Yes, Dutch Hollow Oliver P would be the sire of the dam. Desdion. And,
sounds French to me.
It is. And then, young gentleman, 133, Paul or Downtown Nikita by Rapid Bay Downtown Brown, I believe out of the Bell family. and the dam being Polar Reaction Neverland, shades of Michael Jackson. Paul and Lorraine Franken from Clinton, Ontario, master breeders.
You see Neverland and you think Michael Jackson. Some of us might think Peter Pan or Captain Hook, but to each their own. It's 2023, live it up.
Well, depends on your generation. You old folks, you know, think differently. Here's quite a heifer that Marianne is leading. Really quite a heifer.
Happily chewing her cud as she enters the screen.
Yes, she's very laid back. Cutting, as we might say.
This is number 134, Milk Source Anna's Angel. Exhibited by Veltice Farms. She is a Milk Source FV Metallica daughter from Crollo Comerica Anna.
Fun fact, her sire is not actually out of Martha. It's out of a cow called Edgebrook Tequila Madison, but it confuses a lot of people, including me.
And some days it doesn't take a whole lot, though.
Some days it takes nothing. I don't even know what day it is most of the time. Today's Wednesday?
It is, all day.
So that's the spring yearling class. Have we introduced most of them?
Yes, we're back to Nathan Wade on the...
So there we go. So there's quite a bunch of them. 6, 7, 10, 13, maybe about 16, 15, 16 heifers here. Spring yearlings, and again, Leechland, East Gen, and Select Sires. Can't thank the sponsors enough. We could, to the point that it would become pedantic, but then that wouldn't solve anything. There are some of the major sponsors. I don't know that we've mentioned them. I know Jennifer has, I believe. Somewhere in this catalog is a good listing of major at the front. Thank you. Easily confused again. John Deere, of course, a platinum sponsor, and they're sponsors of this live stream. Gold sponsors, Veto Quinol, Farm Credit Corporation, Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, very close to Murray's heart, and Select Sires are the gold. Who is the silver, Murray?
Mandeville Private Client Incorporated.
Oh, isn't that interesting?
Interesting. The Western District Council from Holstein, Ontario. Of course, the Holstein, Ontario branch as well. And then a company that's near and dear to both of us, Russell, East Gen.
Yeah.
And if we go over the page, HS Nil, who is sponsoring all of our Herdsman Awards. So
yes.
A big shout out to HS Nil, the Ontario Dairy Farmers of Ontario. Jersey, Ontario as well, Case IH, and we have several Case IH vehicles here. O'Neill's Farm Equipment Incorporated. BAM, BioAg Mix.
BAM.
BAM. Kirkton Vet Clinic, and thanks to all the wonderful people that work at the Kirkton Vet Clinic, Grand Valley Fortifiers, Art Groenewegen and his company from Cambridge, Ontario. Conestoga Agri Systems, Martin's Holsteins, and
Hodgland Holsteins.
That's HH.
HH. I'm looking forward to getting my windbreaker here.
There we go.
And I believe Landvis has some more good news for everybody.
No, not yet.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
He's restraining himself.
James with the Browns.
Okay. So
The Browns
soon.
ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Ontario Joint Dairy Breeds. Oh, mercy. There are a lot of bronze sponsors. Merit Insurance Brokers, Walker Dairy Inc., who are doing a lot with their dairy business. Air Farmers Mutual, again, great stylus pens. Grand River Robotics, part of the modern era. Quality Seeds. We want to thank the Ecksteins for their continued and their team. Misty Glen Creamery. Have you been to Misty Glen yet, James? Ontario Joint Dairy Breeds, Dumfries Mutual Insurance Company, MNP, very important part of the financing. Validity Genetic Testing, Dave Eastman and his crew. Madoran, Snyder, Barristers and Solicitors. TD, BW, Holstein, and again, Holstein, Ontario, West Central District Council, in addition to the Western Council, I think, James. A lot of good divisions in the province. Dortmund Brothers, Barn Equipment, we know that name well, and RBC, the Royal Bank. What a list of sponsors.
Take a breath.
It's crazy.
Easy now.
What a class of heifers.
Extremely deep here at the top.
Yeah. I mean,
Judge Packard giving them all a look over as she's about to make a pull.
Mike had his workout in the last class, and Terry's.
And coming pulled first is 126. That's Leechland Mini Egg K. Followed by 128 Leechland Joe Montana K.
Oh, big
In
day.
a class sponsored by
Leechland
Holsteins and Jerseys.
And Peter Leach is coming in fourth, so.
It's a Leechomania. And who in between is?
In third, we have the Milk Source Anna's Angels.
Yes.
Followed by Veltice. And fifth is the Charlin entry, Keep Her Rockin'.
Something we should all do.
In a free world, of course.
Thank you. Was that Ian Thomas? No.
Neil
Young.
Yeah.
Keep on rocking in the free world. Yeah. I'm reminded of old man. Take a look at my life. Oh, okay.
Attention in the barns. We're just having Coach or Judge Packard pull in our first lineup of our spring yearling jerseys. If you have Holstein spring yearlings, please start to make your way to ringside now. Spring yearling Holsteins to ringside now.
Well, time for some more achy breaky heart time. So we're gonna hurt some more feelings that they didn't get. So here we go. We got Tammy Quinn, Mark Hood, Avonlea Genetics, sorry Jen, Beckridge Holsteins, Del Creek, Robert Hurd, Painside Farms, Matter and Snyder Incorporation, Carmen McKay, Grant Armstrong, Morgan Sr., Leigh Winch, Kavanagh Farms, Verona Jerseys from Quebec, and Jason Martin. So we're down to 89. So you're feeling lucky. Stay tuned.
Well, Russell, I'm still alive, still excited.
And I'm still happy for you,
Thank
James.
you.
I'm
Appreciate
ecstatic for you.
So we've had a switch here as we pulled out for the second line. 130, the Peter Leach Clark Valley entry's been moved down to 5th, and the Charlin entry, Keep It Rockin', has come up to 4th.
And then the other three were in that order, were they not?
They were correct.
5. Well, kind of like that old saying about one man's sunshine is another man's rain, or something like that. One gets more mileage, one gets less.
Yep.
I guess it's a little too obscure for you, isn't it, James?
I'm just waiting. You're just kind of scrambling. You're going to get something here. I can feel it. It makes sense.
I'm just saying, one person got an elevation, the other
yes,
was given a slight demotion. They're beautiful heifers. Always maintain the positive professional attitude. Wow, these are good heifers. Could be a little warmer in here. Folks, I know that doesn't affect you at home, but it does have its impact on us. Yeah, nice view. There's a good look at this class. Isn't it interesting, too, to be able to look at these heifers a year or two from now and see what they look like as first and second lactation animals?
Sandy keeps moving up in the world.
Oh, mercy. Earmuffs is on a roll. Oh, sorry, that's not earmuffs. That is
Keeper Rockin'.
Keeper Rockin' in the free world. Yeah. So that's 5 and that's 4. Okay. So it was a good idea to be first or second in this class, and then you felt quite secure. Although, let me not speak too soon.
I think the pair at the top.
Will stay that
As
way?
you see them come into the screen here, you can see them both on the move side by side. Quite a nice pair of heifers, fairly evenly matched.
Or some would say side by each.
Tip to tail.
I think they're heading for a grand finale. Terry has done quite a bit of judging. She's done the National Jersey Jug Futurity in Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville?
Louisville.
Yeah,
Yeah. Say it like you have a bunch of rocks in your mouth. Louisville. And many other places as well. She was out in Wisconsin judging last summer, I believe. Wisconsin, as we call it.
You got to get your nasal.
Yeah, Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Great state. Love saying it.
Well, whatever Terry's saying them out there, it's funny.
Again, great quality from one end to the other. The top 5 heifers in this class are outstanding heifers.
Yeah, they're really a powerful group.
Yep. Getting a really good view online here right now. And
what's there? Look at the capacity in those. Well, all 5 of those heifers are big barreled heifers. Yep. That number 4 heifer that Marianne is showing is very capacious of the barrel.
Judging is now complete in our Spring Yearling Jersey class. Congratulations to our winning entry 126, which is also Best Bred and Owned, Leachland Mini Egg K, exhibited by Colin and Karen Leach. In second place, entry 128, Leachland Joel Montana K, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins and Quality Holsteins. And in third place, entry 131, Charlin Keeper Rockin', exhibited by Charlin Jerseys. Now over to Judge Packard for our reasons.
Quite a nice class of spring yearling heifers here in our Jersey show. But for me, this is a handy winner that leads out at the top of this class. She's got a great combination of strength and style. She's hard over a top line, level from hooks to pins, tracks out really well as you watch her move around the ring. Beautiful ring presence as well. I just prefer her through the rump structure over a second place heifer. She's more level from hooks to pins and prefer the way that her tail head sits down between her pins over the long framed heifer that follows out in second. Extremely dairy heifer in second place. Admire the extreme length to her frame, and that is what takes her over a heifer that falls out in third. Third place heifer, I told her she doesn't have quite the extreme frame of the other heifers out here, but she's so correct. She's well balanced. She's hard over her top line. She's got a nice spring of rib structure. Definite advantage today in a breed character through her head and neck. She's got a lot more strength through her jaw, more correct face structure on the third place heifer over the 1 and 4th. Fourth over fifth on dairy character. She's much cleaner through her hips and her thighs. Also more correct in her thorough placement, which makes her more level from hooks to pins. She moves more comfortably around the ring than our heifer in fifth. Really admire the style and the ring presence of this heifer. Just like to change her from the hooks back to place higher today. Congratulations.
Complete placings for the Jersey Spring Yearling class are as follows. Entry number 119 was 13th. 120 was 14th. 121 was 7th. 122 was 8th. 123 was 12th. 124 was 11th. 125 was 16th. 126 was our class winner and best bred and owned Leachland Mini Egg K, exhibited by Colin and Karen Leach. Entry 127 was 10th. 128 was 2nd. 129 was 9th. Entry 130 was 5th. 131 was 3rd. 132 was 15th. 133 was 6th, and 134 was 4th. Now entering the ring are our Holstein Spring Yearling contenders. And this class is generously sponsored by A-Boys Livestock Trucking.
What we got on the screen here? Okay. We get some numbers, folks, we're going to give you some information.
It's 141.
141. Walnut Lawn Lambda Bronwyn. This is a very special heifer, owned by the late Frank Meisner and Treetop Holsteins, far near Delta Lambda, out of a walnut lamb dam from the B family at Walnut Lawn. That is one amazing herd, that Walnut Lawn herd, eh?
You know, they've, Adam's done a really good job breeding. He's also done a really good job, investing in the right families and purchasing the right ones along the way.
I got to get there someday. Another bucket list item. Oh, the Leaches are there. Yeah, pretty happy about their heifer, I would think.
I guess it saves on economy here. You just have the sponsors and the breeders of the class winner.
Oh, we've got something very important about this class. Sean Boys, trucking from Fergus, Ontario, center of the universe again. Sean, one of the sons of the late Alvin Boys, and here's a heifer. We had 141 a second ago.
142.
142. Who is she?
This is Howard View Sidekick Guinevere, a Walnut Lawn Sidekick daughter out of Winwright Unix Gucci. And then back to sort of the Penlow Geography Golden family.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Her second dam was Doorman Georgette, who was 2 times the junior champion at the Royal.
All know and love her.
And exhibited by Howard View and Howard Haven.
Murray, the red heifer, who's got some ginger to her. 143.
143, faraway analyst Marabella. She's a Mr. Affection Analyst Red out of Norwin Jaycott Miss Molly. Exhibited by David Farragher, Starbright Holsteins, and Angela Farragher.
Yeah. Ooh, there's quite a heifer here. Is she 144? Or what the?
Yes.
Yes. So that would be the Kernview DC Unstoppable Arizona. Another, out of this TD arch rival Zuli, and by Unstoppable herself, Kernview Farms. That's quite a heifer. Is that Peter Leach on the halter? I think so. Would you like to tell us about the red heifer, Mr. Cranston?
Mr., that's my dad.
Okay.
But, all right, 145, Upridge Analyst Magnificent is Mr. Affection Analyst daughter out of Sweetview Avalanche Mitsu.
Oh.
A cow that's done some winning over the years and exhibited by Upridge Holsteins.
Those heifers are getting larger, aren't they?
147 is the black heifer, I believe.
Hoping so.
Yes, E.B. Brook, all-day Lemmy, a Drumdale all-day P daughter, out of an E.B. Brook Doorman Lemon, exhibited by Clark's Valley Holstein and Pierre Boulet.
Any pedigree tidbits on her, James?
Drumdale All Day is a Lester P son out of a Powerball dam, and she goes back to through the model Laurie Chic line.
Oh, yes, yes.
Through Laurie Inspiration.
Okay. Here we have Keaton Phoenix on a halter of a heifer he owns with Stan Howe Holsteins. Dreamway Gen X Master Abbey, again by Golden Oaks Master, a bull you're seeing a lot of today, out of a Sidekick dam. So lots of Sidekick and lots of Master in this show.
149 is the red heifer, Liberty Gen Applesauce, a Farnier Altitude daughter from Miss Apple Adira, and 87, or sorry, she's a doorman out of Apple. So.
Oh, right out of Apple?
Right out of Apple. So exhibited by Ballyclare and Malden Valley Farms Limited.
Essex County's finest.
From the Sun Parlor.
Yes, Canada's Sun Parlor. Southernmost part of the country, I believe. Well, I've got 1 million owners on the next one. Well, I overstayed.
4.
I'm into hyperbole today. Do you know what hyperbole is, James?
Hyperbole?
That too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what hyperbole is.
Would you like to tell us about 150 with Donovan Martin on the halter?
This is MD Mapledale Unix Ivory, a Unix daughter out of MD Mapledale and MD Mapledale Unstoppable Ivy, and she is exhibited by Andrew Denhan, Donovan Martin, Jason Martin, and Plum Valley Holsteins.
Oh, very good. Oh, Joel Phoenix has got his hands full with this red lady that he's leading here. Or is she red? I think so.
Looks like red, doesn't it?
Well, based on her pedigree.
Moran
Yeah.
Lupa. She's a Moran daughter out of a Addiction Lady Red, exhibited by T&L Cattle Company with Joel Phoenix on the halter.
Is that famous L family from
Yes,
Elmbridge?
she goes back to Elmbridge FM Lovable.
Yep.
And there's a red liner in there, and as Frank Donkers once told me, you can never have enough red liner in the pedigree. So.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Freedon Redliner.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Frank.
Maybe he was biased, but.
Shameless self-promotion. 152 is a heifer that was shown last year as well. Shackleberg Master Sawiti. She's a master as well out of a Lambda Dam, Shackleberg Holsteins, and Jeff and Chelsea Stevens. Jeff very proud of his talented daughters.
Oh, we're moving quickly.
Quickly. Yes. Right.
And
Oh,
the
there's
boy
Terry
from-
Beckett.
Yep, the boy from down east will have to wait, Sandy McGilvery.
Yes, from Antigonish County, right next door to the best county in the world, Pictou County.
Pictou.
But I'm biased.
Yeah.
Mark the time. It took almost 4 hours there for you to mention Pictou County. There was a bet.
I have restrained myself.
There was an over and an
Sorry.
under, and I think the under hit. So.
Well, I was waiting.
If you entered the Pictou County pool, we'll be contacting you shortly with who won.
Shout out to the county. Antigonish County's okay too, but
Just okay.
Pictou is just slightly better.
Colchester and Antigonish are the bridesmaids. What do we got here? Oh, we've talked about
This
her.
is 142.
Yep, we've been around the
We've
horn.
reviewed her from Howard View. This is the Shackleberg. Oh, here's, well, for us, We're seeing 153. That Sandy is leading his own animal. Oh, she's nice too. You're seeing a different view. You're seeing some of the crowd here. Angela Howard speaking down at the end there. As we scan the crowd. Nice crowd here today. Nice ringside. We would guess maybe the cow ringside will be pretty heavy too. Well, it will be. That'll be tomorrow. Did we mention about the Mega Moolah ticket, James? The one that's going to be sold, auctioned this evening. Yeah. Oh, yes. We actually have a change in ownership of the winner of the last Holstein class. That was Ducat Backflip Emmy. She is now owned by Winwright Holsteins and Jack Met Holsteins from the Winchester, Ontario area. And that was 116 winner Ducat Backflip Emmy. So, for those of you who hang on that kind of information.
We strive for accuracy here at Ontario Spring Show Television.
Is that what it's called now?
The most up-to-date information we have available through the great Molly McMillan.
Yes, we appreciate all those tidbits.
Even if she's left-handed.
Well, that's what makes her the spectacular human being she is. Along with Martina Kopiarth. Oh, heifers are getting a little bit obstreperous here. I love using words like that because I know what it means.
You love using words to confuse me?
Just a high-strung would be a good definition of it, or a little ranty.
This is 147 coming across your screen.
Oh, EB. Oh, that's that all.
The all day.
Yeah. Who's Drumdale? Again, I'm asking the wrong questions. It's Canadian. It's got registered in Canada, that bull.
I'm sure you'll receive a message shortly correcting this.
Tony?
Yes, Tony. Where's Tony Van Lith when you need him?
We need a research guy, just somebody sitting behind us on a computer.
Anytime we come up with anything that challenges us, we can go there.
Just typing furiously.
I bet people are desperate for us to do a few interviews.
It seems like you are.
Well, Terry's right beside you. Why don't you talk to Terry? We can get you a microphone. Yes, you can.
You can, Russell.
You've got to grow up.
Go ahead.
Here. James is now going to interview Terry.
Is Russell looking for a break?
Yeah, Russell's been talking a lot lately. He's starting to use big words, so that's how you know he's tired. So
James, please interview Terry.
Terry, thank you for joining us here for a little mid-show update. How's it going out there?
No, it's going great. This is a
for lunch.
beautiful facility. You have here really tremendous lighting, great footing. It's a great place to view cattle. I'm enjoying it greatly. Jeff did promise it would be warm in here, though, and I'm still questioning that.
Sometimes Jeff promises things. Ontario Spring Show, as some might know, the weather is quite variable.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
We used to have a sale right before Spring Show, and it was kind of every year we'd get freezing rain or a foot of snow or just some blustery cold. It was...
When I arrived in your lovely country yesterday, I was greeted by snow squalls. So, yeah.
And you drove up?
Yes, I drove from Massachusetts yesterday.
Okay.
Because we took some cattle to the spring show in Massachusetts this week because we have a little problem with over-scheduling ourselves.
Oh. Well, if you want something done, you ask somebody who's busy. So.
Now I've really been honored to be asked to come up here, and it's my first time judging in Canada. So
I'm really
enjoying it. Yes.
You can cross that off the bucket list.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So what's hot in the show string this year? What are you looking forward to getting out there?
We have pretty much everything just fresh. So all of our cows are calving in March and April, and so we've been quite busy. But things are looking good. I mean, they're really making a lot of milk, so it's maybe not quite the ideal time to get out there, but you know how springs, if you don't get to a spring show now, there won't be another show until August or September. So we've got quite a nice lineup. We've got a really good 4-year-old at the show down there. She's a VIP that we bought last year as a 3-year-old that we own with Rodney Hitz and the folks at RCD. So bred by the Lexingers in New York. So we're looking forward to seeing her out, and quite a few good young cows.
So in your career, Terry, you've had, you've been involved with quite a few really nice animals. I'm just gonna ask the most basic question I can. Do you have a favorite since you were a young girl, like coming up your whole life?
Gosh.
Favorite cow?
Wow. Well, I have to say Veronica.
Okay.
And as a Holstein girl, like a diehard Holstein, multi-generational upbringing, that probably my grandfather and my father would be rolling over in their grave hearing that. But the Jersey really won me over. That was a special cow. We've had a lot of special cows, but to have one with the personality that big that we were able to own for a while and then manage for several more years, and she's still. I'm reminded of her every day because we have.
You can't you just flipping through the catalog today.
Yeah.
It's, Veronica bulls and cows that go back to Veronica. She really definitely impacted the breed.
I just looked at the group we took to the show down there, and I've got granddaughters and great granddaughters, and if they're not maternally related, they're sired by Velocity. So we have several connections to her still. I see her face and that attitude quite often.
Now, for maybe some of the younger viewers out there, like Veronica was maybe had one of the most miraculous or toughest or most amazing wins at World Dairy Expo.
Yes. Over her career, she was, first time there, she was a second calf senior 2-year-old, and she was intermediate champion reserve grand. And as a 4-year-old, she was grand. And then as a 5-year-old, milking 15 months, and she was grand. And then as a 6-year-old, she was fresh, and everything was lined up, and she looked tremendous. She was in the right timing in her lactation, and she got to Madison. She got extremely sick, like terrible diarrhea. She ended up at the vet school. And it was very disappointing to all of us. We were concerned first for her, but of course we had high hopes for how she would do. And at that point, we just wanted her to be healthy enough to go home with us. So we had sent one of our employees to stay with her, and he took her hay, and Ralph Gushy, and he would call and report how she was doing. She was hooked up to the IV, and we went a couple days into this, and then it was the day before the show, and we called to see how she was, and he said, she's coming around, she's eating a little hay, and Ralph says, well, when do you want me to milk her? Do you want me to, and he said, well, just, milk her, we're not going to try to get, we're not going to hope for any miracles here, but just go ahead and milk her, and we'll keep feeding her, and we'll come over and look at her tonight. So Ernie and I went over to vet school, 7, 8 o'clock that night, and she kind of perked up and looked at us walking in, and Ernie said, I don't know, she looks better. We're just happy she looks better. So we're feeling good, for the long-term prognosis at that point. But he said to Ralph, call me in the morning, let me know how she's doing. The phone rings at 3. And of course that's never good, So he's like, oh boy. He says, what? What do you think? And Ralph said, oh, she's doing well, maybe we ought to bring her back. So we sent another employee over there to look at her, and they brought her back to the show. She came and got in her stall there and ate and started eating. She had the line in her neck still. And, we still didn't have any expectations for anything. But we're happy to see her there. And kind of the time went on, the hours went on. We got closer to her class, and Well, Norman came over because Norman was supposed to lead her, and he said, well, what do you think? And then he says, we're going to let the cow decide. So we took her outside. I never forgot. We stood out in the sun at the end of the barn town, Canadian barn, as they used to call it. And we all gathered around there and we stared at her and like, well, you know, what do we think? And
kind of like almost disbelief. Like, is she really seeing things right?
Yeah, we just all kind of stood there like, is she full enough? I mean, when a cow with a reputation like that, you don't want to take her out. You know, she doesn't.
There's
look
no sense taking her out to get beat.
No,
Yeah.
and you know, you have a lot of offspring. You know, we've sold embryos at this point, daughters, you know, sons. Classification. You know, you don't. She has a great reputation, and you don't want to ruin it. Because we've always said that the cows come first, and it wasn't about a ribbon. But we all stood there, and we were like, well. And Ernie says, go take the halter. See, you know, she perked up. Take her, let her go. And we all just were like, and then off she went into the ring. So Hank Van Exel was judging, and Ernie never likes to go down to the ringside. He will just walk into the upper corridor there and just look and see what's happening. Well, now that they have TV and live feeds, he doesn't even go. But I remember we stood there in the corner in one of those doors with George and Tony, the owners of Arethusa, and myself and Ernie, and when Hank pulled her first.
Exactly.
Yeah, I cried. Because she you know, had been through all of this and the looked so good, and then, you know, to the point of being concerned whether she'd even
just an absolute roller coaster. Yeah.
And then to be standing there and she was winning her class, and we were like, the owners were just jumping up and down because we were just so happy. And I'll never forget, Hank got on the microphone and he said, well, he said, when I walked out of here after the Heifer show last night, he said, someone said to me, did you hear the news? And I said, what are you talking about? And they said, well, Veronica died. And he said, right on the microphone, he said, well, you know what, folks, she doesn't look too bad for a dead cow. And then Norman cried in the ring. There's a picture, you know, tears and the IV. And it was, you know, it was just something that you'll never forget, but also a rough experience.
To experience such a range of emotion all within a couple of days while you're also getting other cows ready. And
you know, so then that was, I guess, at that point on Wednesday in that schedule. And you know, so it came time for, so by the weekend for Supreme Champion, she was really feeling quite good. And she went out and won.
Did she still have the IV stent in her neck at this point?
Yeah, and that's the year that it was like the 40th anniversary of Expo, and they gave out a truck for Supreme Champion, and they drive in with this truck, and we're just like, you know, we at that point just exhausted, first of all, emotionally, physically. We're like, what are we gonna do with this? How are we supposed to get this home? You know. One of the owners actually had to like do all the title work and then fly back out there and drive it home.
And drive the truck back.
I mean, it was just an incredible roller coaster with a happy ending that week.
I guess when you know, considering all the emotional up and down and her impact, I guess, you know, like people can't begrudge you too bad, even if you are a Holstein person, for having a Jersey, a favorite cow.
Yeah, she just connected. I connected with her. And it was just, she won me over for sure.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
we look forward to the rest of your work over the next day and a bit. Maybe we'll get you back on. Hopefully, we won't make you tear up the next time you're on.
Ask me any other sad questions.
So thank you very much, Judge Packard.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
James, you did an outstanding job, as did Terry. You are challenging me for my reputation as the male Barbara Walters.
I think you have me on the looks, but
thank you.
Someone needs to put a side-by-side up.
Someone's working on that.
Yeah, Tony, if you're there. Who do we have?
Well, we've got 144 on top. This is the Carnview Farms heifer that Peter Leach is leading, the Unstoppable Daughter, and we have the All-Day heifer in second for Clark Valley and Pierre Boulay. Mr. Worldwide, Mr. International. That was a great interview. I hope the audience at home were thrilled by it. And then we've got a red heifer in third.
145?
Yes, and I think that's
The Avalanche, or sorry, the Analyst out of Mitsu.
Yes.
From Upridge.
And is that Scott Morrison on her halter? Maybe.
Never can tell. I'm not sure.
Okay. Oh, could we get some lunch at some point in time?
There's chicken pizza wraps, there's hamburger, cheeseburger, grilled cheese, fries.
Just a coffee for me.
A cheeseburger, please.
Cheeseburger.
And I don't know if they've got some like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
The wrap would be good. Yep. Wrap would be good. I got water here, so I'm good. Yep.
Oh, so we are seeing it. We're in the midst of this spring yearling class, again sponsored by Sean Boys of Fergus. Not just saying. And Sean's a great guy. Know his brother Matt well. We call him the mayor of East Fergus. And yeah, they're continuing the work that their dad Alvin, Sean is. Their dad Alvin Boys did, and he was a highly revered cow shipper and trucker as well. Alvin Boys died rather suddenly a bunch of years ago, and pretty shocking actually.
He was quite a character.
He was a character.
When he rolled in the driveway, it was always, you were going to get a story or
Yes. I can recall Gary Bowers at Lencrest saying he wanted no one else trucking his animals than Alvin Boys, and that's not a reflection on anybody else, but if he had his choice, he wanted Alvin to be looking after their cows. But that's the kind of place Fergus is.
I'm not sure where we set the over-under on mentions of Fergus on today's broadcast.
It was pretty early in the game, I think.
But somebody out there is definitely keeping track.
Andrew Denhan was pretty proud, as were the Frasers, as were North Star Genetics. Wow, this is getting into the intense.
Did you see Judge Deaver's going to,
top animals,
as he's done in a few classes today, pull them out and go tip to tail.
Yes.
With his top few. Chance to analyze them side by side from the side.
Side by side. Okay. Side by each?
Side by each, yes.
And this is really making these exhibitors work, which is great.
Well, that's what they're being paid.
Honing your skills.
That's what these elite leads people are being paid for.
Okay. And I think great to see a lot of these animals in this good shape too this time of year, both their shape but also they're handling themselves pretty well too, because there haven't been too many shows in this country before now. I mean the convention show last week, show or two out west. That BC show seemed to be quite dramatic this year, the spring show. Yes, yeah, the sponsorship was outstanding. Oh, Sandy might be getting a little knot up. Okay. Okay, and Doug Green's being put to work here. I'm very sure. When I see Doug, I always think back Murray to his grandfather, Marvin Green, wonderful Ayrshire breeder near, well, in now Radian Brantford, I guess.
Right downtown.
Yeah, right downtown Brantford almost. And Marvin Green, I can always remember going to Paris Fair and Mr. Green would shake hands with you and my little raccoon paws would just disappear in his great big warm hands. And he was such a lovely man. I don't know where I'm going.
Raccoon paws is accurate, that's all I'll say.
Let's give recognition to the young man from Antigonish here. Right
Yeah, Sandy.
Sandy's been pulled up in the third.
Sandy's showing hard.
There we go.
If he had been part of the Pictou County 4-H program, he might even be higher.
There we go. But his Vogue Illustrator daughter.
But getting back to serious matters, yeah. No, the Greens are tremendous people. Marvin was a president of Ayrshire, Canada, at one point in time. They bred and owned some very, very good Ayrshires.
Pulling up into fourth place is Dreamway Master Abbey, shown by Keaton Phoenix. And in fifth is the Red Heifer.
Yes.
That is the analyst out of Mitsu from Upridge.
Yes, from Upridge, yeah.
We have Jeff Stevens.
I wonder if Mitsu is here.
No.
I don't know about her freshing. Yeah.
Just fresh, not quite in show shape yet, but calved again, and we'll be ready to rock this summer. So.
You low on batteries? Oops. Somebody's a little tired. Well, that was kind of there's various kinds of flops. That was just a front, straight down flop, as opposed to as a belly flop. Yeah. Drumdale. Oh, David Saracen is Drumdale. Oh, thank you, Tony Van Lith. Is that in Quebec? Like near Drummondville, Quebec, possibly. I think I've been at that farm, and they have jerseys as well. I think, thank you, Tony Van Lith is alive and active again. Shout out to Bruce Sargent, keeping on top of all the tech needs here.
Thank you, Bruce. Apparently I've been talking too much. I burned the batteries out of my mic.
Well, no comment.
Verbal diarrhea gets you a long way someday.
Well, so with those top two heifers, they're staying where they are. Sandy's in third now with his Illustrator P daughter. Those are Sargent. Yeah, we have the team here has Sargent family dairy curds as well.
And we will judge Claire's having a sample.
Claire Swale is just sampled.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. Bruce is just over there. You don't want to hurt his feelings. Yeah, there you go. Two thumbs up. Okay.
Yeah. That's the ultimate compliment, because most of us have only two thumbs.
Is like is three thumbs a thing in Pictou County, or
parts of the backwoods?
Right.
So these heifers that you are going to see on your screen are something else. The quality of this show has been
very impressive.
So impressive, deeply impressive. It's a little too early to say that it's a preview of the Royal Winter Fair, but it is
a long road.
Yeah, maybe the Ontario Summer Show.
There you go.
Yeah, which will be at Lindsay again this year. Oh, a little movement up here, maybe? Yes? No? Oh. Yep. Jeff Stevens being moved up there a little bit with Sawiti.
Sawiti. Sawiti. Jumping up into fifth.
Correct.
And sixth is the Mitsu daughter, and then seventh is 139, the Veilskeen Gutsy Darling. A Veilskeen Doorman Gutsy daughter.
Interesting.
believe she's out of the Atwood Gabigail family that Gary's developed.
Correct. That's a good herd of cows. They have
Excellent
a
herd of cows.
I've been there with, well, the late Dr. Hinshaw and I were there one day.
It's a really nice herd of cows, and I love the setup for a tie stall barn, kind of a cool old barn.
Yeah.
So
it's good for the cows, isn't it?
Great.
That, you know, that.
And Gary
the way
and the
they
family
do it.
do a very good job taking care of them.
Very hardworking. He's become quite an enthusiastic father as well with the kids there, and seems to really be enjoying that phase of life.
We were reminiscing yesterday about some of our old spring show antics.
Oh,
mercy. We thought we should maybe go downtown last night and have a couple pops out on the main drag there, but I think I went back home, sat in my chair.
Responsible adult.
I was asleep by 9:30 watching basketball, so it's funny what age does to us.
You weren't watching the Toronto Maple Leafs last night? Leafs?
Once it was 3-0, I stopped with the interest.
You were booing as well?
No, I wasn't booing. It just felt far too familiar.
Well,
give me a good look here at the top 5 animals in this class.
This is great. The angles they're getting on these to show us the boy, and they're well-developed heifers as well. Straight. Like the way those feet are pointing ahead, the rear feet are, you know, tracking. Rear legs, rear view. Speaking of classification, I'm just going to let that hang.
All right. It's one of those sentences that you want to start, but you're not sure where you're going to finish it, so you just say it anyways.
Did you enjoy the Holstein convention last week?
I did.
How many days were you there?
I was just there on the Friday and the Saturday with the committee in Quebec. Did a great job putting together a fantastic convention.
Seemed astounding. Great with those Montreal Canadiens sweaters for the master breeders.
That was a fantastic touch. I walked in to registration, and they had all the sweaters sort of arrayed up on the wall for everybody to look at. It was a really cool touch.
I think Jen is going to be telling a story very, very soon. Telling the truth very, very soon. have questions. Oh.
For a question.
Okay, I think we are back. And Paul Franken is across the way. And that could be VIP Annabelle 162. She is by Venus VIP. And out of a Tequila Dam, Paul and Lorraine Franken. I wonder if she goes back to Starheart Duncan Alpha with an A name. James, did you do the jerseys as well?
Which year was that cow born, would you estimate?
Somewhere in the early 1980s.
Might be before my time.
Possibly. And there's Peter Leach over there with the winning Holstein heifer. And we're doing a wide pan here. Shows the size of this facility. Terry is consulting with one of the exhibitors, getting some details.
This is 154, Mixin Moose, Gentry Rita, a Gentry daughter from Charlene Showdown Roxy, shown by Jenna Elliott. Oh,
yes, the Elliott family from, I think, Lambton County. There's a nice picture of Andrew Hunt.
It's a picture of Andrew Hunt. I don't know if it's nice or not.
He has his winter beard on still.
This is 154 coming across your screen now.
Oh, that's Jenna's heifer over there, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, the Gentry daughter. The landed Gentry. Whatever that means. But that's the gorgeous influence again. Showdown, there'll be a little bit of spice in there. Now we have possibly the Morning Mist heifer here. Yep. Another VIP out of Muskie Joel, Vienna. Now that's from Halifax County, Nova Scotia, originally near the airport. The Dillman family, breeders of Martha, Muskie Ayatollah Martha.
Indeed.
This is out of a different cow family. This would go back to Norwal, Casters-Anda, bred on the north shore of Nova Scotia.
Now how far from that, from Pictou County is?
A good hour and 20 minutes probably.
Okay.
Yeah. They don't touch. I don't believe Halifax County touches the county. Nice heifer though, and they bred a lot of daughters of that cow as well. They flushed her. Now, potentially, we have, and we do, I think his name is Albert Medina, and he's showing Maker Smoke Show Dandelion, who is total bit of Kerry's breeding here with Maker Impressive Showdown being the sire. And my, this is a lovely heifer. And out of Maker Game Changer Dora, and Game Changer would be, of course, from Painside Farms, and I think related to Mac and Cheese. Would you like to talk about Tiptoe as she tiptoes onto this screen?
This is 157, Buzzley Kingsdale Scout Tiptoe. And Elliot's HG Scout daughter from Kingsdale Verby Plush, and she's shown by Matt Lang. As he.
Interesting heifer. She's maybe not as deep as the heifer ahead of her, but very, very long, and you know, the kind that you can see developing into a cow as she goes. Very correct heifer. Shout out to Brianne Brown if you're watching. And some hired gun blood in there, and action verb. Veronica again, as we were talking, her sire would be by a son of Veronica. I see Doug Peart across the way there chatting with a rather sporty toucan. Bob Jarrell. Do you want to tell us about that heifer, James?
RJF Lad Jade P, a gold dust Carbala lad daughter from RJF Oliver Jules P.
So again, she would be by, the dam would be by Dutch Hollow Oliver P, and the pole gene has persisted.
The Oliver people seems to be working for them. There's been a number of RJ daughters.
He's a really, he was at Select Sires, and he sired a lot of really good daughters. They're great cows. Holly Lane, but an animal owned by Beckridge and Alex Vale with Hannah Delaire on the halter. Holly Lane Joyride Helter Skelter by the popular River Valley Joyride, and out of Pleasant Nook Hocus Pocus. Again, great naming. I wonder if Hocus Pocus is out of Happy Birthday. Good question.
160 on your screen here is the entry of Willow Creek jerseys. Willow Creek Gentry Yeezy. Rapid Bay, Indiana Gentry daughter from Willow Creek Courage, yes.
And that is the son of Richard and Teresa showing that heifer.
The next generation of Osborns.
Osborns growing up quick. Review. Oh, yes. And now we've got Review, another entry from Alex Vale, and this time Hannah Delaire. And Hannah, well, very, very capable, is not able to show two animals at once, so I think that's her sister, who is showing 161, bred by the Rivington family at Carp, Ontario. Review and Glenholm Holsteins. Tequila daughter out of an on-time dam. They've got a couple of good cow families in their Jersey herd. This one goes back to, I think, Pleasant Ridge Patrick Shasta. But I am open to debate.
I will not debate you on this topic. I was talking to a few people in the barn yesterday, and they were like, "Oh, who are you doing the commentary with?" And I said, "Russell." And they said, "Oh yeah, Russell." He's like, "I don't really know the jerseys all that well. I can, get by." And he's like, "Well, Russell, he knows all the jerseys. He just goes. He talks, and he's like got all these facts. He throws out, and nobody really fact checks him though. So we're not really sure if he's right. But we're just going to assume."
Well, that's what Tony Van Lith was born for. My father, my late father, who actually passed away 6 years ago today, would often accuse me of rambling, and he was right every time. "You're rambling again." I think it was because I was taking up his airtime, actually. He was very polite. He wasn't going to have two people talking at once, but somebody had to shut up. So there we are. So there's the class. Terry at work. Doug Green at work.
At the ready.
Murray talking to Mike Deaver. Oh, and Jennifer Peart Anderson, the greatest human being of all at this moment. Thank you. You're the best. Oh, even better. Jennifer, purveyor of fine meals.
Deliverer of burgers and coffee.
Just when a person is ready to collapse from the stress of it all, along comes Jennifer. Jennifer, a new neighbor for you folks in this area.
We've had an addition to Wentworth County. She took over the Terry Howell's facility over there just down the road from Lenvis. And her and Charlie will be milking there now, so it's good to have another, bringing the average age down a little bit.
That's
in the county, so that's a good thing.
And Jennifer, not so far from where Franken Farms used to be either.
Indeed.
Right in that nest there. And great to see that the Howells had been there for many generations, 7 or 8 maybe generations.
It's been a long time. They just built a new barn about, I'm going to say 10 years ago, maybe a little less, put in some robots, and it's good to see that facility carried on and being used.
Exactly. And Charlie and Jennifer and their daughter Olivia, just so full of life and ready to be part of this community. It'll be much easier for Jennifer now, being this close, when she works on events here at the fairgrounds. I'm sure they'll be having her on the fair board before long.
Oh, they'll get their hooks into her, that's for sure.
A pretty amazing event, Ancaster Fair, James. Latter part of September.
So it is, yeah, the last or second to last weekend in September. We moved. The fair moved to this facility in coming up 15 years ago, maybe a little more. There was they had some property downtown. Well, not quite downtown, but closer to the center of Ancaster, and I think it was 40 acres they had, and it was houses on all sides, and they managed to sell that property and buy this current acreage, which is sort of on the outskirts of town, but really close to the highway, pretty good access from all directions. So they were able to buy the land, build the buildings that they started with, and carry the fair on. It was the right timing. You sometimes see some fairgrounds and there's a time to sell, right? And they did a very good job nailing the timing so they could keep the fair prosperous. And now it's a massive event. If it's nice weather and you're drawing people in from Hamilton and Brantford and all over the place. So the Ancaster Fair it's great. It's not quite what I remembered as a child, but it was quaint and small. And I could run all over the place.
You mean the downtown version?
Yeah.
I was there once or twice, and I didn't realize the 40 acres.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the old cow palace.
Yes.
Where I cut my 4-H teeth.
Yeah. I was here on the Saturday for the 4-H show, and I could not believe the crowds that were here, getting in there that evening as you left in the afternoon. So we got some polls.
We have some polls. Coming in first here for now is Morning Mist VIP Vivian, number 155. I think second place is going to be 162?
I think so, and that's Paul. Yes.
It's the Paul Franken entry. VIP Annabelle. So a couple of VIPs at the top of the class. And then the maker entry in third, Smoke Show, Dandelion. Again, this class sponsored by Louis Valenga AI Services.
And we really appreciate that sponsor too. So this kind of shows you the impact of River Valley Jerseys and their very aggressive sire production program a few years back with 2 VIPs at the top of the class at the moment.
At the moment, we've seen some polls, and there's some changes today. So mark it in pencil. That's what some say. I'm kidding, Jen. Jen's sitting next to us. Oh, both Jens.
So we are moving along in this class, and we're getting close to a more final decision.
Moving along. Very well played,
Exactly.
Russell.
So Jennifer, we were just predicting that you and Charlie would soon be on the board of Ancaster Fair. Yep. And Jennifer's nodding and saying, yeah, it'll probably happen.
Sometimes it's better to just resign to your fate and don't fight it.
I just am in retirement mode. I just retired from the listing day.
So let's do a real quick interview with Jennifer. Jennifer, you have a role within the Ontario Spring Discovery Committee, and what is it?
Yes, I had the pleasure of co-chairing the Ontario Spring Discovery Show this year with Jeff Stevens, and we're very excited to be making some changes this year in preparation for hosting the National Convention Show April 24 and 25 in 2024. So we changed a few things up this year. We have a heifer show going on today in alternating breeds, and tomorrow we're alternating cows, and that's something new that we've tried for this year, and we're hoping it goes over well and we can roll that out next year. And just to let people know, we do have some extra barns wanted for next year, so if you're watching online and want to come next year, we'd love to have you.
If we had to rent all the barns, like, there'd be Oh, you could fit a lot of cattle in here, so don't worry about space.
Yeah, we were doing some preliminary sketching, and easily could have 400 to 500 head, no problem. So we had around 330 this year, so there's lots of room to move. So if you're watching online and want to come next year, feel free. We'd love to have you.
Now, Jennifer, you've had at least 2 very big things happen in the month of April in your lives. Do you want to tell us about April 1st and April 8th?
Yeah, we had the opportunity to buy ongoing dairy farm just outside of actually Ancaster, but I guess the post office box is Jerseyville, even though it's a 3-way stop. And so we're trying to transition cows to from the tie style to a robot. So if anyone has any tips, certainly send me a message. I'd appreciate that. And yeah, we have a really nice day last 2 Saturdays ago, and our Maple Leaf Canadian Club Candy Cane topped the OASA, so that was a really nice timing because we're feeling a little bulk right now, so that's very helpful.
Well, Jennifer, please keep up the great work that you do with double trouble that you do with Jeff on presenting this show, because it's just getting better year by year by year. It's terrific.
Thank you for joining us, Jen. And I don't know if Russell sounded a little extra loud there. He had 2 mics going for some reason, so we're going to turn it over to Judge Packard for her reasons on this class.
Okay. Josh Karn very quickly moving across the... Wow, they're getting them in here. 169.
Or 168.
Well, 169 now.
Oh.
170.
Into our winter yearling class now, sponsored by Legend Maker Holsteins, a family member, so I have to say nice things about him.
Oh, you related to the Smith?
Yes, in a fashion. So, Aaron, if you're out there watching, I'm on the lookout for victors. All right, I'm going to talk them up as much as I can.
I know somebody who's got a Victor calf due about today. It's very important to me. We're not going to reveal anything just yet.
Okay. We don't want to break the story.
No. Really good cow, due with a Victor calf probably tomorrow. Well, Friday, but they think she's going to calve before then. We'll let you know. Stay tuned. And what we got here? Is that the man himself?
That is Len Viss, who's...
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to go over to Jen Kyle for a second.
Okay. Well, so there we are. We just missed Len Viss, but we have Eric DePasquet. What would Eric be showing?
174.
Oh yes, lily pad.
Yeah, quality sidekick lily pad. A sidekick out of the famous Florbell Doorman Lily.
Everybody is involved.
I often get stuck at when reading off like the Ontario awards, whatever, trying to pronounce the Agribear Society Agricola and all
Agribear is enough.
Yep.
They appreciate it.
Beckridge, Florbell, Oscar and Eric DePasquet, and Quality Holsteins.
And she is on the right-hand side of your screen now. And at some point we'll get to a position where we can be descriptive of these animals. We do have David Diamond with every hair in place, showing a red heifer by late night now.
Hair's in place for now, eh, Russell?
Yep. When you least expect it.
So this is Sugar C LN Elude Red, owned by Beckridge and Patience Holsteins. As Russell said, by late night, and out of an Unstoppable Dam, and then a Hypnotic, an Olympian, a Destry, and Apple.
Oh, Apple herself.
She comes by the red, honestly.
Huh, cool. David showing the odd animal in his time, like Footloose last year at World Dairy Expo. Caught your eye.
He seems to find his way onto
the good halters.
The good halters, for sure.
There's Greg.
It's a 164 Petitclerc Lambda Aruba, shown by Petdale Farm and Select Farm and Export Services. A Lambda daughter out of Petitclerc Doorman Anastasia. Goes back to the Golden Anouk family.
Which has been quite prolific, hasn't it?
Very much so.
No.
Bred very well. $165 Beckridge Las Vegas Monopoly, a quality Las Vegas daughter from Leechland Solomon Miss. Now her sister was honorable mention All-Canadian Winter Yearling last year.
Oh, yes. Don't tell me we have another taxi daughter coming here. Well, Feel free to, actually.
Somewhere.
Maybe. 168. That's a Valaskine heifer right there. Paradise, Hawaii. Now we've got 170. Oh, owned by the Frankens, Smigwatis. I love that name. Sidekick, Ribbon Way. Sidekick out of a Beamer.
Back to the Roxy family. Through Scientific Beauty Ray.
And if we got a red coming here. Steve Fraser's on the halter of 172, Balmoral. He's working with his friends at Balmoral.
This is Balmoral Warlord, a Mr. Blonde and Warrior daughter out of an Armani. It goes back to Rocky Mountain Talent Licorice.
Ah, heavens.
One of my, like, when I was a bit younger, and she was intermediate champion at the Royal, I was like, I would have bet the world she would have been grand that day. And I would have lost, but
you still had your desires and your views.
That was the day for her. I really
Now here's Len.
Mr. Len List with Maplewood Denver Titleist, as he mentioned as he went by, after my favorite golf ball. So Brynwood Denver out of a byway taxi.
I think Taxi is going to be, as we said earlier, premier dam of the show. It's an amazing number of animals. I've been informed by Tony Van Lith that the dam of the Morning Mist heifer, a wonder class, is a full sister to Valletta. And you'll notice that I did not practice shameless self-promotion. For once.
For once.
Looking at Brian O'Connor and Lowell Lindsay having a discussion over at the side of the ring.
Solving the world's problems, no doubt.
I would hope so. Somebody needs to. So you're related to the Smiths, but now Adam Smith, who lives near...
Those are the other Smiths.
Yeah, but they're not really all that closely related, if at all. Adam and Aaron.
So we're related through my aunt. So
yes,
I'm not. I don't know much about the Smith side of things.
Okay. And of course, Adam Smith is related to the Fletchers at Pleasant Nook. So it's a small word.
Talk about Eric. Where did we?
We introed her when she came in. This is 175 though. Our Way sidekick Leighton, sidekick out of a doorman daughter, exhibited by Our Way Farms.
Sidekick and doorman. So she's got potential to be a sweetheart.
Sidekick, doorman, Braxton, Goldwyn, Gibson.
Oh.
It all comes out eventually.
All the research.
I believe Horace Bacchus would say, blood will tell. And the latter-day Horace Bacchus has just proven that. Thank you, James. I don't throw compliments around easily.
Can't quite see a number there.
Yeah, we're sorry. We would really appreciate a number on that animal that just walked by. Would she be, well, that's weird.
Yeah.
Yep, David's hair is on point today, as every day. I'm looking also at that sign behind David for DFO. Oh, we got some pulls. Len is in the hunt early.
Favorite golf ball and maybe favorite heifer.
Of all the taxi daughters, she could be the taxiest of all. Okay, we need to shut up now. Okay.
So we've had a poll here in the winter yearling class. Sitting in first is... Oh, I screwed up my papers. This is the Denver from Maplewood. Out of Byway Taxi, going back to Inspiration Tina, as Judge Packard is beside us, is glowing now. It appears second place would be the Late Night. There we go. And third would be the Bail Scheme Heifer.
Yes, 169, I think.
It's Veil Scheme Paradise, Hawaii.
Have we heard of Sunny Point Paradise before?
I have not. I didn't click on that side of the pedigree when I... The heifer does go back to Shilane Jasper Harriet, though.
Ah. In which case, maybe Jen McCollum Kyle would be excited about that. Stratford roots, maybe. I'd say Len is doing a great job here.
Len had his daughter Eden out in the ring yesterday, giving a few pointers for the showmanship competitions tonight. But Eden's she's quite a bubbly personality.
Yes.
So she felt like being all alone, like she just couldn't stop giggling or laughing. I was like, Eden, well, you can't be laughing out here. Come on, this is very serious business. Don't be having fun. That's what I said anyway. Oh. I'm sure Len provided some good advice.
Yeah. He would talk about balance and be happy, but don't be giddy. Yeah. So these are the winter yearlings.
The former intermediate yearlings.
That's a good shot of showing you the power and strength of these heifers.
That's the Balmoral heifer in fifth.
That's the red heifer. I presume she has a sire. Oh, Warrior Red. Yeah, amongst those reds that have shown today, she's...
Will definitely be up there.
This class... yeah, Legend Maker Holsteins. What's the... Mount Hope?
Mount Hope is the address.
Wouldn't be very far from the airport.
He's about less than 5 minutes from Hamilton Airport. Mount Hope, the highest point between the two lakes.
Really?
Yeah. It's a good spot to be for when the world eventually does flood. We'll be the last to go. So looking forward to that.
It's too bad you live on a slightly lower elevation.
So yes, I will unfortunately be underwater before him.
There's been a switch here, I believe.
Nope.
Oh, no.
Your eyes deceive you, my friend.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes, yes. Absolutely. You're correct. Why would I ever doubt you?
So we see the... See 7th and 8th coming in line here.
Yes. 69 is 3. 164 is 4. So that's Len Vist is maintaining his position there. Oh, we now have names for our sanitation engineers, Kevin and Patrick Elgin from Tilsonburg.
Ah.
By these two young.
Kevin's from Melbourne.
Oh, Kevin is. Oh, and so we're being very, very good on privacy of information. Kevin is from Elgin County. Patrick is from Tilsonburg. And they are our biosanitary engineers.
Doing a fine job today, keeping
They're
the,
really on top of things.
Keeping the ring clean. I don't see any strays out there. Terry's feet are immaculate.
Okay, here we go.
That sounded weird, I'm sorry.
Really a nice pair of dairy heifers to start the class. The heifer in first is an easy winner in my mind. She excels the heifer in second in total stature and length of body. I'd like to see maybe the same kind of depth that the second place heifer has on our first heifer, but she's a good moving heifer. She's good through her front end, clean in her neck, down through her brisket, has some width to her chest, and the total amount of length from her elbow back to the flank on this heifer carries her over the heifer in second. The heifer in second is an ideal mate kind of a heifer. She's square, she's straight, she's nice on all 4 feet and legs. Heifer has beautiful dairy character and balance to her. Excelling our first heifer in depth of body, depth of rear flank, and carrying the same advantage over the heifer in third. She's deeper in the front, she's deeper in the rear. She has that nice little fullness in the bottom of her rear rib, if you will. I also prefer the head carriage on this heifer. She's not quite as hued in the neck. She blends smoother from her shoulders to her neck and into her head as we compare her to the heifer in third. The nice long-bodied heifer in third is just a little bit rounder boned than our second heifer, but she has an advantage over the heifer that's in fourth in that she's cleaner in her neck, cleaner down through her dewlap and through her brisket than the heifer that we have in fourth. She's also much more attractive in the rear end in terms of levelness across the rump, and a lot more refined in the tail head, sets down nicer in her pins than the big heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, not quite at the dairy quality of the 3 above her, but she has that big strength to her, big openness to her rib, has lots of width through her head, down through her front legs, and carries the width all the way through her rib structure. The heifer in fifth, she has these advantages plus a little size over the heifer in fifth. The heifer in fifth is a nice balanced heifer. Change the way her pasterns are just a little bit, not so much the rear part of her pasterns, but the front part of her pasterns. She likes to knuckle just a shade in that particular area, but she's a good square, sound heifer that fits nicely into the fifth spot for me.
Complete placings in the Holstein Winter Yearling class are as follows. Entry 163 was second, and first place red and white, Sugar C LN Elude Red, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins and Patience Holsteins Limited. Ring number 164 was fourth, 165 was ninth, 167 was 11, 168 was eighth, 169 was third, 170 was 10th, Ring number 172 was 6th and 2nd place red and white. 173 was your class winner and best bred and own Maplewood Denver Titleist, exhibited by Maplewood Farms. Entry 174 was 7th, and entry 175 was 5th. Now entering the ring are our Jersey Fall yearlings, generously sponsored by Bride On Farms. So if someone from Bride On could make their way to the picture area to present the award at the end of this class, that would be wonderful. This is also a smaller class, so attention in the barns. You should be making your way to the ring shortly with your Holstein Fall yearlings. At this time, I'd also like to say thank you to our ring crew. That today we have Ethan Black from Brant County, Patrick DeBoer from Oxford County, and Kevin Roos from Elgin County. These guys have been doing a great job keeping the ring clean.
Okay, so we have the fall yearlings in the ring now, and you are looking at number 180, Sarah Lay Video, I'm So Famous, Veltois Farms, and Dan Hovden, a video out of a tequila dam, so by the popular Video Bull. Then we have Glenholm J. Gin Ricky, a Joel, I believe out of an Andreas, a gin and tonic, and again Glenholm jerseys at Bolton, Ontario, but only for so long, about another month and a half, and they are in Oxford County. Yes, they've purchased a farm, a kind of Tavistock area, but maybe a little west of that. Tony Van Lith will be telling us exactly where it is in a second. Yeah. So we have, I think, just 6 heifers in this class. Well, Tony Van Lith has not answered us just yet, but I'm sure he'll be there. 177, right on your screen, is the Alex Vale ride Get Ya Good, a joy ride out of that Andreas Go-Go Love.
178 on your, whoop, she went.
Oh, we're back to 177. Oh, sorry, bouncing around here. Excuse me. Yeah, that's quite a historic move on the part of Glenholm anyway. Selling and June 1st is the date when they take over the new operation, substantially larger than their current farm at Bolton. I think 140 cows maybe. I think 3 robots.
There we go, 178 is coming into your screen right now. Mixing Moves Getaway Emmy, exhibited by Jenna Elliott. So an interesting prefix, Mixing Moves.
Mixing Moves, yeah.
Married to Chris Stephen. And she's a Rapid Bay Getaway out of Charlene Colton Embrace.
Oh, that E family at Charlene.
With it being 2023, can you really be sure, though?
I'm feeling very comfortable about it being that family. They had some really nice cows out of that family. And who we got next? Somebody, maybe? Oh, there's Tony. Yes, New Hamburg, Tavistock. Yeah. So that's the area that they're going to be in. Not so far from Claynook, as a matter of fact, kind of in that hood. Yeah. I see we have Jack Malee out in the ring now with his cosmopolitan camera.
Entering the screen here is the Willow Creek Jerseys entry. Willow Creek Gentry Arrow, a Indiana Gentry daughter from Willow Creek Casino Arley.
I remember the day that Teresa was born very well. There was a Jersey Canada meeting, and I won't give you the year, a Jersey Canada meeting in Waterloo when Albert Taylor was president, and we went to Willow Creek Farms out in New Hamburg, Baden area, and David said, well, we had a new daughter this morning. That was Teresa.
Very matter-of-factly.
Who's grown up to be a really talented, capable woman. There's that video coming onto the screen again with Marianne. Sight for all eyes. All Canadian heifer calf last year.
So she really is so famous.
She is so famous.
Again, when you name a heifer, I'm so famous, you need to have the confidence that she's going to make it.
Well, maybe it was obvious from birth. And now we can say there's a heifer on the screen now who will be going to the New Hamburg Tavistock area. I think they're in Oxford County rather than being in Waterloo, where the new location is.
They might be close to Punky Doodle Corners.
They are, absolutely, Murray. That was part of Carol Ruda's description, is that, and they had, you know, they were finalizing a deal, so it was fairly quiet, and then all of a sudden the news broke, and had a lovely discussion at the Jersey Canada meeting with Carol about it. That's quite a transition for a family that's been in that place since before 1937. Four generations of the family that have been actively involved. Oh, and Tony must have some more information for us. I hear my phone going. Nope. So Famous has new owners, and she was junior champion last week in Quebec. Julian Chabot is paying attention here. And who are the new owners, Julian? I know I'm asking you as if I was typing it, but yeah, Veltois and Dan Hovden were the folks that made the entry. New owners are. So this is just breaking news. And we do want to thank Julian Chabot for his comments. Former colleague of mine at CEMEX. Founder of Goldwyn.
Oh. Finder? Finder? Founder?
Yeah, I guess he really wasn't the founder of Goldwyn. Oh, Jamie Wood, Kevin Williams, and Fred Killing.
There you go. Huh? That's Braymont. Oh. Kevin Williams.
Yeah. Very good.
Judge Packers made her pull first time in the fall yearling class. 176 leads the way. Charlene Certified VIP Velvet. Clark Valley entry. The man of many faces, Pete Leach, on the halter.
Attention in the barns. Judge Packard has her first lineup in our fall yearling jersey class. So exhibitors with Holstein fall yearlings, please make your way to ringside now. Holstein fall yearlings to ringside now.
We have some decisions being made now. Peter and Velvet are staying there. I wonder if she's National Velvet. That's going way back in time.
Might be before my time.
Yeah, it's about. It was a story about a racehorse, I think. Anyway, shut up.
I'm So Famous in
Ron,
second.
Randy. Oh, and that's number.
And then the.
Thank you. We're just getting news of changes in ownership here, like it's a tidal wave. Ron Grandy has purchased one of the animals that was first in her class for Carnview. Oh, and everybody's come awake. Oh, Glenholm bought the Van Royen farm on the 17th line of East Sora, Tavistock, close to Punky Doodle's Corner.
This is
I think
very valuable information.
Well, we thank everybody who's trying so hard to
correct
keep us all correct us and
yeah.
keep us informed. Yeah, I prefer to think of it as being kept informed. Truth telling. So I guess this is about the way it ends up.
Yeah, the third place animal, it's the Glenholm entry.
Yes.
And fourth, we have the Mix and Moose Getaway.
So 3 top places, it's kind of a CMAX sweep here, or East Gen. Venus VIP, Video, and Joel.
Judging is now complete in our fall yearling jersey class. Congratulations to entry 176, our class winner, Charlene Certified VIP Velvet, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins. In second place, entry 180, Serpalat Video I'm So Famous, exhibited by Veltris Farms Limited and Dan Hovden. And in third place, and best bred and owned, ring number 181, Glenholm J. Jinricki, exhibited by Glenholm Jerseys, Inc. Now over to Judge Packard for her reasons.
Not a large class of fall yearlings, but quite a bit of quality out here. Starting the class with a pair of heifers that just show so much style. This first place heifer has an advantage today in having more height to her front end. She's more open and more angular in her rib structure. She's harder through the top line, and I prefer the way she is more level through her rump structure over a second place heifer. Just so much balance. She moves freely about the ring. I really admire the depth that she has throughout. A second over third. Today she's showing me an advantage in just being a little cleaner. I realize they're fall yearlings, and this heifer in third is probably going to be the first one to calve. But would like to change the third place heifer through the rump structure, just make her a little more square, like to level that rump out from hooks to pins to place higher today. But she really does show me so much potential. As the memory's just starting there, a lot of length of frame. She's got an advantage today in the way she moves on her rear legs over her heifer coming out in fourth. She's much more fluid in her motion, much easier in her stride than her fourth place heifer. Really admire the frame on this heifer, a lot of angularity. She's got a beautiful head and neck. She's hardened over her top line, strong through the loin region, extremely correct rump structure on the fourth place heifer, and those are advantages that take her over our heifer coming out here in fifth. This is a heifer that shows a lot of strength. We'd just like to clean her up a little bit and give her a little more strength on the top line to place higher today.
Complete placings for the Jersey Fall Yearling class are as follows. Ring number 176 was first, Charlene Certified VIP Velvet, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins. 177 was fifth, 178 was fourth, 179 was sixth, 180 was second, and ring 181 was third and best bred and owned. Now entering the ring are the Holstein Fall Yearlings. This class is generously sponsored by Howe's Holsteins. So if a representative could make their way to the picture area at the conclusion of the class, that would be great.
Thanks, sir. You guys can handle this. I know you can. Just go. No, just the washer. And I'm going to stay.
Just having a riot here. We're doing really well. So.
That's great. That's good.
So I can do an interview with one of our sponsors.
You want to?
I am.
You are. You go right ahead.
So I'm going to be over by the milk. And
all right.
So
give her.
Ask 3 questions.
Go give her. So how's the show box?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I went in there last night. I was like I was gonna get it because I have like a bedazzled harness,
Oh, yeah,
and I
yeah.
was like, oh, I should bring it. I was like, I could use someone else's. I was like, ah. So I've like opened it up, and I'm like, oh, it brings back memories. Saying that it'll be so good.
Just
when
getting
show
ready to
season
start the
starts.
next one.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to make 6 of them.
Oh, do you? Why 6?
4 junior shows
Okay.
across Ontario. The one for
Okay,
the classic.
so they even do it. They even like doing it for like other shows as
Oh,
well.
yeah, we make them smaller though for the junior
okay.
show. And then I'm going to duplicate the one that I do for the Royal. I'm going to duplicate it for the Ontario branch auction in London. So
okay.
they don't know it, so nobody knows.
Secret. Okay.
So we'll see if we get anybody to bid on it or not. So that's the plan anyway. So.
Good afternoon, guys. As part of the Finance Committee, we have a couple big-time sponsors, and we want to give them a little bit of time to present what they do. So our first big sponsor is Mandeville Investments, the Heifer team. So this is Calvin Glennie, and I'm going to ask him just a few questions. So yeah, if you can just explain who you are and what you do.
Like he wasn't the kind to.
Thanks, Len, for giving me a little bit of airtime here. We always like working with farmers. They're always easy to deal with and good people to just get along with. But yeah, our focus is on investment management and tax planning services, usually for business owners, which farmers would fall in that category of. But not a requirement by any means. But yeah, that's what we spend our days doing, is figuring out investment and tax planning solutions that work for you guys.
I'm just gonna stick to cows.
There you go.
Okay, so your typical client, and how do you build investment portfolios for these clients?
Okay.
So our typical client is going to fall into a category of someone who's, you know, just built up a good nest egg, whether that's saving up over the years or you come into some cash over a short period of time from the sale of an asset like land or quota or anything like that. And our clients are usually pretty conservative. They don't like the ups and downs associated with the stock market, so we try to build investment portfolios that operate outside of that, using things that are pretty conservative and everyone would get here, like apartment buildings, mortgages, and even Canadian farmland, which I don't need to explain to you guys here. That's been a great investment.
Good. So where are you at now?
Okay, well, I want to thank you, Calvin, and I'm the #1 fan because I've been with them for 3 years now, and great team to work with, and so much knowledge, and they're always, the phone's always open, so great team. I highly recommend working with the Heifer team.
I don't know.
Just to add one thing, we have one entry in our raffle over there to win $100 of an Amazon gift card, and I'm the only one who entered. So throw your name in and win $100 for Amazon.
Co-op is a good thing.
Yeah, to get like
Thank you very much,
build,
Calvin.
like relationships and everything. Yeah.
And I'll give you, for instance, my son was a co-op at a construction company.
Okay.
And he was ready to go back to Fanshawe to finish up for his certificate.
So Judge Deaver making his way through the Holstein Fall Yearling class, sponsored by House Holstein, so thank you them for their generous
And he said,
sponsorship.
if I'm worth that much to you now,
So let it
think
rip,
what I'll
James.
be worth to you
All right.
when I get
Here we
home.
have 188.
College
Eight. I love this heifer.
Notadale Mudbee, a Red Crest boom out of Notadale Mudbug,
And from the Jasmine family.
out of a Sid out of Jasmine.
Yeah, and Bromont Holsteins and Kevin Williams. She sold through the 2022 calves for a cause sale.
Really?
Those guys like remember him. or-
September calf. Really nice
And
heifer.
The original owners, one
Well
unfortunately
grown.
passed away, the other one retired,
Yeah.
and he and his partner.
The other white heifer in the middle of the screen there is Pleasant View Master Donnell.
And he's 40.
Exhibited by Clark Valley, Colin and Karen Leach and Adam Clark, and Master out of Pleasant View Lambda Danica.
Not that he's my son.
Okay, another big sponsorship team that we were able to secure is Case Canada, Case IH, and our local dealer is Casey Smith. And I just want to give him the mic to give him some of what they do and what they can offer to
Owns a small
farmers.
property just outside of Woodstock.
I want to thank everybody for the invite. Jumped on board to participate with the support of Case IH. I'm from O'Neill's Farm Equipment. We're a family-run business. celebrating 106 years this year. Started in 1917. We support the Niagara, Haldeman, and Hamilton Wentworth area. I'm sure there's a lot of customers here that I hope have the Otto Neils sticker sitting in the drive shed. Proud to participate, be part of the agricultural community. As the farmer, everything we have is invested in inventory, and we know it's been a tough go, but we're glad to be part of a big team. Thank you.
Okay, so Case has been is the big sponsor of the Supreme Champion Cow and also Supreme Champion or Supreme Junior Champions. So give them a round of applause for stepping up and sponsoring this event.
So here are the fall yearlings, which I guess is self-evident given the screen for those.
Got all the paperwork done.
Which is everybody, I think.
The owner that was going to own.
And so, Mike, this is the final individual class then before we go to junior champions and, well, junior breeders herd in the 2 breeds, and then the junior champions, and then the supreme champions. And I guess I'm saying a lot of things that most everybody will know, but there may be someone new to the show world here.
You're just keeping us all up to date, Russell. That's all.
Just wanted to let you know what's ahead. And I'll see if there's any new messages from Tony Van Lifts. Murray's mic is on. And there's nothing really wrong with that, but
he's been interviewing Eden Viss here for the
past it's been
so hopefully it's been
Thank you, Shelley Barfoot O'Neill, the great monitor of all things good and excellent. Thank you, Shelley. No, seriously, thank you. The old saying is we can't thank you enough.
Ah, we could. We might have.
Okay, so this is really a nice class of heifers. Now these heifers, James, some of those will be calving in a couple of months' time, probably June, July, to be milking.
Shortly, yeah.
Yep, milking yearlings. Get July or June calves out of them, and then show them. Russell, I was trying to be discreet. Well, Shelley.
There's a first time for everything.
No.
My personal interview.
Yeah, no. Murray. Okay. Once again, everybody's paying attention.
Yeah.
No, you people may think that it's unfortunate we mention you. We want to say thank you.
We can't thank you enough.
From the bottom of our being. Yeah. There's a couple of red heifers in here. And I keep saying all the obvious things.
I really do.
James, I wish you'd come up with something original.
We should be sequestered in a booth by ourselves.
Yes, so there'd be no possibility of
personal interviews going on.
Okay, Doug's ready. Yeah. It'd be interesting, isn't it? We may be looking at the first prize milking yearling at the Royal and just don't know which one it is yet. Peter Leach is in motion. What's that?
187 Pleasant View, Master Donnell.
A master out of a Lambda. Interesting.
2 very popular bulls we've seen here today.
Yes. Now Lambda's a bull that can sire a lot of production, good production, good type. Oh, well. Oh, even better. Out of a Unix.
And then, of course, Lamadonna.
Oh, of course.
85 is a Moran, or 185 is a Morand in third from Carnview.
Is her mother actually an Avalanche daughter? The name would indicate that.
Yes. The name, though dark, Fatal Avalanche, is accurate.
Peter Leach is a very, very good showman, isn't he?
I think he won a show a few years ago.
Oh, yes. Oh, here we go with the classic promotion. He's quite right.
Okay. Time.
Attention in the barn. Judge Deaver has his first lineup pulled in here in the fall yearling class. So we'd ask that exhibitors with their junior jersey herds to head to ringside now, please. Junior herds in the Jersey show, head to ringside now.
Okay, last ticket draw for the day. We're going to read off the 15 names. So Doug Kern, Julie Anderson, James Cranston, sorry. There we go. Oh. 85, Carnview, Eurolee, Patient Holsteins, Jen Hazelacre, Jeremy Hunter, Billy McIntosh, Robert Goodwill, Melissa Hirschfeld, Adam Vervoot, Adam Hodgins, Nate Lockey, and Terry Beckett. So hopefully you're still in it, and we'll see you tomorrow, and continue to enjoy the show.
Well, folks, James has just been, his name has been called. The unfortunate calling during the Mega Moolah contest, and I have asked James, for the sake of the whole world, that he not cry until he's parked the car at home.
I will fight back the tears. I will attempt to be a professional. No guarantees, though. That is a devastating blow. Didn't even make the top half.
Yep, well,
but the top
some of us didn't even make the first cut.
But the top half of this class is very exciting as they come across our screen.
Look at them. Look at them. These are the fall yearlings. Wow. Let's see.
Very refined bunch. Lots of width and power, but not more modern in their styling.
Yep, that's the way. My gosh, they're good. And it's been an interesting mix of sires today, too. I mean, you know, we talked about Delta Lambda and Master, but there's been a... Unix has had an influence throughout, maybe sometimes on the maternal side, too. Some of the good cow families in the breed are...
Well, the Lori Sheiks and the Apples and
Roxy's.
Roxy's, of course, and there's been a bunch of Chief Adine blood in the works as well. So
Dorman on the dam side.
Yes,
on the dam side.
So, yeah, correct.
King in the Ring himself.
Yeah. Well, there would be some that would say today Mike is the king of the ring on the Holstein side.
Good.
It was a lovely segue.
Judging in the Holstein Fall Yearling class is now complete. Congratulations to our winning entry 187, Pleasant View Master Danielle, exhibited by Adam Clark, Clark Valley Holsteins, and Colin and Karen Leach. In second place and best bred and own, entry 186, Howard View Lambda London, exhibited by Howard View Holsteins. And third, entry 185, Carnview Morand Fatality, exhibited by Carnview Farms. Now to Judge Deaver for his reasons.
A bunch of nice yearling heifers in this last heifer class of the Holstein show. Heifer heading the class today, tremendous balanced heifer. Heifer that's complete from one end to the other. She has the advantage over the heifer in second today in her body capacity, the depth of body. She's a heifer that has a little more width through her chest, if you will, a little deeper in the forerib. I like the way The body depth continues out through the rear body and the rear rib and the flank on this heifer as compared to a beautiful dairy heifer in second. Heifer in second, a little more youthful looking. I like the height and length of this heifer, and she's quite dairy. She excels the heifer in first in that she's much prettier about her head. She has more character, if you will, about her head, much more femininity about her head and the length of neck on this heifer, making her quite a dairy heifer. She carries these same advantages over the heifer in third. Beautiful head, nice face, lots more length in her neck, cleaner in her throat, neck, dewlap and brisket, and carries that cleanliness all the way out through her rump, over her pins, and down through her thighs. She also more desirable in her leg set if you compare second over third. Third over fourth, these third, fourth, fifth heifers, you can mix them up. I prefer the depth of body on the third heifer, a little more power maybe if in this heifer. She has the depth of rear rib and flank. She's a little more ready for the show today, I think, than the rangy heifer that we have in the fourth spot. The white heifer in fourth, as she continues to develop out, she's going to be quite a nice heifer. She's good across her top. She's long-necked. Shows lots of cleanliness of bone, lots of flat bone on her. And this dairy qualities carry her over the fifth heifer. A little cleaner throated, a little cleaner necked, a little cleaner out across through her rump region, especially, and through her pins and her tail setting as well. The fifth heifer, I'll grant you, has a little more style than the heifer above her. She's long and she's very attractive across her top. A little bit too straight in the leg to suit me today, maybe not quite as open in the rear rib and not quite as deep in the flank as the heifers above them. Nice class of yearlings, and thank you.
Complete placings for the Holstein Fall Yearling class are as follows. Ring number 182 was 7th and 2nd place red and white. Ring number 183 was 6th and 1st place red and white. Beckridge Warrior Red Bermuda, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins and Peg Investments Limited. Ring number 184 was 5th. 185 was 3rd. Ring 186 was 2nd and best bred and own. Ring number 187 was your class winner, Pleasant View Master Danielle, exhibited by Adam Clark, Clark Valley Holsteins, and Colin and Karen Leach. Ring number 188 was 4th. Now entering the ring are the Jersey Junior Herds, a class that's generously sponsored by Sleegerholm Jerseys.
We would like to recognize Sleegerholm Jerseys as the sponsors of the Junior Breeder Herd class. They're Mike and Brenda Sleegers up in Belmont, Ontario, just south of the 401. They've bred some really great Holsteins in jerseys. Robotic milking, I believe there, if I'm not mistaken. I think 2 robots.
Sorry, Russell has been requested to help out with a little bit of showing here, as the
I'm very good at it.
As the Jersey Junior Herds make their way in. Looks like we're gonna have 4 entries. Russell, do you want to get up on the chair? Start waving.
Russell, I hope nobody had earphones in the
We apologize to anybody who's just blown their earphones out.
I've been deafened by this rather unprofessional exercise.
Well, you just did what you were asked to do.
Exactly. Yeah. I do it all for the people. Heather Peart was the person who gave me that assignment in 2007 in Brazil at World Jersey Cattle Bureau meetings. She and Jennifer had just been at Euro Disney and then came over to Brazil in their elite lifestyle. And Heather said, "You do it all for the people." And I said, "That is exactly right."
They're jet-setting Hagersville, Ontario upbringing.
Wild women, yes. Yeah, all the way. So that is 16 years ago this July. And I'm still doing it all for the people. Whole new lease on life. So we have 4, is that right, James?
That is correct.
See 4.
There were 5 entered, 4 have dared out here. I see Kingdons. I see the Alexanders and Millhausens. I see the Jarrells, as some call them. And the other herd would be Carrie Fraser?
Yes.
Alexander, sorry. It's a very happy moment here. We see Judge Packard being very joyous with the exhibitors.
Oh, the group class, I think, are a little lower stress.
Attention in the barns. Our Jersey Junior herds are in the ring here. We have 4 herds in the ring. So this is the first call for our Holstein Junior herds to make your way to ringside with your Holstein Junior herds.
Will you be back this evening when we present the Lifetime Achievement Award to you, James? Or been informed?
No, okay. It's news to me.
Well, keep it to yourself. Just you and our viewers.
Yes, okay. So I'm much too young for that sort of action, so.
Okay, so some decisions have been made.
RJ.
That young man in the RJ group looks like a young Tony Van Lith.
Isn't Tony Van Lith young already?
Well, it's all relative. I think this one is considerably younger than Tony.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I didn't see him.
No offense, Tony. We're calling you mature.
So this is the RJF entry in first, Charlene second, Maker third.
You absolutely can. So, James, we have other priorities here.
Yes, of course.
The judging in our Jersey Junior Breeders' Herd class is now complete. Congratulations to the entry of Robert Gerald Farms, your class winner. In second place, the entry of Charlene Farms, and in third place, the entry from Maker Farms. Now to Judge Packard for reasons.
I appreciate the breeders bringing these groups out here for your breeders' herd. Starting with this group to my right, just a slight advantage today in uniformity in this group. That's very similar made heifers. They're hard over the top. They're correct in their feet and legs, and they have an advantage in dairy character over our group coming out in second. Really admire the strength of the second place group, the width of chest that they have, the structure through the front legs are definite advantage that they have over our group coming behind them in third. And third over fourth on the openness, angularity, depth of body, and just more development in the rib structure than our fourth place group. Congratulations to all the breeders.
Complete placings in the Jersey Junior Breeder Herd class. Ring number 189 was second. 190 was fourth. 192 was the class winner, the entry from Robert Gerald, and ring number 365 was third.
Okay. Junior Holstein Junior herd, Maple View Holstein, the Johnston family from Listowel Hood is going to be in the ring soon. Just had the Jersey herd, which was sponsored by Sleeger Home, and now the Johnstons have stepped up to the plate. Here they come.
Just received some very critical health advice from Marie Reisner about making sure to not keep your wallet in your back pocket. Keeping it in your front pocket will improve your hip health, back health. It might save your life. So thank you, Mary. I very much appreciate it.
This reminds me of John Tesh on the radio with these, tips for life or whatever it's called. And I would have to agree. So Len Viss has I see Mapelwood is this a Mapelwood? I think it has to be. Yeah. Well, no, if you read it correctly.
If it's Maplewood Excavating, it's Mapelwood.
Holsteins.
Now his grandfather.
Yeah.
Actually, his dad, it's the one that came over, and that's the way he spelled maple.
Yes. He spelled it phonetically.
Phonetically,
and
so it's like Milik.
And that's just how they kept it. I always thought it was great. I really liked it.
We had bulls and AI from the Viss family, and they were Maplewood. So, but Mapel is Dutch vernacular. Is that what we call it?
Something like that. Yes. They all may be sisters.
Yes, of Taxi.
Yeah. Back to Taxi.
Back to Taxi. Oh, and there's Zach is doing some posing out there.
It's a ways back. The Allenvale inspiration, Tina.
A little bit, but it's still there.
Indeed, it is.
Still there. She was 95. Tina. Yeah. So, Kern View. Something.
Quite a number in here. 1, 2.
2. Yeah. Oh, and Kyle Stockdale has a herd, or extra mile. Sorry. Mapelwood. And 2 others.
Weeksdale?
Of course. Oh.
About to be corrected.
Observation here. No, somebody just sent me a funny attachment.
As long as it was funny, not inappropriate. Oh, well, that is funny.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Again, your numbers are accurate, Russell.
It's under 10. I
it's
can
under
count.
10. You're good. You've all the fingers for this occasion.
Thank you. I was raised politely, and still lots to go in those sanitary engineers. Still lots to go in our judges. Still lots to go.
Look at the Vale Skiing entry there.
Yes.
I'm guessing. 196. Yep. We have our first in-ring appearance of Gary Troop today.
Well, should we have stood up?
One of the current view entries there.
We're believing that showmanship. We're believing that showmanship starts at 5:30 today. Current local time is 2:58.
Following this class, we will have the Jersey Junior Champion, the Red and White Holstein Junior Champion, followed by Holstein Junior Champion, and then a Supreme Junior Champion. So it'll be a championship sort of festival coming up here. Festival of Champions. I like it.
Thank you, Terry.
We will be using that.
Yes, as the opening act in our Festival of Champions.
In the ring right now, we have our Holstein Junior Herds. This class is sponsored by Mapleview Holsteins. So if a representative from Mapleview could make their way to the photo area for the conclusion of this class, that would be appreciated. We'd also ask that the first and second place winners from the Jersey class, that will be contending for Jersey Junior Champion, make their way to ringside as well. And just a reminder that this year, something that's new, we will be awarding a red and white junior champion heifer as well. And those 3 champion heifers will compete for the supreme champion heifer of the show today. So the order of the junior champion classes will be as follows: the Jersey Junior Champion, followed by the black and white Holstein Junior Champion, and then the red and white Junior Champion, which will then be followed by our supreme champion heifer.
You should, James, this is quite something. I think they're all daughters of the same cow.
That's
the taxi cow, the Oakfield cow. And that would be from Biss's at Maplewood, also known as Maplewood. Right here in Jerseyville.
Right down the road. They actually didn't trailer here, they just walked.
Yeah, they'd be about the closest farm, would they not?
Indeed they would.
Yeah.
If they weren't trained when they left home,
they were trained.
Yes, it would be enough to get them broke, as the saying goes.
2.3 kilometer, you might be.
Yeah.
You got to go around the roundabout.
Yes.
That's where we learned to corner. Get deep in the corners here.
So true. So that's cool. 3 maternal sisters. Some of them could be full as well. So then the Festival of Champions will begin after this.
Promptly, yes.
Oh, wow. Appreciate that, James. Also willing to take the bridesmaid. That's humility. Cranberry Fortifiers does a lot of sponsorship. One of the founding partners of CDX.
Judging in the Holstein Junior Breeder Herd class is now complete. Congratulations to the winning entry, entry 379 from Maplewood Farms. In second place, the entry from Dean Carn of Carnview. And in third place, the entry 363 from Weeksdale. Now to Judge Deaver for his comments.
Again, a nice class, this time in the group division. Heading this group is 3 really dairy heifers. They're clean cut, feminine, great heads on them, beautiful dairy qualities about them. An advantage over the group in second, I think a little longer neck, a little more feminine in the head. And one heifer in the group, in the second group, not quite as good on her front feet as the 3 heifers in the first group. Second over third, I think there's just a little more balance in this group, a little more style, if you will, today in terms of balance and depth of body, size for age. The total package there, beautiful rumped group. The group in third is a very high quality group. They're dairy, they're high quality. Maybe like to see just a little more middle on the heifer on the end here to balance that group out, but they carry over the next group with a tremendous advantage in uniformity, and I think just a little more quality. Fourth over fifth, that's a close one. You can go either way as far as I'm concerned, but I think the maturity in this group over a real young group that's in fifth gives them just an added advantage. And fifth over sixth, lots of style, lots of quality, lots more breed character, the whole package in fifth over sixth. Thank you.
Complete placings in the Holstein Junior Breeder Herd are as follows. 194 was second. Ring number 196 was fourth. Ring number 363 was 3. Ring number 368 was 6th. Ring number 378 was 5th. And ring 379 was their class winner, the entry from Maplewood Farms.
We can feel the tension just building here, folks, as the Festival of Champions, Junior Champions, is about to begin. We're going to have the jerseys first, followed by the red and whites, and then the black and whites. With Grand Valley Fortifiers being the sponsors of the Junior Championship, great supporters of the industry, and then Cranston Farms sponsoring the Reserve Junior Champion. And we can't thank them enough for
fittingly in the bridesmaid's position
and being humble enough to accept that position.
Just happy to be a part of the program.
Yep.
I wasn't even aware. They asked us to sponsor, and I said, yeah, just put us on whatever you need. And apparently,
that was the need.
Jersey
was greatest.
Yes.
Yeah. A diverse operation. Sweet corn, Clydesdales, Holsteins, Jerseys, anything else?
Shorthorn.
Shorthorn?
There's 2 Shorthorns.
Milking?
Milking Shorthorns, yes.
Okay. Where did they come from? Oh, Richard Wood maybe had something to do with that?
Our good friend Richard, he worked for us for a number of years. He has a Shorthorn herd back in New Zealand, so we acquired some eggs from...
Really? From the herd? From the Woods herd?
No, from PEI.
Oh, Barrett's.
Unfortunately, we got nothing but bulls. So we had to go buy a heifer from Don Rich.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Richford is the prefix.
Richardson's, I think.
Richardson's, yeah, Don Richardson there.
St. Mary's?
Yep.
Yep.
And just bred on a little bit. It's been really good for us.
Okay, go.
Here they come.
Now entering the ring are the contenders for the Junior Champion of the Jersey Show today. The Junior Champion of the Jersey Show is sponsored by Grand Valley Fortifiers, and our Reserve Champion of the Jersey Show, Reserve Junior Champion, is sponsored by Cranston Farms. So coming back into the ring for consideration for junior champion of the jerseys today are our first place entry in the winter calf class, Glenneal CC Speechless, shown by Clark Valley Holsteins, and the second place entry in the winter calf class, Painside DBR Pretty in Pink, shown by Braymont and Kevin Williams. In the fall calf class, our first place entry was RJF Video Beacon, shown by Robert Jarrell. And the second place entry in the fall calf class was Fresh Start Fuzzy Peach, shown by Blair Bauman. In the summer yearling class, our first place winner was Maker Gentry Cabaret, shown by Maker Farms Incorporated. And the second place entry was in the summer yearling class was RJF Webcam Brisk, shown by Robert Jarrell. In the spring yearling class, our class winner was Leechland Mini Egg K, shown by Colin and Karen Leach. And the second place entry in the spring yearling class was Leechland Joel Montana K, shown by Beckridge Holsteins and Quality Holsteins. In the winter yearling class, our first place animal was Morning Mist VIP Vivienne, shown by James and Kathy Mason. The second place entry in the winter yearling class was Paul Lore VIP Annabelle, shown by Paul and Lorraine Franken. And rounding out our junior champion contenders are our fall yearlings. Our first place entry was Charlene Certified VIP Velvet, shown by Clark Valley Holsteins. And second place in the fall yearling class was Serpollet Video I'm So Famous, shown by Veltus Farms and Dan Hovden. Again, our junior champion of the jersey show is sponsored by Grand Valley Fortifiers, and the reserve junior champion jersey is sponsored by Cranston Farms. So a reminder to our class sponsors to please make their way to the photo area prior to the conclusion of the show so you can have your pictures taken with our champions.
She doesn't figure it. Oh yeah. I didn't know what the hand motions meant. Get away. Well, here we are for our junior champion, Oh, you need one of those. With Grand Valley Fortifiers as the sponsor of the junior jersey champion, and Cranston Farms from Carluke.
Center of the universe.
Attention in the barns. If exhibitors with the first and second place animals in the red and white junior champion class could make their way to ringside now, please. The first and second place animals contending for the red and white junior champion to ringside now, please.
As we were saying, reserve junior champion sponsored by the Cranstons. Clydesdale breeders who have a few other enterprises on their farm. So there's, folks, there's the lining up of the animals for Junior Jersey Champion. Judge Terry Packard has positioned herself so she's getting a good long distance view of the animals. Highly recommended by Lowell Lindsay for young judges. That you take a good long look from a distance. And the betting is on now, I'm sure, amongst the audience.
Yeah, watching them come into line, you can really kind of get a sense of the pattern and what Judge Packard has picked out here today.
What would that pattern be, James?
Dairy, long-bodied.
Decent front ends?
For the most part, I would say yes. Balance. You throw that word around a lot, but it really, a lot of these heifers really exude that.
Yeah, good spring of rib. And yeah, the dairiness and the refinement that we expect of the breed anyway.
If you had to make a wager, Russell?
I like the spring yearling and this senior yearling up here myself. See how close I get. James?
I'm inclined to agree. I do like the September calf as she gets pulled out around here.
Mm-hmm. So she is a contender.
The fall calf.
Fall calf. Sorry.
Spring yearling.
Mm-hmm. And I believe these...
The two winter yearlings are going to come out.
Yep. Which is absolutely great. Since I have been snookered on the Mega Moolah, I'd hope to get something right today. These are decent heifers. Interesting that they're both being brought out. I wonder if that tells us anything. Other than that, Terry really likes them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think Judge Packard can be really pleased with that final five.
I'm just glad she picked the two that I like, the three that I liked, that I would have gone with, so I feel like I'm thinking down the same path.
Yep. Keep your nose clean. You could be in the center of that ring someday.
Probably not.
Well, negativity is not going to win the day for you. We're here to cheerlead. Wow. That's really cute. And
second place winter yearling coming into line.
yes. It's
And then the winning senior yearling there.
we hope that the folks at home are getting some sense of, oh, we have a comment. Oh, I do agree. Yeah. Yeah.
The spring?
Spring yearling.
Yep.
Well, we are getting some messages from people with their choices anyway, and we'll...
I'm just glad they agree with me.
Yeah. One of them from a friend of Terry's, so we'll see how well he knows her philosophy. You could cut the air with a knife here. The tension is palpable. Wish I could do a Howard Cosell impersonation. This is what it's all about. Okay.
Before I go out and select your junior champion of your Jersey show today, let's give all the owners, breeders, exhibitors of these cattle a nice round of applause for the quality of heifers they presented today. I know the challenge of having your heifers ready in the spring, and I really appreciate the way the heifers have come out, how they've been presented, and how they've handled them. Just a really very impressive group for a spring show. I appreciate the opportunity to evaluate your cattle. I'm going to go out and select your junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and I hope you'll give them a round of applause. It's really impressive set of heifers out here, and for me the fall yearling just pulls everything together that I admire in a good Jersey heifer. She's got a beautiful uphill run, she's hard over her top line, level from hooks to pins, extremely correct on her feet and legs, which is an advantage that she has over the heifer that I made reserve junior champion. Also this fall yearling, just so much more length in her neck than our winning spring yearling. Just from end to end, just a beautiful heifer. She's straighter on her front legs, the shape of her front feet especially an advantage over our winning spring yearling who'll be your reserve junior champion. This heifer is just more development in her rib structure, more spring of rib, more depth of body, more fullness of flank than the winning winter yearling. A really correct balanced heifer. Just like to see a little more capacity to her midsection to be higher today, but another great class winner, another good representative of your Jersey breed. And again, thank you for asking me to come out here. It's been a great heifer show, and looking forward to the show tomorrow morning. Congratulations again.
Congratulations to the junior champion of the Jersey show today, Charlin Certified VIP Velvet, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins. Reserve champion honors go to the spring yearling class winner, Leechland Mini Egg K, shown by Colin and Karen Leach. An honorable mention in the Jersey Junior show today is Morning Mist VIP Vivienne, exhibited by James and Kathy Mason. Congratulations. At this time, we can also announce the Jersey Junior Premier Breeder Award. This year, the Premier Breeder Award goes to Charlene. Reserve Premier Breeder goes to Maker Farms, Inc., and Robert Gerald Farms is our third place in the Junior Premier Breeder Award. The Jersey Junior Premier Exhibitor Award goes to Clark Valley Holsteins this year. In second place is Robert Gerald Farms, and in third place, Maker Farms Incorporated. So the Junior Premier Breeder Award in the Jersey Show today was sponsored by Howard Haven Holsteins, and the Junior Premier Exhibitor Award was sponsored by McLean Hoof Trimming. So if representatives from both of those organizations could make their way to the photo area as well, we'll make sure to get your picture with our Premier Breeder and our Premier Exhibitor Awards in the Jersey Junior Show. Now coming into the ring are the contenders for the junior champion of our Red and White Holstein show today. So coming back, our contenders are from the fall calf class, Ms. Duckett, WLW Avery Red, shown by Future Crest Holsteins and House Holsteins. Second place in the fall calf class was Holzer Warrior Rose, shown by Highbine Holsteins and Parallel Genetics. In the summer yearling class, our class winner was Heavenly Eye Warrior Red Satin, shown by Gerardo and Jose Gonzalez, Heavenly Genetics, MB Lucky Lady Farm, and Select Farm and Export Services. Second place in the summer yearling class was Carnview Warrior Lassie Red, shown by Carnview Farms Incorporated. First place in the spring yearling class was Upridge Analyst Magnificent, shown by Upridge Holsteins. And second place in the spring yearling class was Elmbridge Morand Lupa, shown by Stan Howe, Keaton Phoenix, and Barclay Phoenix. In the winter yearling class, our class winner was Sugar C LN Elude Red, shown by Beckridge Holsteins and Patience Holsteins, and the second place entry in the winter yearling class was Balmoral Warlord, shown by Balmoral Farms Limited. In the fall class, rounding out our contenders, our class winner was Beckridge Warrior Red Bermuda, shown by Beckridge Holsteins and Peg Investments Limited. And the second place entry in the fall yearling class was Charlene USB Pizza Pie, shown by Charlene Farms. Our junior champion of the Red and White Holstein show is sponsored today by Dennis Martin, and the reserve junior champion Red and White Heifer is sponsored by Macintosh Holsteins. So we would ask that representatives for both of those make their way to the photo area prior to the end of this class in order to have your photo taken with the champions.
say a little something? Just to fill some air? What? Oh, yeah, well, James is a sponsor. So here we have the red and white Holstein Junior Champions, and certainly McIntosh Holsteins are the sponsors of this portion of the Festival of Champions, along with Dennis Martin, a great guy, lives up around Elma, if I'm not mistaken.
And he's sponsoring the Reserve,
yes.
Red and White Junior Champion.
Yeah. How did the picture taking go, James?
Claire said, never work with children or animals, and then, or both, and I think that was
directed.
I think it was directed at me.
Yeah.
I was a little.
She didn't name names, but you knew,
yeah,
well, you got to grow a thicker skin. Don't be a snowflake.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Sage advice from
it was unsolicited
Uncle
and it was
Russell.
free. Yeah. So here we have these animals that are here for the Red and White Junior Championship, and getting close to the grand finale. We had Charlene, we're the Junior Premier Breeder, and Clark Valley, quite interesting. We're the Premier Junior Premier Exhibitor Award.
In the Jersey Show.
Yes, correct.
Oh, wow.
Yep. The times they are changing. Yeah. And yeah, just 4 portions here. I'm almost at a loss for words. As hard as that may be to believe.
Being in the presence of this many redheads has got you just distracted?
Exactly. Dumbfounded. Gobsmacked.
Oh, like when you put all the reds together, like all the best 2 reds together of each class, it's quite a nice group. Yeah.
It's a good group. So much progress in that portion of the breed, eh? I mean, more production, more.
The days of, certain Red Bulls were very negative on the milk side. That's definitely come a long ways, and the more refined the dairy character, the angularity.
Yeah. Someone disagreeing with us here, I see. Oh. The error, and I will tell you the term. Oh, now here's something very comforting for all of us. Nate down in the United States says, by the way, while I drove farm to farm today, you guys did a great job on the commentary.
Well, there's one person out there that likes us, Russell.
Yeah.
If we can affect one person out there, it's all worth it.
Oh, now here's one that you would find. You have made my workday so much more peaceful getting to listen to you chat away with your show posse.
We won't say who this is for fear that their boss might not enjoy their productivity levels.
You were all awesome, thanks, and super funny. Oh, well, humor is appreciated too. Yeah, that is someone who has a full-time job, so we can't identify them.
We refer to them only as...
someone from the Belle Province de Quebec.
Oh, well, see, now you're getting too close there.
Yeah. Well, leaves quite a bit of... There's a lot of employed people in Quebec.
The number that would be watching the Ontario Spring Show, you could really narrow this down in quite a hurry.
You're begging not to be revealed.
Please shut up.
I like my job.
This is
Cindy, just don't tell my boss. Yeah, okay.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
Really nice group out here.
And...
Do you have any predictions? We were right the last time. We might as well be right twice.
The late night heifer that David is showing is good. I don't know, this tall heifer over here, is she the Lupton one? The Upridge one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of like her.
The analyst, yep.
Yeah.
I think the 2 winter yearlings for me.
Okay, well, I'm half right then. Which, oh.
See, all these reds must be making me feel longing for some Guernseys.
Well, no, actually for my Ayrshire roots. Oh, now here's a really nice comment from someone who I believe is self-employed, so we could identify them. I listened to the first few classes on live stream, then came to see the next few classes live. I missed your commentary so much that I went back home to watch. Jamie Wood, God bless him.
We appreciate it, and we only paid him a very small sum for him to say that.
Well,
So.
I would say he left here with heavy pockets. Yeah. And a lot of pleading.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Jamie Wood. Everybody support Hayes Farms or whatever. Yes. Isn't that what he calls his business?
Yes, correct.
Has retained that name. That is really quite a comment.
By the comparison to the Royal, like the last time I did this, we are like so close. Like if I talk loud enough, the exhibitors and the judge will hear me. It's kind of intimidating.
Yes. As opposed to at the Royal, nobody could hear us live. Or
we could have killed Cole and no one would have heard him scream. Perhaps we should have. All right, we're moving on.
Okay, she's going to be
one
of the ones. Yep. Mm-hmm. Not taking both of them yet.
He is.
Oh, he is.
I feel good. I made the cut. We're in.
You've got your two are in the final few. Okay, and yes. Well.
118. This is the Warrior, bred by one Claire Swale, who's in the building today.
That really is quite an animal. Like her. And I guess that's...
And the fourth one selected is the Fall Calf, Miss Duckett, WLW Avery. Looks like it's just going to be the 4.
I think so. Well, once again, the tension is ramped up. It's kind of like a wave, waves of tension. Hoping against hope. Yeah, I think you might be onto something with those 2 winter yearlings.
Blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while, Russell.
I use that expression quite often when I do anything that's even vaguely sensible. Oh, that is quite a banner that Blondin Farms has over there about energy. It's incredibly easy to read.
You've got your good glasses on, I see.
Yes. We're just going to allow you folks to enjoy but Macintosh Holsteins, I don't know if we've given Alex and his team enough of a shout out for their support. Boy, he's provided service to a lot of people over the years with the... Oh, well, they have done a lot of good too. Bill and his family. Yes, I guess it would be all Mac, maybe, would it, if it was Alex? Yeah. So Macintosh Holsteins, that is Bill and Greg. I get the biggest kick out of seeing Greg Macintosh because he was a little wee boy. I went for a bunch of years without seeing him. He's quite a mature adult now. Sister Julie, she's great. I guess these people are excusing themselves.
It was actually quite kind. We have a better view now from our vantage point.
Oh. I'm being chastised for my mistake on the Macintoshes. I'm sure Tony Van Lith will be enraged. Not Macintosh ET. Thank you, Tony. You are so right. Macintosh is Bill. I'm now getting texts about it. Yeah. Shows people are paying attention. Macintosh is Bill. Cal Mac is Alex. Okay. You're right, folks. Mea culpa.
In the ring is the competition for the junior champion of the red and white show today. And certainly appreciate all the efforts that everybody that owns, preps, shows, the breeders have done to bring these cattle out nice for the spring show. So my congratulations. I'll pick your junior champion first, reserve, and then the honorable mention in that order, and hope you'd show them some appreciation for what they've done today to make a nice show. Thank you. For junior champion today, I'm going to pick the winter yearling. She's a heifer that's has lots of dairy qualities. She's tremendously balanced. She doesn't have any holes in her. She's great on the move, on her feet, her pasterns, her legs, everything's square. She has the most natural depth of rib, I believe, of the heifers in the group, and she has the most femininity, most breed character, most angularity of all the red heifers in the show today. I think she makes a fine junior champion. Not the biggest thing in the world, or the tallest, I should say, but just a beautiful, well-made heifer. For reserve, I think you can flip a coin on the other three good heifers. I'm going to go with a second winter yearling. She has a great amount of power through her front end. I like the chest. I like the depth that she has. She has good angles in her rib. Beautiful top line on the heifer. Change her a little bit in the pin setting if you're going to compete with the first place winter yearling. We're making her reserve champion over the summer yearling. Although the summer yearling has tremendous amount of body and tremendous amount of frame, and is going to be continue to be a good heifer. The second place winter yearling is much cleaner today. She handles her top nicer. She's more comfortable on her rear legs. She's more attractive at all times as we compare her to a good white heifer in the summer yearling class. So congratulations on the junior champions of the red and white show.
Congratulations to the junior champion of the red and white show today, the winter yearling Sugar C LN Elude Red, shown by Beckridge Holsteins and Patience Holsteins. Reserve champion honors today go to Balmoral Warlord, shown by Balmoral Farms Limited. An honorable mention in the junior red and white show today goes to Heavenly Eye Warrior Red Satin, shown by Gerardo and Jose Gonzalez, Heavenly Genetics, MB Lucky Lady Farm, and Select Farms and Export Services. Congratulations to our junior champions of the red and white junior show. Again, the champions of this class are sponsored by Dennis Martin, and Reserve Junior Champion was sponsored by Macintosh Holsteins. So if representatives from those two could please make their way to the photo area for photos with our champions. while we're waiting for our junior champion of the Black and White Holstein Show contenders to come in, we can announce the Premier Breeder Award for the Junior Holstein Show today. So in first place, we have Carnview Farms. In second place, Weeksdale Holsteins. And in third place, we have Vale O'Skeen Holsteins. So congratulations to Carnview Farms as the winner of the Junior Premier Breeder Award today in our Holstein Show. For Junior Premier Exhibitor Awards, first place goes again to Carnview Farms. Runner-up was Braemont Holsteins and Kevin Williams. And in third place, there was a tie. So the tie was between Extra Mile and Weeksdale. So congratulations to Carnview for their Junior Premier Exhibitor Award win as well. The Junior Premier Breeder Award was sponsored by Misty Glen Creamery, and the Junior Premier Exhibitor Award was sponsored by Smith Den Holsteins. So if representatives from Misty Glen and Smith Den could make their way over to the photo area, we'd like a picture of you with their Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor Award winner. In the ring, we now have our contenders for the Junior Champion honors of our Holstein Show today. So our first entry was in the Winter Calf class, Ms. Tang Alligator A Trick, shown by Dan Hovden, Quality, Beckridge, and Veltius Farms. The second place entry in the Winter Calf class was Extra Mile Malibu Chief, shown by Extra Mile Farm. The first place entry in the Fall Calf class was Weeksdale Legend Recharged, now owned by Winwright, Jacome, Veltius Farms. The second place entry in the Fall Calf class was Three Ridge Warrior Madison, shown by Braemont Holsteins and Kevin D. Williams. The first place entry in the Summer Yearling class was Duckett Backflip Emmy, now owned by Winwright and Jacome. And the second place entry in the Summer Yearling class was Maplewood Doorman Treasure, shown by G&M Linvet, B. Vertine, R. Shore, and L. Griffith. First place in the Spring Yearling class was Carnview DC Unstop Arizona, now owned by Ronald Grandy. And the second place entry in the Spring Yearling class was E.B. Brook All Day Lemmy, shown by Clark Valley Holsteins and Pierre Boulay. The first place entry in the winter yearling class was Maplewood Denver Titleist, shown by Maplewood Farms. The second place entry in the winter yearling class was Sugar C LN Elude Red, shown by Beckridge Holsteins and Patience Holsteins. Rounding out our contenders in the junior yearling champion class, or junior champion class, was our first place fall yearling, Pleasant View Master Danielle, shown by Adam Clark, Clark Valley Holsteins, and Colin and Karen Leach. And the second place entry in the fall yearling class was Howard View Lambda London, shown by Howard View Holsteins. Our junior champion of the Holstein show today is sponsored by Parallel Genetics, and the reserve junior champion Holstein is sponsored by Skipwell Farms. So just a reminder that if we could have someone from Parallel Genetics and Skipwell Farms come to the picture area before the conclusion of the champion class so that you can have your photo taken with our champions.
Well, there you have it. They've been introduced, and they are now in the ring and are being evaluated once again by Judge Mike Deaver. We are at the third segment of the 4 segments of the Festival of Champions.
The third leg of the Festival of Champions race.
We're almost talking like people at the Masters.
It is
with the
hushed tones as the tension builds here, and the
Murray,
animals
how are you doing?
come into line.
Are you okay? Okay.
Murray has demiked.
Yeah.
He is.
And deemed himself wonderful. Oh. The true definition of a legend in his own mind. Yeah. Well, folks, we hope that you're all picking your favorites from what you've seen on the screen. We have had a interesting discussion about the options.
We had a nice chat as they came around. And Russell, you expressed you're a big fan of the winning December calf.
Well, I think she should be.
Calf.
I think she will be. She'll definitely be in the top 5, and I'm assuming he's going to pull about 5 of them.
Going out on a limb there to say he'll pull 5, although there was 4 for the red. So.
Yeah. Well, there's a few more animals here too, and the quality is so good. You're conflicted, aren't you, James?
Well, I think back to the classes that were sort of the best of the day and what sort of the most hotly contested classes, and I really think that these 2 summer yearlings deserve to be pulled out and sorting to the top of that massive,
that was tremendous class.
Tremendous
32
class.
head, I think.
Indeed.
I like the senior yearling. I like the the summer yearling, spring yearling.
Spring yearling.
Old school terminology there.
And I think the pair of September calves are a tremendous pair as well. So, there's, they're
1, 2, 3, 7. So it could be upwards of 7.
Run them all out.
Can't make up my mind.
So our esteemed ringman, Doug Green, is going to take the mic out to our judge.
Yeah. Well hidden, though.
Well hidden. He's a man of stealth.
It does look like he's got a physical ailment. He's thinking. And the crowd is once again growing.
A hushed anticipatory silence here in the in the main ring here at Ancaster Fairgrounds.
I'm thinking a pin dropping here would not be heard.
Yeah.
Yet.
Hopefully no one has an embarrassing, you know, cough or burp. Heaven forbid a fart. We'd all hear it.
So now we're going to start making, yes, here's some decisions coming. So.
Look at you go, Russell.
Yeah, well, wasn't born yesterday.
Born at night, but not last night.
Exactly. Oh, so just one of the senior calves and...
Give me a summer yearling, come on.
A little bit of a decision here. I'm going to give it to you live, folks. Wow, it has got quiet. Very quiet.
Very tense here.
Yes, so she's got the nod.
Pulled the spring yearling. And one more.
Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The hometown favorite.
Yes, you're got the Wentworth brand all over her.
And your senior yearling getting the tap as well.
I think that's really good.
A group of 6 selected out. That's every class winner.
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't that a statement? Yeah. Okay, I'll get your hair later. So there we have it. James, 6 animals.
7.
7. Yes.
Pulled out the other.
And my math was so good up until
I
now.
was doing great.
1, 2, 3. I think, James, you were commenting that the first prize winners.
We have 6 class winners, and then the.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that calf.
And the second place senior yearling as well.
So I was right in terms of what I actually saw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then you got distracted by Dave Diamond's hair.
Will be must.
As you stared with envy.
His father, Roger, had one of the shiniest heads you've ever seen.
He did.
Yeah.
He really did.
He had a beautiful, shiny head. He was a tall man, and he spoke with authority. And he had excellent posture. Talk about admiration or jealousy. Except for the shiny head. Doug has issued the, oh, here we go. You're going to hear it first. Yeah.
How about a hand for the Holstein Heifer show today? This is a high-level heifer show, and I think everybody here should be happy, should be proud of the quality that's out here for the show. I picked out a few more than maybe normally you would, but they are all quite nice cattle, and I think they're a very competitive group. We've talked about each one of them in their class. There's only a couple of them out here that I would really change much on. For certain little nitpicky things, but I think in all, it's an excellent group. I tend to give the young ones another lettuce season to develop before I get too wound up on them this early in the year. So I love these beautiful calves today. I want to recognize them, but they're not in contention for the junior champions today, although I think we'll be seeing more of them later, not only in the year, but probably next year. So we get down into the yearling division and have some beautiful balanced heifers. I'm going to go select your junior champion, then the reserve junior champion, and the honorable mention in my mind today, and hope you will give them, show them some respect and some love with your clapping for all the effort that they went through today. Congratulations, dear.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Congratulations, young man. Sir. Congratulations, Barkley. These are my choices today for your junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention. As these other animals exit the ring, with beautiful December calf just needs to develop, mature. We have a great September calf that same situation for me. I left out the junior yearling. I'd like to see her just a little nicer right on her front feet if she's going to contend with these. And our second place fall yearling will be exiting as well. Just maybe a little more development in her body depth and her rib depth to compete as far as balance-wise with the three that I left out here. Junior champion today will be the fall yearling. She's a flawless heifer. She's square. She travels nicely on all four legs and feet. She has a great amount of depth of body, depth of rib, balance, very attractive. On the move and on the stand, and tremendous width from both ends. She makes a very easy junior champion for me today. Reserve is a winter yearling. Heifer will get better all year long. She's extremely tall, long, lean, dairy, great bone structure. Needs to maybe just develop a little bit more and mature. I think she's going to be quite a yearling later on in the year because she is such a pretty heifer with loads and loads of dairy quality and breed character. And the honorable mention today is the junior yearling. I really like this heifer. Again, she needs to deepen out just a little bit, but she does have great structure across her top, great rump. She's the one heifer or one of the heifers in this show that has equal width in her front legs, equal width between her rear legs. She walks square, straight ahead on her front feet. She walks straight and square on her rear legs. And I think she has as good and bright a future as any heifer out here. But those are the three heifers that I like today in that order. And I appreciate all your efforts, and thank you very much.
Great set of reasons. Oh, tender moment.
Is she going to talk?
I don't know.
Jan?
Oh, no. She's silenced.
We got dead air here, so.
Okay, say something, James.
Anything right now? I think you're right.
I just want to congratulate our junior champion, Pleasant View Master Donnell, shown by Adam Clark, Clark Valley, Colin, and Karen Leach. This reserve is the entry of Lenvis, Maplewood Farms, Maplewood Denver Titleist. Back to Jen.
Congratulations to the junior champion of the Holstein show today, Pleasant View Master Danielle, exhibited by Adam Clark, Clark Valley Holsteins, and Colin and Karen Leach. Reserve champion honors go to Maplewood Denver Titleist, exhibited by Maplewood Farms. And our honorable mention in the Holstein Junior show today is Duckett Backflip Emmy, now owned by Winwright and Jacome. Again, our junior champions was sponsored by Parallel Genetics, and the reserve junior champion Holstein was sponsored by Skipwell Farms. So if representatives can meet us in the photo area for photos with the champions, that would be great. We will next be moving on to the grand finale of the Heifer show today, which is the Supreme Champion Heifer. And we'll be inviting back the junior champion jersey, along with both the black and white junior champion and the red and white junior champion to compete for the Supreme Champion Heifer honors. Our Supreme Champion Heifer is sponsored by Kevin Williams Real Estate, and the winner will also receive a pressure washer donated by O'Neill's Farm Equipment in nearby Binbrook. While we're waiting for our Supreme Champion contenders to come back in, we wanted to share that we do have some exciting youth events happening here today at the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. So there's a reminder here for all of our youth on site today that the showmanship competition presented by the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund will be happening at 5:30 p.m. in the main ring here. So please make sure, if you haven't already, to stop by the head table before 4 p.m. to pick up your harness card for the showmanship contest. During the showmanship competition, we will reveal the results of the Future Fitters competition that was held on March 25th at Joran Holsteins and Jerseys in Petersburg, with over 50 participants at the first annual competition. A huge thank you to all of the volunteers that shared their knowledge that day with all of the participants. This event would not have been possible without our sponsors, Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, Clark Valley Holsteins, Joran Holsteins and Jerseys, Kevin Williams, Freyland Holsteins, Blondin Sires, Ontario Joint Dairy Breeds, Jersey Ontario, Max Active, Conestoga Agri Systems, Pro Rich Seeds, and Purina Feeds.
So we're ready for the Junior Supreme Championship, sponsored by Kevin Williams Real Estate and O'Neill's Farm Equipment. I think there is a pressure washer here. There was mention of that, and that's a good prize. Am I on? Yes.
As long as it's gasoline. You get high pressure.
Yes. Oh, now we've got comments being made. So folks, they're just prepping themselves for the Supreme Junior Champion. And we've had a few comments. Rail fence judges, I love it. Tony Van Liff is, when does the Mega Moolah thing get announced? Okay. Where is somebody that knows? Where did Jennifer Peart Anderson? Oh, Len will know. Question. When does, I have a question, Len. When does the Mega Moolah thing get announced? Is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow after intermediate champion.
At intermediate champion tomorrow. Yep. Perfect. That is the answer I needed. During intermediate championship Thursday.
You guys flew in that those were three sisters?
We do. Yes, we did. We were talking about it. Yeah. It was a taxi kind of day.
Yeah. Titleist, Tesla, and Treasure. No, the one flush was. Titleist, TaylorMade, Tour's Edge, and Top Flight.
Top Flight, they're no good.
No, that's why she got sold.
Thursday. Okay. Mega Moolah thing. Okay, so we've just received news that the Mega Moolah draw will be tomorrow. However, this evening there's the auction of one ticket for the Mega Moolah draw, and it will be in the, it's guaranteed to be in the top 6 of the drawing. So there's one ticket out of 150 left, and if you haven't bought one yet, or you had one and were dropped out, you can still purchase it in the auction. Yeah.
Now in the ring, we have our contenders for the Supreme Junior Champion honors. So we have here the Junior Champion and the Reserve Champion from each the Jersey Show, the Red and White Holsteins, and the Black and White Holsteins. So from the jerseys, we have our Junior Champion, Charlene Certified VIP Velvet, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins, and our Reserve Champion, Leechland Mini Egg K, exhibited by Colin and Karen Leach. In the Red and White Holstein Show, our junior champion was Sugar C LN Elude Red, exhibited by Beckridge Holsteins and Patience Holsteins. And reserve champion Balmoral Warlord, exhibited by Balmoral Farms Limited. Our junior champion in the Black and White Holstein Show was Pleasant View Master Danielle, exhibited by Adam Clark, Clark Valley Holsteins, and Colin and Karen Leach. Followed by the reserve junior champion in the Holstein Show, Maplewood Denver Titleist, exhibited by Maplewood Farms. Again, the Supreme Junior Champion Heifer is sponsored by Kevin Williams Real Estate, and the winner will also receive a pressure washer donated by O'Neill's Farm Equipment in nearby Binbrook.
Just an interesting little factoid from Len Viss is that the junior champion of the Holstein Show goes back to the Diamonds family at Maplewood, and of course the reserve junior champion is a Maplewood animal from his taxi cow bred at Oakfield Corners. So big day for Maplewood. Val Jones is approaching us, ladies and gentlemen, and is moving on. So there's your heifers. We have a red and white champion, a black and white champion, and a Jersey champion, or pairs thereof. 6 heifers. It's so again, the game is here. We've given you 4 chances this afternoon to watch a championship class, and this will be the ultimate one for this portion of the show. Then youth showmanship at 5:30, I believe it is. And it is currently after 4 o'clock.
Probably people already doing chores, Russell. So.
Yes.
But I'm going to put a little plug in for the showmanship being sponsored by the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund. So.
Absolutely. And do we know who's judging that? Is Curtis McNeil?
Curtis McNeil is going to be the judge. And Curtis is also going to be working with us at the TD Classic this fall as our associate for showmanship. So.
Now, Curtis would have been, was he someone who was a champion showman at the Classic?
He was a champion showman back in the day. So.
Yeah, remembered that from last fall.
Yep.
We're saying that. And Curtis has gone on to quite a bit of success. He's a director at East Gen now. Successful dairy farmer, of course, as well.
I believe he's a director at CMEX as well, is he?
Oh, yes, one of the East Gen reps, yeah. So there's the heifers. They've all been organized Terry and Terry Packard and Mike Deaver, sorry, analyzing the heifers, getting ready for their selection. Looks like the day is improving out there, Murray. We haven't had much chance to go out and experience it, but
significantly warmer than
it was
this morning when there was still snow around.
Yeah, and a little bit of snow in the air too. So Kevin Williams Real Estate, O'Neill Farms Equipment, and there's a high pressure washer as one of the So it's all just a matter of analysis and waiting at the moment.
And we're very close. Looks like we're ready.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we've got our 6 heifers out here for a selection of Supreme Champion to end the show for today. Great quality in all the breeds. Mike and I have discussed your Champion Reserve and debated back and forth. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of drama. Jeff said we could create drama, but Mike said he wasn't going to do any of that, so. Instead, I'm going to give the speech, but Mike's going to go out first and select your Supreme Champion and then your Reserve in that order. Well, we discussed these 2 fall yearlings. For us today, the Holstein just a slight advantage in being more ready. She's a little more dairy, especially when you get behind her. She's cleaner through her thigh and in the pin area. She's carries her rump more level from hooks to pins, a little more square through the rump structure in our jersey today. Both heifers very correct as they move out. I do prefer the set to the rear legs on the jersey. Just like to maybe lengthen her out and give her a little more levelness over the top line today to be our Supreme. But again, congratulations to the breeders and owners of these cattle, and congratulations on the quality of your heifers for your shows today. We look forward to seeing them tomorrow morning in the milking classes.
Congratulations to the 2023 Supreme Champion heifer at the Ontario Spring Discovery Show. Pleasant View Master Danielle, exhibited by Adam Clark, Clark Valley Holsteins, and Colin and Karen Leach. A reserve Supreme Champion is the Jersey Charlin Certified VIP Velvet, exhibited by Clark Valley Holsteins. Again, our Supreme Champions were sponsored by Kevin Williams Real Estate, and the winner also receives a pressure washer donated by O'Neill's Farm Equipment in nearby Binbrook. So if representatives from both could make their way to the picture area for photos with our champions. This concludes the show for the day. If there are any last-minute portraits that you would like taken of your heifers from today, Patty is still set up in the corner of the marshalling area here. There's a little bit of a break. We will start the showmanship at 5:30 sharp. So you can start making your way to the ring if you're in the first class of novices at 5:15. And if you have not picked up your harness cards for the showmanship, please make sure to do that in the next few minutes so that you're ready to go. During the showmanship tonight, we will also be having our wine and cheese reception for all spectators to enjoy. The wine is sponsored by Ontario Spring Discovery Show Committee, and the cheese is graciously provided by Guns Hill Cheese in Norwich and Misty Glen Creamery in Elmer. So if you're sticking around to check out the showmanship, be sure to partake in the wine and cheese reception as well.
Just check there. Well, Russell, it's been quite the afternoon.
It has been quite the day,
yes,
Murray.
Yes.
All day long. We've got the Holstein and the Jersey here, with the Holstein being the supreme junior champion and the Jersey reserve. And I guess at 5:30, we'll be back with the showmanship classes.
We will.
And the winners of the fitting competition as well.
And congratulations to Clark Valley winning in both.
Day.
It's a big day.
It's a big, big day.
Co-owners of the Supreme Champion and sole owners of the Reserve. So
that's pretty cool.
Yes. So again, we'll look forward to you at 5:30 for those of you that can't be with us. Again, the showmanship is sponsored by the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund. And it's on your screen right now. If you have not been online or have been made aware of the scholarships that are provided by the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund, those applications are open now. And we also are co-sponsoring with East Gen the Brian Betts Scholarship Award. Yes. So these are significant scholarships that are open to post-secondary education. Does not have to be agriculture as long as you're in post-secondary in university and planning to go back next fall. By all means, check on both the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund and the East Gen site. As I say, there's 8 scholarships from the Trust Fund and 2 scholarships from the Brian Betts Award. So thank you to all of those that contributed to Brian's scholarship fund, and we're looking forward to partnering with East Gen in that venue for the next 10 years. We'll be doing that. So it's an opportunity, and we are looking forward to seeing all the applications. So again, go online, get the applications, check it out on East Gen or Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund.
Wow, that is something. I mean, that one with Brian, you just wish it was something that didn't exist. But on the other hand, what a great way to remember a great guy.
Well, absolutely, and the amount of money that was sent to the Ontario Dairy Youth Trust Fund in honor of Brian Betts was simply amazing. So, and that, along with some alligator semen that sold for a phenomenal price, has created this unique scholarship to remember Brian. So by all means, encourage your young people, your nieces and nephews, your grandkids, if they're not aware of it, please make sure that they do become aware of that. So,
excellent.
Well, we'll see you for showmanship at 5:30.
So you get a chair? Yeah.
Raise your loader performance with new technologies on John Deere 6R tractors. There's no need to purchase a feeder wagon scale when you can weigh on the go without stopping with dynamic weighing. Know the weight of each bale. Be confident you are feeding just the right amount and eliminate guesswork with dynamic weighing. Move materials faster without spilling as the loader intuitively adjusts to changes in terrain with the level to horizon feature. Load goods faster and easier thanks to the return to position feature that brings the loader to predefined boom and bucket positions. An optional loader camera makes attachment hookup and detaching easier by providing improved visibility to the loader carrier and surroundings through the 6R tractor's display. Feed your livestock easier and more efficiently with these technologies available on the John Deere 6R. Contact your John Deere dealer to learn more.